Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in to session 6 of The Gamblers, a Traveler, Pirates of Drinax epic campaign, sandbox, madness, wild times, tourism, also taxes, and also perhaps a little bit of administrative paperwork. Woohoo! Also, you're right, wrong boxes. I'll fix that right now. Well, Terrica's in the right space. Uh,
Aha!
the Harlock is not right there.
I am ready to be whomever I need to be. Whose spot am I in?
Wait.
Who am I today?
Oh,
What's my who if?
That would
wait. No,
that would be such an awesome.
I need my
hilarious
motivation.
episode.
Well, actually, you know, we can talk about the Avengers at some point in time. There are not the superhero Avengers, but the 60s spy Avengers, because there was an entire episode where there was like a body swap and it was really good because they were swapped with like evil Russian agents who were not nearly as classy as they were. So there's a lot of gum smacking. But this is not the point.
I just want to quantum leap through everyone.
Yes. Oh, I have thoughts.
Man.
Yeah.
I want to quantum entangle through everyone.
I feel like there's a. I feel
Not
like
as dirty
I
as
saw.
I meant it to be.
I feel like I saw an RPG that's a quantum leapy RPG that has just been advertised recently.
I will play that now if we have
Do you-
leap?
Do you quantum leap into the other players? Because I'm ready for this.
That would be exciting. No, but I feel like somebody. You know what? Hold on a second. Here's what's what. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do it just like this.
Okay,
I'm gonna finish my
excited.
spiel and like in a way that's gonna be kind of quick, and then I'm gonna pass it to you, and then I'm gonna look at right over here because I feel like there might be something, and I'm gonna just check. It's gonna be like subtle. I'm gonna be just kind of do this right and look, and you're not gonna notice that that's what I'm doing, because I'm not gonna tell you that that's what I'm doing. So, welcome to our epic campaign with the best people ever. I love every single person here so much. You don't even know. And thank you all for being here. I want to. Oh, you just reminded me, everybody. Maybe you didn't, but I just have been reminded about a thing that did I want to do a thing? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Anyway, point being, I was like, I know I did that last week. So this is our Traveler campaign, which was one of the first RPGs right after Dungeons and Dragons, and it is it's brutal, like a lot of early campaigns were, although sometimes that's overstated. You just don't want to get hit a lot. But it's its own kind of special thing, and I'm very excited to be playing it with a really cool setting, but with really great players, and also a really neat campaign setup with a lot of regular Joes and Janes dealing with massive politics, and I'm very excited, and I want to thank everybody who is watching us on the VODs, who's watching us live on YouTube, and if you want to support us, which you can, you can do that by watching the show and telling your friends about it. You can join us on Discord if you like. We have channel points, which you cannot currently use in the campaign yet. But, what I'll say is there are these large level politics, and I feel like channel points will be useful there in a moment, although at the moment, not just yet. And let me see. Oh, you can also give tips and bits, and if you do, we will read out those messages at the intermission and at the end. We have a Patreon, which you can support us at, and all of the Patreon money goes to pay the cast and pay for art and other excitements. I've got a special meeting to be with somebody to talk about some stuff. I think sometime this coming week we will see, but things are exciting coming up forward. So that is thank you. We have a special sponsor tier. There are only 4 of them, and that's $200 per month, and that will pay for the players to get paid for 1 week. And if you're in the sponsor tier, you get a special ad made by us for you all. And we have 3 special sponsors. You also get a shout out, Will and TW, and also Avita Amoeba, and also Hawkeye. And Avita and Willen and Hawkeye's ads for this month have played. You will get Avita's, because we're on Marduk, you will get Avita's not this week, but next week. Well, let's see, next week we're not playing next week because it is a Christmas break, but I believe there will be a one-shot going on. I have to double check. but the Friday after will be that one. So I'm very excited. Boop, 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 boop. But I want the players to introduce themselves so that I can look at this thing over here, because I think there's a thing. But when they do, I need to ask them a question, because this is how I go. So if you could say who you are and say who you're playing, and then I would like you to answer this question. This one's like not at all to be worried about. So whenever you arrive on a new space station, if you have a personal comms, you can always download the welcome packet for that planet. And it's usually made by the space station owners, which could be that planet. Many planets are able to own their own space station and then also make the profits from the trade that comes in and out of their own space station. This is not the case here in Marduk, actually. In Marduk, it's owned by the General Development Corporation, so you could, get there, and it's like, it's
What a surprise!
I know, it's surprising, right? But it's a nice kind of like a little touristy book. It tells you what you might need to know about the world, tourist sites, like a couple of little phrases in the local language, if that is relevant. What's cool on the space station. It's pretty great. It does, however, take up some data. So the question I have to ask, because everybody who's a traveler has a different relationship to these packets. Some people don't care and do not download the information about, little maps of the space station, that kind of stuff. Some people don't. Some people download it and then delete it as soon as they leave the place. Some people download them and then keep them and hoard them forever as like some kind of scrapbook of all the places they've been. And so when you introduce yourself, I would love it if you would just say, if your character keeps them, doesn't download them, downloads them, but then purges them, downloads them, but keeps them. I would love to know. And I would like to start with, who needs to answer this first? Okay. We're going to start with the person who's traveled the farthest, their character, and that would be the Harlock, because the Harlock is from a whole different part of space, and so I would like to start with the Harlock.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox, and I am indeed the Harlock. And Harlock is from a, as we learned last time. Thank you, Baron. Not from the area. So she is Zodani, and actually from the area of that. And so during her travels in time, she has gone a great deal of distance. And for anyone who may not have been there for our very first character building excursion, as a reminder, she does in fact have membership to the Travelers Aid Society, so she gets to go to some special places that not everyone gets to go to when she lands on a new station. So likely what she does is that she would download the packet, take a listen to see like, okay, this is what people are wanting to present this as, and then she'd take a little journey into the special members only area bar, and find out what they think about things. And probably not she'd probably like keep them elsewhere. So if she needs to refer back to anything, she can, but she wouldn't keep it where she has to look at it ever.
Because maybe you don't want to like take up your like personal small comms, that data with like every single place you've ever been at,
Busy, got stuff to do, got stuff to put in there.
Mm-hmm. Lovely. All right, well, let's see. Let me think about who's traveled the farthest next in their lives. This is tricky because we have three folks, all of whom have traveled in their own ways. Let's see. Of you three who are left, who's traveled farthest? That's interesting.
It's got to be Terika or
Yeah,
Severance.
it's either Severance. Yeah,
Which one of you?
because I
two
feel like
think-
Severance has like traveled really far, and Terika's, they did their merchant lines for a while, right? But I don't know that they necessarily went outside of their merchant lines, like somebody who washed out might have. I don't know. What do you think, Myth?
I think, well, when we say traveled the most, do we mean traveled like
Farthest or most
to get
distance?
here, or traveled the most around and been in the stars the longest? Is it like they are
Oh.
farthest from Drinax, which is what I thought it was, or is it who has
Who would
been
have
in
visited the most space
more?
stations?
Who's visited
Who's
most
put in the
space
most
stations?
space? Yeah, space mileage.
Yeah, space
Who has
mileage.
put in the most space mileage?
No,
Mileage.
I'm sorry. To be
Mhm.
very clear, most space stations. So if you've like traveled
Most space
like
stations.
18,000
Okay.
times, but only between two
So
planets.
you're saying like who would have the most pamphlets in their
Yes.
downloaded data pad if they were to save them?
Yes.
Who has seen the most pamphlets?
Yes.
I would say Severance.
Okay. Then
Let's
it's
do
you're
it.
up next.
All right, great. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I'm Mythomatic. I'm playing Baron Severance, a renegade clone who is also a dropout of pretty much everything. He's trying his best to be something, and the only way he knows how, and naturally, that is just through slime and charm.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Slimy charm.
Finger the eyebrows.
And this important question about these little welcome packets.
And the welcome packets. I think with the welcome packets, I think Severance would save them. I think he would have. I think he's all about information. Much like I end up playing these characters who want to have info at their fingertips. And I always sort of, when I do these sort of like slimy characters, they always sort of want to have info. And I think data packets, brochures of attractions and things like that, I think would still be information because it could be where prey is if you were to try to, or targets, if you wanted to be a thief, or also to know where things may be that people are going to gravitate towards. That's still all information, and I think he does save them. Yeah, he may look at it and glance through it, but I think he just keeps it. Like, all right, great, thank you, download. I'll just save that in my folder of where all my things are. But I don't think he studies it or anything, unless he needs to. Like, he'll probably study where he has to go to trade and do the broker part of this mission. But I think other than that, he may scan it and be like, oh, cool, they have a water park. Oh, and there's mini golf over across. All right, great. And that's sort of it, I think.
I am just going to say a couple of things, even though I shouldn't, because we should do that for like, I don't know, like a podcast or whatever. But I love
like that idea.
Certain kinds of connections between these characters, right? There are ways in which each one of these characters, even though they all seem very, very different, have something deeply in common with another character. Like both the Harlock and Severance are very interested in information, right? Like there's something like that part about them, right? That they are information brokers, that they gather this information in kind of creepy hoardy ways, but like not in a bad way, but like in a I know that that's creepy hoardy way sounds bad, but I mean that in a kind of like a spy way. Like you're not gathering it because you're like, I'm gathering information because I'm a scientist. You're gathering because this is like leverage you might need, right?
Use this, right? Exactly, like exactly with that.
It keeps you
like,
safe too, knowing what's going on. I mean, that's what makes us the best of enemies, friends.
Exactly. That's why we're best friends.
So good. The person with perhaps the next smallest number of possible welcome packets in their comms would be our pilot, also engineer, and also, as their mother would tell you all, of the blood of the ancient Sindalian Empire, for real though, directly descendant from the nobility of the ancient Sindalian Empire, and therefore better than most everyone else here.
She would say that quite a few times.
She would. Ari.
Hi, I'm Ari. And I'm playing Tarika. They would, so it's funny you're talking about all of this like information hoarding and everything, but I also see that as a big part of like being the nobility is like what information you have, what information you know, and how readily accessible it is. I think the difference between when they save it and maybe when the Harlock or when Severance saves it is that Tarika is saving it into a folder that has the date, the name, and an important event that happened while they were there. So they can search all of their folders. They can see like next time they go to the same place, they might compare. Like, is this the same map? Have things changed? And additionally, they probably make notes afterwards of like, went to this bar, was able to find a good mechanic, but then he screwed me over. So never again, you know, like that sort of thing, I think would be the way that they sort of store their information is very methodical and very like easy to reference later.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Which leads us to the person with perhaps the least number of opportunities for different welcome packets on their personal comms. Greg, my friend, tell me, and then I might tell you something.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Hi, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey tonight. And though Val probably doesn't have as many of these welcome packets as everybody else from visiting, he would have downloaded many of these welcome packets from his prior occupation. And just a little secret, in the small hours of the morning on ship, he and Sue will sit inside the med bay and project it on all the walls or all the starports with all the information he's gathered as he makes his own little galaxy-wide, just a board for now.
I
oh
love
my
these
God,
characters.
we're all so non-sus and somewhat creepy. I love it.
Non-sus, totally non-sus. Also, you're all just nerds. Like, you all just care about, like, information. That's all. It's like, you just, like, you know.
Innocent.
I am your GM for today and also the next day, troopersjp. But I was right, by the way. And so we're going to take a quick break of like a half a second before we start to just share what is not from this year. It's actually, when is it from? It's from, it was from last year, 2021. And I have it. It is called What Once Went Wrong by Nerdburger, by Craig Campbell, Nerdburger Games. And it's a time travel game of altruism and discovery. And I'll just read the back. Oh boy. In What Once Went Wrong, you portray a time traveler who leaps into the body of someone in the past in order to help fix something that went wrong in their life. Only when you have helped fix the problem can you leap out and hopefully leap home. In addition to describing the world of the game, presenting challenges to the players, and portraying various other characters, the game master also portrays the observer, a guide from the traveler's time, you know who's played by, who helps the traveler by filling in missing information and suggesting things that might need fixing. The game is structured such that the GM does not know exactly what changes need to be made for the traveler to leap out. They'll discover this together as the game is played. What Once Went Wrong draws inspiration from and is a love letter to Quantum Leap. It's a 2-player RPG, super tiny, by Nerdburger Craig, who does great stuff, really cool things. And so, yes, indeed, there is a Quantum Leap
That
game.
is rad. I love that.
2-player game. There you go. Get it. Just go ahead and get it. McFallon82, thank you very much. I will just up my volume if you. I'm looking like I'm in the yellows, but if you want a bit more, I can do that for you, no problem. It's
Can there ever be enough? Can there ever be enough, Trooper?
Yes. No. Oh, to the limits. So when last we hung out with our protagonists, they were antagonists.
Ah, damn.
You know, they had
So close.
They had, look, our antagonists are privateers for the kingdom of Drinax, which is was once a kingdom that existed, but was destroyed terribly in a war, and is now, so here's the thing about all of this, and I believe I can pull out enough for our folks to see this. Let me get to the map, my map screen. Hi, everybody. We're on our map screen right here. So this is the Trojan Reach, which if we pulled out like very far, you'd see these large empires, of which there are quite a few. But
And these
this
huge hexes.
Yeah, this red area right here is the Third Imperium, and this is the edge of the Third Imperium, which stretches way, way out eastwards, right? It is a massive, massive, like multi, hundreds and hundreds of worlds, large empire that is expansive and huge, and the sort of cultural dominant space. And it's mostly made of humans, or we call humanity, of which there are many different types, because the entire universe is basically humans, because humans aren't that special, actually. They're just kind of ubiquitous. And it is this huge, huge place. On the other end of this map here, this big yellow spot, that's the Aslan Hierate. And the Aslan are they're not humans, they're a different race of people, which humans tend to think of them as lion people, although they're not actually lions. They just kind of look like that to humans, and so sort of ran with it. And the Aslan Hierate is also a very large star empire. They have a very gendered society where there are two gender roles that you can fit into, regardless of who you are. You can kind of be in one of them. Do you know what I mean? Like you pick one of them. And you have the masculine role, which is for warriors mostly. And then the feminine role is for merchants, traders, diplomats, leaders, managers, right? So you have this kind of, this particular hierarchy. Also how this culture works is the firstborn son, or person who takes on the masculine role, gets everything. And all of the other ones get nothing. They're called the Ihatei. And what they do is they need to get stuff, because the entire culture is based on having territory. That's how you get respect and value. So you must have territory in order to have value, but you don't get any unless you're the firstborn. So the second and third and fourth onforth tend to go and do a lot of roaming to get territory. Is what they do, because you have to get territory or not worthy of any respect. So they're a very expansionist sort of star empire, because they keep needing to get new planets. Like each second and third child needs to go and get new planets in order so they don't have any respect. So they tend to be very expansionist. And if you notice, they're real close to the Imperium. So they keep, like, every second child goes off to go and conquer a planet. It's what they do, a lot of raiding. And they just keep moving towards the Empire. And the Empire doesn't really like it. That's fun. And right in between those two large places, if you notice, right here, is what we call the Reach. And the Reach is this place that is unaligned. And it used to be the home of a massive, massive empire. Over here, by the way, we have the Florian League. That's an empire of humans that are super xenophobic and very, very isolationist. They don't really hang out with people. And then we have over here in the gray, the Glorious Empire, which is an offshoot, like it's an Aslan group, but they are very small and they are really, really violent, and they love enslaving people. They're radical reactionary extremists, and nobody really gets along with them, even the other Aslan folks. But in between all these large groups is this sort of space of this sort of non-aligned empty space in between, this buffer zone. It's a buffer zone between these two empires. And that zone once held a great empire called the Sindalian Empire, which was pretty violent and awful. And that Sindalian Empire, who, in case, for those of you who know your history, the center of that empire was this little system called Noricum. That was the seat of the Sindalian Empire, the Dragon Empire. And that empire ruled this entire space. And they also oppressed people pretty badly. And in the process of the fall of this empire, there was a lot of nuclear, chemical, and biological weaponry spent to just destroy anybody who might stand in their way, and then in the end themselves as well. So that place was completely destroyed. In the wake of the death of that empire, there was another empire that rose, the Kingdom of Drinax, which they called themselves the Sindalian Empire in exile. And they were an important empire in this space for hundreds of years. But about 200 years ago, the Aslan were like, we don't want to pay you taxes. We don't want to pay money. We don't want to pay the bridge toll. So the Aslan came in and destroyed the entire kingdom of Drinax, except for the palace. So Drinax itself was just completely bombed, and we have now a place where most of these planets in this space here are under technologized. They've been destroyed. They're sort of coming back from like about 2 centuries worth of destruction, and they're all aligned and scattered without any kind of unity. Many of them, their technology levels are like sort of pre-technological in many ways because of the kind of destruction. There are quite a few planets that you can't even, that are radioactive and dangerous. It's like this whole place has been sort of ruined, and the king of Drinax, really sort of the idea was his daughters decided that what they wanted to do, because they found one of their old Harrier commerce ships that was one of the most technologically advanced things you can find, and they found one, and they have gotten our heroes to be privateers. They have an idea, and that idea is if they can do 2 things. One, disrupt trade enough, sort of make piracy a bit of a problem. Well, first, become privateers in order to gain money, so that they can actually start building up Drinax again. But also make sure that there's like enough of a piracy problem, not enough to bring the hammer of the navies down on you, but enough to make it a bit of a problem so that when they rise up and say, we can solve this problem, we can be a force of stability in this area, then both of these big empires will recognize them. But that also means trying to convince these planets, these systems that once had been part of Drinax, to rejoin a new and growing Drinax. And they have tasked our protagonists with this challenge, right? To sort of bring in these other planets as allies, convince them that it is better for them to work together and to sort of come together under the banner of Drinax than to fall apart, while also gaining money and influence and all that sort of thing. So our protagonists are on this journey to do this. And they have robbed their first ship, which involved a murder. And they have gone to this small planet called Marduk. And Marduk is, I'm going to zoom in for you because I want you to see a thing about it. So here, my good dear friends, this is where the gambler is. So this is, let me zoom out once more perhaps. One more. All right, here you go. So there is these, if you can see, they're little stars here. This is the old trade route of the Sindalian Empire, called it the Dust Belt. But there is a trade route that goes from Yggdrasil, which will take you to the Florian route, all the way down through this old route, right? And then right about here, and then up into the Empire. And you can also take this route and go down into the Hyrate. So there's this route here. And there's something that I want to share with you technologically because this might be relevant. Jump ships. Each one of these hexes is a parsec, and it takes... How good your ship is will depend on how far you can go in one jump. So you have jump 1 ships, jump 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but the vast majority of ships are the average is a jump 2 ship. If you are spacefaring but not particularly highly advanced, you might have just a jump 1 ship. Jump 3 and above are rare. Big military vessels might be jump 3 or jump 4. Really, really advanced and very expensive ships with huge engines. It's like a big deal to have a ship that is that big. And most regular trading vessels are going to be a 1 or a 2. Maybe huge corporate ships might be a 3, but there are not going to be that many 3s. Mostly you're looking at 2. And if you want to travel, that means you cannot, especially if you want to refuel, you're going to have to be able to sort of make sure that where you go to, there's a place to go. You cannot jump into empty space. You have to have something to anchor you. So that means if you were, for example, here in Ogma, and you have a jump 2 ship, you can only go to Thebes, Marduk, or Noricum, Borite, or Torpol. You cannot get to Kusai. If you want to get to Thebe up here, you're going to have to go all the way around, right? Because from Thebe, everything else around here is at least 3 parsecs, which means you're going to have to go into the Empire all the way up and around. Because if you don't have a jump to capable ship, you have to be very careful about your routes, which means that all those traders are mostly 1 and 2s. Here you're going to get a bunch of 2s, some 1s, which means there are these predictable trade routes that you're going to go along. They're some of the only places you can go, and there's a predictable trade route that goes from this old destroyed place. And this is a place that is a little bit lawless because there's no empire controlling it, which means it's ripe for a lot of piracy, and there are a lot of pirates around here. And that's a thing to note. And I'm just going to note something that might be relevant to what's going on to our players right about now. Just going to note it. You all are in the Ogma cluster. So there's Ogma here, which is this planet. And then there's Marduk and Borite. And those 3 planets are all within 1 jump of each other. But to leave Ogma, you've got to have 2 jumps to get to Thebes or Torpol. And I'm just going to mention this for reasons. So Borite and Marduk have been bombed and nuked to a point where their technology levels are very, very low. They are not what we would call starfaring civilizations. The people who live on those planets don't have spaceships. They do not have the ability to travel the stars because they don't have a lot of technology anymore. Now, there are space stations, those places, owned by the General Development Company, but that's okay. Don't worry about it. Now, Ogma, they do have spacecraft, and they do have space travel. They do not, however, have Jump 2 capable ships. They only have Jump 1 capable ships. They're like a little Technology 9 planet, which means they can jump to Marduk and Borite, but they cannot jump to Thebes, Noricum, or Torpol, which means they're going to spend a lot of time raiding those little planets and bothering those little planets, but nobody else has to worry about them, right? Like you can just jump on through because they can't leave Ogma. So none of those other planets are threatened by them whatsoever, so nobody really cares what happens to Marduk and Borite because those Ogma raiders don't threaten them. Just a bit of, technological thoughts to think about at that moment, because you all are on Marduk, one of these planets. And to give you a reminder, because we have a bit of trade and all that to think about, but when our protagonists arrived, they arrived up at Marduk Highport. And Marduk Highport has 4 arms. And by arms, I don't mean like weapons. I mean the station itself has 4 arms. And those 4 arms have 4 functions. And I'm going to just share with you because I feel like it will tell you something about the society, and you noticed it when you flew in. The first arm is one that is not where you're allowed to be. That arm is for GDCO travel, right? It is the, what we say, it's the restricted arm is what it's called. And that's exclusively used by GDCO. And that's where you've got all of it's mostly like sublight vessels, non-jump capable vessels that are there. So you've got like all the routine maintenance folks, all the sort of supply conveyors back and forth. That is also where they have their defense forces, where they have their large military vessels that will protect this station. So they've got like, you've seen some like, there's like some 400-ton, like 2 400-ton defense boats. They've got a bunch of small fighters. They've got a whole missile rack, a whole bunch of missiles that are on that space station that is there to protect the space station and the traders who would go through that space station from any trouble, of course. Maybe a dozen so fighters. And then you have the commercial arm, which is not for you all. The commercial arm is for medium-sized, fairly large, usually corporate merchants, ships, like much larger than yours. And that is where the Travels Aid Society lounge is, by the way, because it's very nice. If you ever walk over there, because I imagine you'll be wandering around this space a little bit. If you walk around the high port, the commercial arm has got it's swanky. It looks really nice, very expensive looking. Everything is custom. It's like you just walked into first class, right? You just walked into first class if you go into the commercial arm. There is also not the commercial arm. You have the commercial arm also has, you will most likely be hanging out in the commercial arm quite a bit, because that's where you have the auction houses, where cargoes are bought and sold. You're trying to find people to like buy and sell your stuff, where you've got like freight, mail, cargo brokers, where you've got, it's the space that's like big enough for big freighters to come in. So that's like then you've got like the large vessel arm, where like the really big, just the very big freighters come in for that one. And then, so the large vessel arm, restricted area, the commercial arm, and then there's like a smaller shuttle, like a smaller commercial arm, which would be where you guys would go. However, it's like the everything that you need is in the commerce arm, right? And you don't get to be in that one because you're like not first class, you're second class. I mean B class. What do you call it? What do you call it in airports? It's first class and coach.
The small people.
Coach. That's what it is. Yeah, your coach, right? And there is the shuttle bay, which will take you down to the starport town, like Downport. And the shuttle bay is in the commercial arm, not the coach arm. But that's the only way basically to get down into the starport. They do not usually allow ships to land in Downport. You have to take their shuttle. They have that kind of thing locked up on control. But of course, Downport is also very protected. They also have really good protections for Downport as well. If you're there in that space, you will also be protected and safe. But you've got this sort of space where you've got a really nice space where, and I will say, you've got like a couple of hotels. There's some hotels there. There's some entertainment. This Highport's not particularly huge. It's not the biggest, but there's usually a lot of cargo coming back and forth. And there are, like, if you're going to be like on a short stay, you could probably just stay up here in the Highport and be fine. But if you're going to be here for like a week or two or any kind of extended length of time, you probably are going to want to go Downport, because they have more food, they have fresher food, they have more stuff. It's just a bigger space. This is just a bit smaller, but this is the kind of space where you're at. And if I recall correctly, you all have disembarked. You know that one of the GDCO officials who has his office Downport did want to see you, made an appointment to meet with you all in about 5 days, because he saw it was reported to him that you have a pretty impressive ship, and he just kind of wanted to have some discussions with you about security and perhaps, helping out in some ways. And so he's made an appointment with you in about 5 days' time, which lead you all with some time and space to do business, to get things done, to make contacts, to do the things that you want to do. And so I would like to ask you all, what will you all be doing? I know the Baron will be spending his days, what you all do in your nights is up to you, trying to find someone to buy some of the cargo that they would like to sell, some of the speculative cargo. But I want to know what you all are up to.
The Harlock is going to be trying to find people who would maybe want passage. Also trying to just get a sense of the station gossip, see what everyone's got to say about everything. Which I imagine if there aren't any local ships that can really make the jump, people may be real excited to get on a ship that can.
I want to ask you follow-up questions, but I want to know what everybody's doing, so then I can ask distressing follow-up questions after everybody's said what they're doing first.
Very good.
I appreciate you acknowledging that they're distressing in advance. Like, it's good to
Thank you.
prepare.
Yeah.
Context is key.
Yeah.
I think Terica would do a little looking around, and then they would grab Wesley and try and do some repairs on the Gambler.
Forgot about Wesley.
I didn't forget about Wesley.
Wesley's my little shadow man.
It is true.
He's 21.
Totally.
Yep,
It
yep.
is true. There's paperwork.
He has the papers.
I totally imagine us being all back on the ship. Wesley's not there. All right, time to go.
All
Wait,
right.
what about Wesley?
All
Who?
right, who?
Severance is doing some speculative cargo. And the dock, what were you going to do?
Probably
Yes,
probably as soon as everybody, as the smoke settles from getting there and the introductions and the meeting that was scheduled and the logistics of what we need to do and how do we need to do it. Doc would go to the med bay and he would load up what would look like an old external frame hiker's pack. But this is actually his portable med kit that has everything he would need as far as all the luxuries of home. He would have Sue jump into his watch, for lack of a better term, and he would head down to Downport.
Okay, I like it. Let's talk about day one for a moment, and let's get a bit of a montage, but also distressing questions. Or not. The Harlock. To get passengers,
Yes.
what needs to be known is where are you going? What's your next jump?
You mean people don't want to just leave just to not be there anymore?
A great call. Yeah. I don't know. We're just getting up. You want to leave?
Yeah, you don't like it here. This is great.
Where are you going?
It's, it's somewhere better than this. I can guarantee
Where the
that.
plot takes us? I don't know.
Hey, you're the plot right now. You're the plot now. It's like you're the captain now, but you're the plot now. Yep.
So I imagine we likely would have all talked about this. So I, as Rocket, will talk to all of you. Where do y'all think we would be heading after this?
I'm my eyebrows on for this. Okay.
We should.
That's how we
we
can tell the
should
difference.
have. We should maybe also have that conversation in person though,
Yes.
because I have something as
Yes.
Terrica that
Yes.
they would say if there's a
Yes.
conversation about later
Which
and where we're
Then
headed after this.
We'll have a
All right,
conversation
yeah,
about
hold
this.
on. Okay.
can
and
I
then I'll
place this
answer the
conversation
question.
in a Starport bar?
Yes.
May I?
Yeah.
I would
Sure.
like you to.
And-
I would
I will
like
be
Just it has
devastated
Cocoa
if it's
Puffs
not.
beer.
I would like you to imagine. First, I need to ask you the question. Do you go to the Starport bar in the commercial arm, or do you go to the Starport bar at Coach in the Coach arm, the small trading vessel arm?
I mean, I would think we'd want to go where the travelers are because commercial people are already booked. They're already
No, that's
either
where,
in flight.
but that's where everybody goes to get
Yes.
info. So that's going to
Yes
be the
and
most densely
no.
packed space because that's where the auction house is. That's where like the message boards are. That's like the
Oh, if that's I would say then we go wherever there would be people that would potentially be.
Yeah, if we
Passengers.
weren't
I would
if we weren't
say
going as a
Coach,
pod,
but we
Harlock
have
would go at some point.
the most expensive ship probably here.
yeah. But because
You
you're
know, so
small,
it's like maybe it would be weird to be like, "Hey, we're here at Coach," and everybody's like, "What is this?" Hey, hello, fellow Coach people.
yeah. I will note, however, just because I just need you to know how it works, you're docked in Coach because your ship is not an large imperial trading vessel.
Okay.
So you are docked in Coach. Your ship
Okay.
is more expensive than they probably know what to do with, but they mostly care about cargo size.
Yeah.
And if you are part of a large company, which you are not. So basically, if you're an independent contractor and you're in a smaller ship, you're in Coach, no matter how expensive your ship is, right?
Famed Navy capital ship to come in and save their Ogma asses, but they can't. So they're just like, you can't park in here because we need this just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case.
Mhm.
It's like the handicap spot. It's
Yeah.
there in case, but
Just
you
in
can't
case.
park there.
So it's this thing where you're in a space where you're placed in Coach because you do not belong to a large corporate trading company, a trading fleet. And if you don't, well, you don't get a lot of care. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine, but you know. So you can either go to the bar that's in the area where you've been docked, which is not going to be as busy. Like, the place where you're docked does not have, look, people who are important do not want to walk over to Coach to go to an auction house. So everything that's good or valuable that involves trade is all going to be happening in the commercial arm where the
I'd say we
high class-
go there.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a part of me that would say Severance would not go far away from the gambler, but
Yeah.
then I think about Terrica
Yeah.
and how much more that probably affects them.
Mhm.
Would Terrica go that
So
far, or
here's-
would they stay? Would be like, should we stay here? I don't know. That's just
It's
me
called the main
question.
arm, is where coach is called the main arm, is where you're supposed to sit.
That's a good point.
So I just want to know, because you have
So-
the choice. You can hang out like a smaller bar
Right.
that does not have all the access, but it's
Myth,
close.
good with anything.
Or you
but
could hang out over
I'm
to the commercial arm that's
I'm
farther
just
away.
wondering where narrative it would make sense for all of us to hang.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
Harlock's going to go to that other bar at some point, whether or not it's with everyone
whether it's
doesn't
today
really.
in this scene or not.
Right.
I don't.
Yeah, I
I
would say
mean,
commercial bar.
they can lock up. Yeah, they can lock up the ship. I don't know that. I think Terrica's
You're not that attached.
interest.
To it. Like I have to
Yeah.
stay here. Okay. Good.
It's more not to get too deep into it, but it's more like
deep is too
taking
fun.
care of the ship. If they come
Yeah.
back and someone is touching the ship,
A little different.
then
yeah.
Yeah.
there's gonna
Heads
there's
will
gonna be a
roll.
thing.
Got
That-
it,
yeah,
got it.
they will. They will.
I will note security here is very good. Why? Because it
Okay.
wouldn't be good for anything to be stolen or kidnapped from the spaceport.
It's bad for the
Because
share price.
it would
Yeah.
upset the share prices, as a matter of fact. That is
Also,
true.
you keep reiterating this, and I very much
Kidnapping.
appreciate that.
You know, if you stay in the safe spaces, no one will get kidnapped.
That is, I mean, it would be very bad for global business if people got kidnapped from the starport.
Oh, did your headphones cut out there?
No,
for a
what's that? I can't
second?
hear you
Yeah, I'm
guys.
back. I'm back.
I just can't.
It's the last 45 seconds.
So, are you, for this meeting, which is probably when you first come out of of your ship and you're seeing all of this, do you stick in the main arm for your, like, a little diving main arm bar? Do you head over to, like, the massive?
Massive.
Massive?
The big one, the fancy one, the busy one.
All right.
A bar you go to in Night City when you want to get the deal that's going to go bad. That's where we're heading.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Where
But
can we get
you
the most
believe
trouble?
it's gonna
Okay.
be fine.
When you walk over there, as
yeah.
you're walking through, right, I'm going to notice a couple things, which is just how life is, right? Everywhere you are seeing and hearing, everything about this place says the Empire. And I don't mean that in terms of the Empire is here and oppressing you. What I mean is, it's like when you go to Germany and you're in Germany and they're watching Baywatch, or you go to Finland and they've got the posters for the newest Marvel movie, or you go to Korea and you
Okay.
go to McDonald's. The Empire is not technically here. They don't own any of these spaces. These places are unaligned. They're not threatening to invade this place. But the cultural hegemony of the Empire is vast. And the music that you hear, they're pop stars who are imperial pop stars. There are films you can see, but the films were made in the Empire. And the distribution companies know they're sending it out to the reach, but and most of the people you see here, you don't see anyone here who's a native to Marduk in this space at all. Nobody. What you see are a bunch of traders, right? You see most of them are humans of some sort. You see a couple of Aslan here or there, but people are always a little bit nervous about Aslan because they don't know if you're here to go and just take their stuff and invade or like take territory or what, which is a bad stereotype, right? Because they also are traders. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a bit unfair, but nobody really knows. If there might be a Varg, or there might be a couple different sorts of people around, but you don't see anybody who's native, and you see the dominant cultural influence in this space is the Empire. And I would say this is not the case on Drinax itself, because Drinax is a little bit forgotten, right? Drinax still has this kind of Drinaxian culture to it. Asim also was not super inundated with imperial culture either, also kind of not on trade routes, right? None of those places are really on any of these trade routes. So that kind of tourist sort of seeping of culture coming in, it just kind of didn't really hit those places, but this has it. You hear like these little tinkling sounds of what's happening. The clothes they're wearing are sort of imperial fashion clothes, although quite out of date, right? It's not particularly the most high fashion space, but you get that sense that this is like, there's so much of the empire that, well, how can I put this? GD Co. is an imperial company. Well, it's a company, it's an imperial company. That's what it is. It's like an imperial company that's meant to increase the technological advancement, technology levels of all the Reach, because the Reach was so destroyed, and it's here just to uplift the Reach, to make it more technologically advanced, make sure that everybody has technology and industry, factories, trade, defenses against Aslan invasion, more or less. Because, the Empire does not want the Aslan Hierate right up on their border. Having a nice buffer zone is pretty decent, right? And so making sure that these planets all have starports and trade is useful. So that is very strong in the vibe of this place. It is not a huge bustling starport because this is Marduk. This is not a big, huge place. It's not particularly important. People have to stop by. If they're going to stop by, they're going to stop by either Marduk or Ogma, but usually Ogma instead is usually where they go. So it's not like this is the most bustling place ever, but it's okay. It's all right. But there is...
It's not a plane station. It's an Amtrak station.
Yeah, but I'd say I wouldn't even say it's a good, well, it might be a Greyhound station.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
I do like that these are tiers. Okay.
I also my understanding of an Amtrak station is the only Amtrak station I've been in the US was fairly similar to an old Western film where there's just the one and you you stand outside in whatever temperature it is, and then the train comes whenever it decides to arrive, and then you get on the train, and that is my understanding of Amtrak.
You know what?
I learned everything about the trains from Red Dead. You go buy your ticket and get a mission. That's about it.
Yeah,
that's it. That's how. That's it.
Nobody gave me a mission last time I
Railroad
rode on
system.
Amtrak.
Yeah, I think it's probably Amtrak because I feel like this is a C-class starport, and A is an international airport that's got huge. It's
And at one point, it was really cool and convenient.
Right.
No, but it's definitely outdated. But people still use it.
Yeah.
But it's definitely outdated.
And B is a small, a regional airport, and then maybe a C is an Amtrak, and then a
yeah. Oh, good. I like that. I like how we have these tiers.
A D is like a stagecoach hitch, right?
D is
D is just jumping onto the boxcar as it slowly rolls by.
No.
D is a tourism
Greyhound.
bus that takes you around the.
D is Greyhound, and E is a bus. A bus
Hitchhiking.
stop.
Oh.
It's a bus
bus
stop
stop
that you don't know.
Okay, we're
If people will
Public
go there, you don't know.
You don't know where it goes.
I know
This
that
looks
it's a
like
bus stop, but I don't think I'm supposed to stand here.
It's okay. So E is that stop where you're standing there. It's like a bus stop that you've seen in films.
Yeah.
On the highway in the middle of a desert, and you're just standing there.
E is waiting for Godot.
You're looking for the camera crew.
And there's a tumbleweed goes by, and you're like, oh.
I was gonna say one tumbleweed just.
Yep. Uh-huh.
If anyone's there, it's somebody who never gets on anything. They just are there.
You're there.
And you're like,
Yeah.
I just hope this is not a Lynch film I'm in right now, because that would be bad. That's just kind of the vibe.
Next thing you say, chevrons just everywhere and red.
Somebody's
Fat
talking
country.
and so this place, it's a bar, and it's not it's nice. I'd say it's pretty fancy. There's fancier ones, but this is a pretty decently fancy one. But again, you're not in the best planet ever. And this place here is just called the Red Chevron in inspiration from Ari. And the Red Chevron has got it's one of those places that that it's fancy because everything is dark, right? So it's all kind of dark reds and dark woods, and and it's not well lit. So that lets you know that it is fancy.
I like
Alternatively,
So easy to hide the dirt.
some of the least fancy places are also like this.
Yes, and that line between we are very fancy because everything is like dark wood and not well lit, and we have like red glass like shades over our table lamps, and also maybe it's a little not so fancy. It's a line.
Yeah, you turn the lights off. You turn the lights down because you don't see the stains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not bad.
Things get fancier and fancier the dimmer the bulbs get. Right? This place is swanky. Where's everybody?
There's such little light, and they trust so many people. What's
Yeah.
that smell?
And when you walk in, like you are given a table. So you have a table. It's probably a nice table off to the side so you all can talk without being overheard. But I will also say it doesn't
It's
really
been
feel
an
like
hour,
getting,
and we're just getting into it. I love this.
yeah, but it doesn't feel like people are paying attention, right? This really feels like a business people come in and out. You might have some business dinners and like this kind of place you would imagine that people are going to be having meetings with brokers, perhaps trying to wine and dine a little bit, but it's not the most fancy. So it's like a nice mid-range, mid-fancy sort of space. Most people are doing their own business. They're paying attention. You've got like a Varger businessman in the corner drinking a little bit too much. There's a piano man over there who will sing you a song, and it's like a little piano bar.
It's the Red Lobster bar in the nice part of town.
Yes, it is. That is
Next
exactly
to the
what it
Amtrak
is.
station.
That is exactly what it is. And as you are sitting in this place, your wait staff arrives. And it is an Aslan woman in this sort of kind of vaguely 1950s sort of apron. And she has got a tray that she's balancing perfectly. I see you, Greg. I hope you see me. And she walks over and she sort of puts the drinks down that you all had ordered. And if you would tell me again what it was that you ordered.
Martini.
Mm-hmm.
I think Harlock would ask our delightful server to have the bartender whip up the strongest thing that they would be able to stomach.
And then make it 2 times more strong?
That's the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Severance.
A Chardonnay.
Mm-hmm. And
All these fancy people.
Terica.
And a pint glass.
I would assume that there's some sort of like Draxian wine, like a
Mhm.
like I want to give it the name Mithros.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mhm.
that would be like halfway out of their mouth, and then
Mhm.
they would stop and they would look down at the menu and they would say, just whiskey, neat, on the rocks, no rocks, water, a splash of water. And then they would stop themselves and just like sit down, put their hands in their lap.
And then she looks at Wes, and Wes goes, nothing. Thank you.
Really?
Yeah.
21. You don't want to drink.
Give the boy a whiskey.
You could have mine. It tastes like shit.
And
Was gonna have to learn at some point.
the waitress was like,
I'll have water.
21?
But he has papers,
Terrible.
evidently.
And then,
Terica will be like, yes.
Just look at him.
and then so she leaves because he has papers. So,
He did her job.
and Wes is about to pull up the papers. He pulls out like this ID card, but she doesn't even look. And he just,
Val would look over at Wesley, and
You're
if
so excited.
within
It's
arm
such a
shot,
thing.
he would pat like his forearm. Someday, you'll get to use them. Someday.
puts it back.
That's gonna be that's gonna be
Surprised he doesn't have it
Ongoing
tattooed on his
thing of the
arm as
show.
papers.
You all have papers?
Papers
I do.
right here, right here.
And people are like,
We're gonna need it as like a critical role, and Wesley's gonna be like, papers.
I have them.
and so you have your beverages, and you are at this table.
So we need to figure out where we're heading next, correct?
And it would be helpful for gathering passengers.
And freight.
Oh,
If we're heading to
Uh,
Exoset, we are pretty limited in where we can jump. Torpo to Blue to Exoset, unless we're going somewhere else.
well, at that point, Terica would pull the note that they had taken out of the vault out of their pocket and put it on the table and say, there might be something in Asis, and it says 4. So, and just for the reference of everyone, the note said,
Remind me.
Now, this
the
note
note
was
said
gotten in the
4.
safe of the ship that you robbed.
Yep.
Yes.
Not ours. Yeah.
Not ours. Yeah, this is from there. And it
Mhm.
just reads 4 Asis red. And then it's from Ferric.
I do find this particularly interesting.
What?
Considering that the number is 4 and we have a certain amount of that is 4 tons, I wonder if this might be a useful place to dig around a little.
Well, plus, if it was locked up, that seems valuable in some capacity or another.
For what? Why do we be going to Asis to dig around for leads on someone else's job?
To deliver the job that we interrupted, I believe is what Tarek is implying.
Oh,
Yes, that is precisely what I was attempting to communicate.
Right.
I mean, it only seems nice, and they may be willing to pay us better.
I mean,
or well,
finishing a job would at least get the amount of money that was in store for the other ship. And if they really, really wanted, maybe they'd be willing to pay a little bit more.
Looking at the map, Trooper, the planets, these star maps with the planets with the rings. Does that mean it's a gas giant and we could scoop
Yes, that is correct.
there? Okay, cool.
Ooh,
Hey,
handy.
hey,
If there's a little
I
gas
like.
giant, right,
Oh,
like
that means
Phoebus
it's
has
a-
I
one,
see it.
that means that you can indeed go
But
and
that
scoop
does
and
help.
not pay for fuel. You could, but of course, I will just note
It's illegal.
it's not illegal
Dangerous.
at all. It's
Oh.
it's not illegal. You can
It's
certainly
just
scoop.
dangerous.
You know, rather than being in a starport with missiles that would protect you from people, you're just
Right.
out.
Not like we've ever
Also
seen anything like that
imagining, like-
happen before. I mean,
Right, exactly.
Not like we've been on the other end of it.
Right.
Although your ship is well armed, I will note that. It's just that if you are a regular trader without really great weapons,
but we are not that.
you know,
And we have an amazing pilot
I
who
imagine
took
these
us in a great
scoops
way
like
last
Kessel,
time.
where
So.
it's just a storm of gas all the time, and it's crazy and hard and difficult and pretty cool, but also dangerous.
it is, because
All
if
right.
you're not really good, you could, because you could get really to, you're
You
either
have
going
to
to be
fight
there
a
for a
bunch of
long
gravity.
time,
Yeah.
right? Which makes you a target for pirates, who, by the way, are like, why don't we just hang out by one of the gas giants and see if people show up? Now, maybe nobody does, but the way it works, that when you jump to a place, you have to have an anchor. Like you have to have some kind of large body to anchor you, and you end up
Right.
jumping out a certain distance. And so you can be like, okay, well, let's jump either that distance, 100 diameters, from the planet or the gas giant. You can basically pick
Right.
one of the places you think people are likely to show up, hit that space where you think they're going to jump it to, and then just wait. And if it's far enough away from that starport, then people are not going to be able to get to you fast enough to stop you from robbing them, right? You know what I mean? So there's always a bit of a risk jumping in and scooping. Maybe not for you all because you're pirates, privateers. But if you're
Thank you. My
like a
goodness.
trading ship, there's always a risk in that there might be pirates. But if you go in deeper to sort of scoop faster, you have to be a very good pilot to do that. And if your ship is not the best ship, it'll, you could die. You could crash your ship if you're not the best ship, or be hit.
That's also a 3 jump travel to Aces.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
How much, this is a question I think Terica would know, but Ari doesn't. How much fuel do we consume per jump? In other words, could we go straight there before we need to refuel again?
We're two, right?
Your fuel is your tank will take you. you basically have a 2-jump tank, right? So if you do a 2 parsec jump, you will use all your fuel. If you did 1, you'd still have half of your fuel left, basically.
Okay.
Which is also one of the reasons why, like 3 jump ships or 4 jump ships, you just have to be bigger because you need way more. You need way fuel, a much bigger sort of engine. So you're not going to really get smaller ships who can jump that far unless they're like
More
kind of-
fuel tanks. That's what
Yeah,
I'm hearing.
imagine like a little ship like ours with like this, like giant fuel tanks all over the back of it.
Done. I like
modified
it.
Yeah, it's a modded Harrier. It's like
Oh
some
my
bulbous
Put a
pod racer.
spoiler on the back too,
Yeah,
just
exactly.
early.
Okay, so I think do you want to go to Aces to drop this? I mean, wait. Okay, yes, that's a good idea. But also, I have an idea if we were to go the other way towards Exocet. Have you been there? You know that place?
Well, what's your idea for going the other way?
Exocet.
Why?
The fence.
The fence? We have access to a fence there.
Oh, yes. So the whole thing with Her Majesty
Yes.
helped me acquire the data that she was threatening to hold over our heads, and much more. I have a list.
Here's a
All
list.
of her contacts. And one of them happens to be an Exocet. So, if we want to take a less jump, it's still pretty dangerous. We'd have to go from Torpor to blue, and then to Exocet. But that's 3 fuels, or jumps and refuels. Or we can go the other way. And
Thebes to Aces.
Phoebus to Aces. Yes, exactly.
Hmm.
I assume we probably have our data pad on the table and are zooming in and out of our not iPad.
Absolutely.
Severance.
Yeah.
And
We're-
maybe
But it's
it's a little like holographic projection onto the
Yeah,
table,
we
you know?
We just make sure nobody's looking.
We're zooming, yeah.
Wesley, stand up. Wait, never mind. Get on the chair.
Yes, I'd love to.
Wesley, stand up. Sit down. What are you doing? Drawing too much attention.
Oh,
Wow, you're short. All right, just sit down. Are you sure you're 21? Yes. Okay, just sit down.
papers.
Pass the papers. Severance, was the Exocet fence the closest one?
It's the only one you know.
That is one I found in the when I was. It's a lot of deciphering. But one of the names I found is yes, that's a good spot. But let's maybe not call it what it is right now. In where we are, maybe like our friend, our friend in Exocet.
We have
Or we have another friend, or our friend's friend, or our cousin's friend over in Aces.
So it seems that either way could be beneficial to us.
Right.
And I mean, depending on whether or not we're wanting to offload all the things to someone who may or may not want them, somebody who may want them but not pay as much.
I love this so much. Now you have the hostage. Do you want to give it to the cops, or do you want to give it back to the pirates? It's like
Val would
that moral decision.
Val would, as he would finish off his martini, would say, well, we have 2 problems and we need to pick which one we are more comfortable with. The first problem in Exocet is that we are dealing with somebody that does not know us and might be expecting someone else, someone royal.
And how do we speak to the reality of the situation of the person they might be expecting?
I doubt that they would be expecting her since she was retired. But in the other direction of Aces is somebody that's expecting what we have, but
We
not
would know they
expecting
want
us
it.
to deliver it.
I feel like that's an easy enough
Mhm.
cover to make.
Unless
Mhm.
there's a very deep relationship with Varric. Is it Varric
Varric.
on the note?
Yes, that's the name on the note.
Well,
If that's indeed the name.
unless they'd gotten there first, I mean, you could always say they had engine trouble.
And we helped them.
we didn't not help them, to my understanding anyway.
We didn't
Trooper,
harm
that
them.
was a one jump craft, wasn't it? A 1 parsec craft, the one that we we robbed.
Rob, they were
I think
two.
so. But
They were
They were
two.
two.
But they were a thrust 1 ship, right? Which means they are just not fast. They could jump
Okay,
too,
they can still jump.
but they are not. They're not maneuverable. They're not outrunning you. You know what I mean? Like it's just like a bloop.
Right.
So
I
if
know
we head
exactly
to
what you mean by that. Thank you.
You know what I mean,
I
right?
get it. I get it.
if we head to ASIS, then we are expected by somebody that would like our goods, but not expecting to see us, which could be problematic if they are friendly with
Yeah.
the prior owners.
I
Exo
do.
set is a huge
Like-
question mark.
I think they're both pretty big question marks.
I think they are both pretty big question marks. Real quick aside, all of the stuff that we took from them, or the main cargo, was that all medication?
So you took.
No, we took.
A lot of it was legal though.
Yeah.
Spices,
Yeah.
medication, and then there was illegal pharmaceuticals.
Okay,
And
but a
then we
lot of the legal
also
stuff was
took-
medication too.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was 4 tons of
Okay.
legal meds and 4 tons of illegal meds, and then 1 ton of ship parts.
Mhm.
Well, presuming the legal meds needed to get somewhere that they would need to be, the Harlock shoots Val a look. That would all depend on if you feel comfortable with these meds not winding up where they're supposed to be.
I will note the legal meds and the legal spices were not freight. So you can pick up freight that somebody's like, could you just carry this freight for me from point A to point B? And then I'll give you a flat rate for it. And that's like, what do you call it? Easy, breezy, cover girl. I mean, it's like a
Couple thousand creds depending upon the size and tonnage. It's
Yeah.
Maybe they're born.
couple
rich.
thousand.
it's simple, but it doesn't get you a whole bunch of money and takes
Like-
up your cargo space.
It takes up your cargo space, but it's certain. What those things are is that they're doing spec. They're like went to a place, bought some meds cheap, and now hopefully when I get to another station, I can find a buyer who'll buy it for more, right? So like that's just spec. That's good. So like there's no customer waiting
Okay.
for those meds or the spices. They were like because if you can get like cheap raw goods here, maybe you can go and sell them at a place. But again,
Who needs some Advil?
yeah,
The legal meds and the spices we got real cheap.
yes.
So
you get
whenever
them
we
for free.
sell those, it's right. We got a lot of profit. off
Hey,
it.
lot of
we got
we
the 5
still
finger
paid in our
discount.
time.
Right,
and that's
labor,
priceless.
of course.
But I
And
will
a
note,
price of labor.
Experience.
I will note again that all that stuff they have is clearly imperial goods, and with the other thing they had, which was Wesley, he was like, "Oh yeah, I was heading towards Assis," but their flight manifest says that they were leaving that area, right? So their flight manifest says that they're heading towards the Imperium, but it's very clear that was a lie. I mean,
He is the most valuable good of all.
from what you have, right? Their flight manifest seems to be deceptive. They were
Well, I
coming
think we-
from that area, right?
Right. I think we can agree that we need to sell the majority of the goods here and then decide how we're going to get rid of the
Right.
other 4. Again, it all boils down to which way we want to go. This is a vast and beautiful galaxy.
I would wager that regardless of whichever way we go, we're going to keep up with our obtaining of goods. And should that be the case, would we want to approach our Harlock is going to look at Severin's friend of a friend, but not the other friend, the listed friend. Yes. Would we want to perhaps approach them with something a little juicier if we can get our hands on it?
Yes.
I mean, these, not to say that, spices and medication and persons, you're not going anywhere with nowhere. I don't mean that, but not to say that it's not valuable, but it's certainly not the most interesting of goods that we could possibly be shuffling along to someone who would have the know-how to do with them.
The Harlock makes an excellent point in that, in addition to needing something shiny to deliver to a new fence, we can't be completely sure that our prior friend didn't have any communication with them. If they had any hint as to what might possibly be coming their way soon, or there was a tip that they were working with a new crew that could be delivering exactly what we would deliver, absent her presence, it could be problematic. But if we come back later, we parted ways and we were given this person's name weeks from now with something shiny, it might be a little bit better and more believable than arriving right after tragedy.
The timing would be suspicious.
No, I agree. The only reason why I also bring up Exocet is because one, building some sort of relationship is probably a good start, but maybe you're right. I don't think building a relationship in the wake of something like this may be the best of ideas, but also Exocet location-wise is set right firmly in the middle of both the Imperium and also the Aslan Hyrate. So we are able to potentially use that point often if we needed to, and we would have, let's say we were able to, I think this is a good idea. We could make our way toward Aces, and then maybe swing up toward Thieves. We have contacts in Thieves. We have, there's a coordinate. There's coordinates in the ship, if I was looking correct, of those in Thieves. Not sure if they are tied to the ship's manifest of relations or old historic archives, but Thieves is available for us to go to. Could be old, but it's still something we can work on. We swing up towards that way and make our way back down. It's still too far. It would be a hell of a jump to get to Thieves. That is so much work.
It
And I'm
is.
probably
It's
zooming
quite
in.
remote, that Thief, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a 3 jump. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
You have to go all the way
Yeah.
around.
You
Let
have
me-
to
let
go
me-
around.
So if you are, and you can just think about what this means for Thieves, right? So if you're here in Marduk, to get to Thieves, you cannot get to Thieves from Rimward, from the south, because everything there is like a 3 jump. The only way to get in is to go from Voom to Thieves, and from Voom you're gonna have to hit one of these places, which means you're gonna have to skirt all the way around, right? The Empire.
A little bit of a journey, that one.
And like probably from here, Scaladon, maybe you have to come back up here to Artasea, come back here and then down. So you'd be coming from the Empire, right? If you're coming to get from Thieves, you're gonna have to come through the Empire, the edges of it, to come back down around. Just noting it.
Technically, the trade route also could go through Exocet to get to Thieves if you,
Mhm.
and that is
Mhm.
14 jumps.
Yes, it is.
Holy cow,
So-
that's so many months.
If we're wanting to
Mhm.
eventually make our way to Thieves, it seems like perhaps hitting Aces first, maybe getting some something to impress our new friend, then hitting Exocet on the way, and making our way up and around and seeing where that takes us.
I'm not sure if we even need to go to Thieves. I was just mentioning it if we wanted to.
The long term, I mean, there's no harm in it.
Right, yes, long term. I guess there's
It's pretty remote, which is quite
long-
useful.
yes, the long term is what we can do for our empire.
And we can just see what we see along the way. Maybe there'll be some useful opportunities for us.
You are saying, let me just mark this out here and make a mock jump. You want to do this, yes?
Yes.
And then you want to do what? This? We go back?
Yes.
Yes.
If we had a 3 jump ship, we could just get there right from Noricum.
Wesley, I think it's a fabulous idea. I think really,
Right.
if you start working on a way to give our ship the extra boost it would need for a 3 jump, I think that would be a wonderful jump for you.
That was this server. Ma'am?
Tarika's gonna like look over at Wesley and be like, We'll talk about that.
I believe in you, Wesley. I believe that you can do this one singular thing that I'm asking.
We are not going to damage the gambler just to get somewhere a little bit faster, just so that we're all on the same page. The gambler's health is our first priority.
We are to see the
What's your
stars
ship,
by
right?
the order that we were given. A long journey. That's what we're at the start of.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. And Wesley gets up and heads up to the bathroom.
Wesley, a coffee. Come back with a coffee.
Oh,
Does he have any money
be
to buy a
fine. He'll be
coffee
fine.
with?
We all be nice to him.
He'll be fine. He's,
If it
you
was
know,
one of you, I would
it's-
ask for a coffee. I don't know what you want from me.
No, and it's plus, you know, I mean, what would joining any crew be without a little roughness? You wouldn't think you're a part of it anyway.
Hey, new guy.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
didn't even answer.
His name is
Yeah, see,
his name is
That's what I mean.
Wesley.
He knows his name's Wesley.
well.
Yeah, but he also knows
I'm-
he's the newest among us. So
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
This
no,
is
I was.
abhorrent.
Yeah, he saw me. He saw me.
Like,
Never mind.
yeah,
Never
no.
mind.
some random person who's not Wesley like turns around like as the new guy. Huh?
Not you. Not you. Not you. Sorry. You work here? Coffee. No, you don't. Great. Sorry. All right. So we're thinking we want to go back, swing through this way again. That's risky.
And I'll
I
also
don't. I
just
feel
remind
like
you
out of character. I feel like that's riskier than going to Exocet after the Queens did.
that the closer to red those hexes are marked, the less likely they are to like you. Usually
Right,
it
that's-
means that
that's
they have a
wonderful, too.
higher they have a higher law rating, basically.
Well,
Unless
Thebes
you
is
have a
green.
Hey.
That's a good sign.
Thebes
Yeah,
is
so-
blue, which means they like you quite a lot, actually.
Oh,
But also, like, I'm not understanding why us
Oh, those
traveling
hexes.
back through the same space is a problem, because first off, we're not in the stone
we haven't done
jackal.
anything here.
Yeah,
yet.
and we've been very legal so far.
Well, also,
True,
need I
you're right,
point
you're
out
right.
that the
You're right.
that Marduk, they did ask us, like, hey, you know, if anything goes south, can you just come in, wave your guns around a little bit? So they want
Oh,
us to be
yes,
here.
right.
really.
You're right. So we could come back, peacock through Marduk.
Yeah, maybe shoot some people if they're attacking, and then maybe they'll pay us. Who knows?
We don't need to
I
shoot
don't think we
anyone.
do.
We don't have to
Anyone,
shoot
yeah.
them. Just shoot at them. Just you shoo them away a little bit.
I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page about not shooting people.
I'm not about shooting people either.
And getting paid. Not shooting
Kneecapping
people and
is
getting
fine.
paid.
Right.
Yes.
Stabbing's fine. Yes.
No, I agree with that. Yes.
Enough out of you.
Okay, excellent.
That's enough.
I'm also fine with peacocking while we're being very specific about what is fine and what isn't.
Wonderful. And this is what our characters' relationships are. We all pick and choose what we like that each of us do. I like peacocking, but no, the shooting is not so great.
But stabbing
Easy
on the
Okay,
table.
all right, easy. I get that, Val. Thank you. It's just we're like it's really great. Okay, so we want to go to Aces, drop off what we can, see if we can make any money from the shipping that we
And perhaps
legitimately have.
Gain some more things that
Gain
are
some more things, see
really
what the
just
weather's like there,
Yes,
right?
exactly. I like the weather.
so if we're
And
going to pick
then-
up passengers or freight, we just need to let them know that we
Let 'em
wanted to
know.
go from Thebes to Aces, and those are the passengers and freight that we would look for.
Bad news is I've told them that we are not going in that direction.
You can change your mind.
Oh,
All right,
That's
very well.
fine. They're, you know, how much attention they're really paying, look at how busy they are with everything else.
Because you are
all right.
basically free traders. You can do what you want.
Yeah, we're free
And-
traders. We're not restricted or locked into our plan traders.
That's right.
yeah.
As soon as we got
Yeah.
our information when we hit the spaceport, we had
Uh-huh.
another business opportunity that
A
will
better one.
double us
Yeah.
back.
Okay, good. As
Mm.
long as it's like commonplace for people to change their mind during their stay.
Only when you're a
That's
free
a good
trader. Like
point.
if you're just like tramping around with speculative
Okay.
trade, you
'Cause
can.
I
do
was
what
really
you want.
worried about giving them our itinerary last week. Oh, great. Then we're fine. I'm not worried at all.
You were
anymore.
you did a good job with that though. As you were like figuring it out, I was like, I am so glad I don't have admin. Like so happy right now.
Right, because I'm gonna I have to do all of this logistic paperwork to then try to lie to everybody. I mean, I'm still gonna do it, but it's just.
And there's
scares
no
me.
better person for the job.
Thank you. Very kind. And I hope you mean that for my character and not for me. And
Both.
so we're going to
Both.
think. Perfect. Thank you. I think. And we're going. So we're going to try to go to Thebes, then drop our probably.
The
do
ace
it-
and aces, yeah.
Yep. And then Ace. Then
Mhm.
Yep, and then ace, then aces. So just once again,
Because at Ace, we're
these
gonna pick
things.
up fuel, so we'll have to fuel at Phoebus, but then
We're gonna have to fuel
we'll
Phoebus.
scoop at Ace.
Yeah.
Right?
Ooh, if we have enough money, we may have to fuel. We may have to scoop both.
Oh, are they both?
But we can.
scoopable?
We're gonna have plenty of
Oh,
money.
right.
We're gonna sell our stuff here.
Oh, right. We're selling stuff here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We'll have
Okay.
so
yeah,
much
we can
money,
Pick,
we
we
can
can
just
scoop here, and then we
fill
can
the
pick
tank
up.
We
with
the
won't
money.
have so much money, but
Fill the tank with money.
We
Light it on
have
fire.
so much money compared to right now.
Yes, we have none
So
right
much
now.
profit.
As far as I know, all of you are broke. So
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm
we
not
have a
totally broke. I don't think.
I am the definition of broke.
So excited.
I'm not that broke. Okay.
I'm probably the brokest one out of all.
I have some.
Well, let's do a roll call because
names are worth 1,000 words, right? Because I've got a ton
Oh.
of names.
Well-
that's what they say, right?
well let's
Are we-
cash is worth cash. So how much cash
No,
does
balls.
everybody have? Right.
Let's see.
I'm looking back at my.
I have 12,000.
I
I
have
think my
6,550.
You all didn't buy anything, did you?
I bought stuff.
That's a great question.
I
you're
have
right,
a
did.
cutlass. I have
did
a
buy
pistol.
stuff.
I
No,
have
no,
a
no.
security
be
for
the
my
poorest then.
pistol.
No, I did not buy anything, but I meant to, and maybe I will this while we're here.
I have
tech
you're
level
I
1,000
started with
credits.
12,000, but I'm missing a whole bunch of drugs that I didn't write down somewhere. Crap.
What is the tech level of Phoebus? Because it seems like it should be higher than where we are.
It's a B, right?
It's a
Beta
B
port.
level starport, but the B level starport doesn't tell you everything. That's just because again, Marduk has a B level starport, but the people of Marduk are not in a good way. If you know what I mean?
Starport, not the people.
Yes. Thebes has.
What is?
Oops, pardon me.
Oh, sorry.
It's
Imperial Naval
tech
Base.
level 7. I just checked on the map.
Mhm.
That sucks too.
Again, I must emphasize this entire area has been really heavily destroyed a couple hundred years ago. It's never really fully recovered. It's not a great place.
Can we get a visual representation of this map, of this area, so we like know the reaches of the decimation? Like
Most of the places that are
cloud or
basically
something?
unaligned. That entire where am I here?
probably this entire mid between
Yes.
the
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And does that go, oh, this is all the dust belt. So that makes sense. Okay,
Yep.
great. Never mind. So this entire
Uh,
area.
Yep.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm
what
very
do the? Oh, sorry. What do the green stars mean?
Oh, those green stars I put out there. I put them there because that was the old Sindalian main, the old trade route for the Sindalian Empire.
Oh.
So there's a current trade route that goes through it. What was that? Is it where is it? It's the not
Florian?
Select.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Florian trade route. I thought
Yes,
that's what it was.
the Florian trade route. The Florian trade route sort of covers mostly the old Sindalian main, but that was the old trade route. So you can remember that that's also, if you think about it, the remnants of the old empire, right? And so you can kind of note where that was. It overlaps a little bit, right? But if you wanted to know where the old heart of the old Sindalian Empire was, that's where it was. Also, myth, what is it again to make the line? It's
It's ruler. Ruler, drag, and then right click for little points.
What is tech level A?
Oh, nice. A
Okay.
is 10.
That's
A is
Aces,
10?
everybody. Yeah. That'd be the highest one we would have encountered so far, other than Drinax.
Oh, so
Um,
Aces might be a great place for shopping, is what I'm hearing.
When you say
Could be
shopping,
better,
you mean
anyway.
shopping, legitimately shopping, right?
Hey, they might have some
I
real
did
good
s-
Or
illegitimate
11.
shopping too.
Yeah, I meant legitimate shopping, but
All right,
then
good.
then
No,
the
I
question
was
came
like,
up, and then
I'm with
I
you.
had other thoughts.
I'm with you for legitimate shopping. Because but
Erica is
I'm
only
also-
in for
right.
legitimate shopping.
yeah. I'm also like, I'm constantly struggling between paranoia of Severus and screwing up this entire privateering campaign by greed. So
So-
it's 100% exciting, but
Just
also
so you know, They use a quasi hexadecimal system. It's not really, but basically, since each number has to be one, you can't use 10. So once you get to 9, 10 would be an A, 11 is a B, 12 is a C, D is 13, E is.
Wow.
So
Like cards.
yeah,
in
basically,
poker.
it's like cards and poker. Absolutely.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Cool.
The cards
Fantastic.
were also in a hexadecimal system.
Quasi.
Quasi.
How's your brain? I think mine's not quite broken, but we're well on our way.
Now,
okay.
blue is a B, and that's on the way to Exoset, which would be our.
Ooh.
Feel bad for people just
So an
tuning in.
even
Oh, I lost
better.
my
And by
Traveler is.
then,
But then we may have even
maybe
more
I'll
money.
have more money.
Yep.
Yeah.
To Asus.
Because there are
Okay.
things I
Soda
want,
Aces.
but
I
Excellent.
believe it's pronounced Akis, everyone. As we, I guess
Cease.
we'll head there. I'm also, or we'll start to plan to plot to go there. But in that as well, I want to, when my coffee arrives, I want to shrink down it probably wasn't like this giant hexastar map where we're like, oh, this one. That would
It's
probably
like
make,
little
it would
local.
probably enough for us to huddle around and be like, okay. We probably don't want a lot of people to see what
I
we're
can
like.
imagine it's
we're
pretty
going
much
here.
onto the
Pay
table.
attention. Pay attention.
No,
Yeah.
it's huge. It's the size of the table. But when we get there, Val would hand out glasses to everybody, so no one else could see it except us.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love that.
I'm picturing
Yeah.
That's what you get when you
Old-
shop before we come.
Old time 3D glasses. You got the blue and the red.
Cool. And
I
yeah,
love
so
Greg
as we
being
do
here
that,
with like
I love
shop
that.
folk.
I do need to do that. And then I'm going to take off my glasses, and then I'm going to look at I'm going to look at the brochure, our welcome packet. Call back. And I'd like to know for the history of when this station was formed. You know, where they're like, we're proudly blah, blah, blah. GBD is global, whatever, is proudly established this trade station, St. Luxaville station with blah, blah, blah. How long ago was that? What, era, generation? I'm assuming it was under the Imperium's rule. I want to learn a little bit of that stuff. And is that a role?
No, because you have the thing, right? You have it, right?
Right, and I told you that I have it.
Yeah. Now,
I did.
other information might be a role, but this,
It's right there. Yeah.
The General Development Company proudly built this station and many others around the year 700. And you know, in the year 700, in the wake of the fall of the Sindalan Empire, the Reach was in chaos, and the people of the Reach suffered. And we, the General Development Corporation, out of the kindness of our heart, decided that the one thing that we could do to make the universe a better place is to raise the technology level of the Reach. So we left the Empire and spread out into the stars amongst the rubble of this terrible incident, and we alone have built up these planets from barbarians with nothing.
And I'm gonna
to...
close it. So and then the
Can we roll for bullshit on that?
how
You
long
don't
ago
have
was
to.
700?
We're at 1105 at the moment.
Okay.
So it's been like 400 years.
And by perusing the commercial people here, the patrons in this area, and I know that it probably says, I don't know, the Amtrak propaganda of the Imperium all over the place, where it's got that looping of that bulb television of security things. This is what not to do when you're walking down the. I want to judge that propaganda monitor and the people that are here. Do they seem like they're all buying it, or is it just like the posters on the walls, the writing on the walls, the poster on the walls are all Imperium, but the people here are like, we don't care. Even the people who work here, does it seem like the people here are all about the Imperium, or are they just here for a job? It's probably that. It's probably they're here for a job, but I'm trying to figure out if my real question is, the real meta thought seed here and why I'm bringing all this up is, would my Duke impersonation or Baron impersonation do anything here?
Mm-hmm.
Could that be of use in this
Mm-hmm.
location at all for any sort of reason?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a good question. And let's
I
think
don't even know
about
if
the
I would.
answer to that question in a couple of
Yeah.
different ways.
Right.
There are a couple of different ways to sort of think about this. What I want to do is I would like some rolls. What I would like right now
Oh yeah.
is everyone to make a roll, a kind of let's call it an information gathering roll. But I would like you to make this skill, choose the skill that you would use to
Vaxu.
assess things, if you know what I mean. Like, what is your approach to sort of finding out things? And of course, there are a lot of different skills you could use. It doesn't just necessarily have to be investigate or recon. It could also be streetwise. It could be tactics, but that would give you a different sort of set of bit of information. You can kind of pick your thing. Broker, a lot of different ways you could go. I will note that your welcome packet has got a lot of information about Highport and Downport and Startown, and there are some maps of Highport and Downport and a small little part of the planet called Near Coast, and everything else is just sort of like
grayed out.
I wouldn't say grayed out, but you know when you get like those old D&D maps you would get, they were sort of like hand drawn, where you would have like the outline of a continent, and one corner would have all the little mountain.
To hear there be monsters part,
and everything else is just basically the GM didn't finish it. Basically, you're like, so basically you've
Right.
got this like really nicely detailed maps of like 2 parts of the planet, and all the rest are just kind of outlines of continents, right? So there's
Got it.
a couple of big continents, a couple of archipelagos, a lot of archipelagos.
This is all you got to care about. It's this strip here. Everything else exists, but
Yes.
this is what's
Yes.
Trooper, is this to gain information like over the 5 days or 6 days that we're here? Is that what you're asking for? Because Val's going to roll medicine to.
No, this is for just this moment. Like in this sort of like, let's say in this day,
assessing this.
As you're assessing, you've walked through the high port, you've been here. So this is like for the last hour or two, what you would have gotten sort of in a more casual way, right? Sort of in this sort of
Vibe check.
Yeah, vibe check.
Yeah.
We're checking the scene.
Okay, Val doesn't care, so I'll help anybody who needs to roll because he's really not concerned with this place.
Right.
So,
But also,
rolled
this might get you
recon
rumors about other
social.
places, right? Because you might be able to get people coming in
Right.
and out. It's what
I
kind
got
of
an 11, and I recon social was what I did.
okay?
I'm
All
gonna
right,
do
thank
recon too.
you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Recon.
I'll
social
do
is
a carouse if that's okay.
good. Yes,
'cause-
indeed. Social.
In canoodle.
Ooh. That 6 will not do it. You need
I
an
got
8.
He doesn't
for
care.
for recon. I did recon social.
Mhm.
Got a 12.
Good. What about our Terica?
Um,
And this is also, remember, you've taken a walk around the port in general, right? So you've got a bunch of different ways in which you can gather information.
Oh, okay. So this is outside the bar.
what about
Yeah, it's like your
What
whole
about
trip from the
streetwise?
ship to the bar, like that whole move through the high port, like, because you did all that sort of.
Oh, okay. So do I need an 8 for that, Trooper? I'm
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt. Okay, I'll spend the 2 luck to get that up to an 8 then.
Mm-hmm.
what about streetwise
Mm-hmm.
with their experience just being around ports?
Yeah,
could
absolutely.
I leverage that?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. We're gonna do that.
You need an 8.
I'll use 2 luck to bump
Okay.
it up there too. Yeah,
All
let's
right.
do it.
All of you are successful, but in different ways, right? So we've got 2 recons, a carouse, and a streetwise, which means this is going to sort of cover that entire sort of journey you had from getting off the ship through the main arm to the commercial arm into this place, all of that. And you each are going to sort of have, and this is mostly like a vibe check. Like, what can you hear and see in this initial moment that might help you to sort of go where you want to go afterwards? And these are things you may note. We'll start with the streetwise. Streetwise, what you will notice when you sort of see, because you've been in ports and you see if people are sketchy or not sketchy. From streetwise, and maybe you like listen to some people's conversations, see what they're saying. What you will notice in terms of streetwise, Terica, is that There is a no one can have weapons, right? You have to keep, you can basically can only have like a sidearm, right? Like a one-handed weapon that is not massive, right? So they've kept you without a lot of weaponry. Same thing Downport. Those things are true. It seems to you as if there's not a lot of crime. It doesn't seem like, this does not seem like a shady place wherein like you're gonna be able to get a lot of illegal goods. It's also pretty small, which means there's not a lot of place, there's not a lot of space to do illegal trading, right? Because it's just so small. There's like one really small auction house that's got stuff, but it's not, if in a bigger place, you can find more things, right? Maybe sketchy things might happen Downport because from what you can tell, the Downport is bigger, but while the security seems sort of lax, that's a little bit deceptive, right? In the sense that they're, when you're here, it looks very lax in terms of security, but the control points that transition you from one place to the next actually are somewhat intense, right? In the sense that they make sure you don't have weapons coming in, and actually trying to sneak things into the high port would be difficult. But once you're here, cool, chilled, like nobody's bothering you. But then you notice all the security to get into the shuttle down to Downport is also pretty intense. And also nobody else gets to go Downport except through their shuttles. Like you notice that you don't see, when you were coming in, you didn't see any ships going personally Downport. The only sort of way to get Downport is through this sort of shuttle that is owned by them or be on their ships, right? So it looks to you like it's a very chill place, but looking at it, you don't think that a lot of illegal activity is easily done because of the ways in which they control movement and the sort of the transitions from one space to the next. So it has a very relaxed feeling. So nobody feels like this is very militarized. Nobody feels particularly stressed out. But you notice that it would be quite difficult to try to smuggle things in and out in this space. And you also notice that the vast majority of the people here are business people. They're traders and merchants, mostly independent. You don't have a lot of imperial people coming in, it doesn't seem to you. But it doesn't also have that feeling of, there's not enough anonymity to do a lot of illegal things, is I think the best way to put it. But it also does not seem to you as if they're paying a lot of attention, right? So in the sense that they're not vigilant to stamp out crime. Like that's not the feeling that you get. It's not like they're like, we're going to stamp out crime. And we want like, cause we want to have this like law and order. It just seems like they have a general sense of wanting to control this space, probably because of the raids, right? They probably are really sort of careful to keep this place safe because they've got other pressures. And the side effect is that this is not, because it's a little podunky, right? That it's not necessarily the best place for criminality. If this were a bustling metropolis, if there was just a bit more action going on, you probably would have a bit more space for that. But I wouldn't frame this as a place that is zealously anti-crime. It's just that's a side note of the way this place is set up. But what I would say to you is that this place is quite controlled in terms of getting from up here to down there. And that feels to be about security as opposed to like criminality, if that makes any sense.
Really targeting reducing the raids. And earlier you mentioned that there aren't a whole lot of local people here.
Zero local people.
So zero, so at all.
There are none. Zero.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I will also note that there's apparently a port Downport, like a maritime port with boats, because there's really great seafood Downport because they have a whole bunch of like fishing folks. You can get like fresh fish. It's very nice. For our carouse, which involves like being cheery and chummy with people. Doc, the people you notice when you talk to them, when you go up to the bar, perhaps listening to them, sort of like, it's kind of like getting to know their talk. one of the things that you notice is there is a kind of unease about some things. Not this place feels safe, right? When people talk, you get the vibe where they're like, oh yeah, well, I mean, make sure you stay close to Highport and Downport, right? There's like a kind of a sense of, somebody mentions it like, oh yeah, there was a pirate attack over here, like out there a couple of weeks ago. And of course, the security boats didn't come out to do anything, right? Like it's very clear that that there's really good security here, but it is not leaving here. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if there was like a pirate attack out by that gas giant, GDCO's not leaving this place, right? So you kind of get a sense that the traders here feel like they have to stay close in order to stay safe. And
Val would be directing the conversation towards the local population, though. Not to be dismissive of what they have to say, but he really wouldn't give a shit. I mean, it would just be if they were drinking, he would be asking more and more about, well, what's Downport or what's just off of Downport or what's.
So you know how you said that Val wouldn't give a shit about that, and you would
no about the pirate attack. He wouldn't.
Yeah, but he would direct it towards the people, the locals. They would look at you with that "we don't give a shit about the locals" look, and they're like, I don't even think there are any our locals left. I think they're all dead, or I mean, they're just sort of barbarians. I don't even think they are there locals. Like this real sort of sense of
confusion,
absolute dismissal, and not even thinking about it, right? Like just kind of like why
would you even ask that?
Why would you even ask?
Yeah,
like it's
right.
If you move it to the locals, you get this attitude that they don't even realize they're giving you, that they don't even realize why you would even like, what is that? What? It's a kind of, and if you sort of pressed about Downport, like, oh, and they would sort of start talking about this really great restaurant. It's called,
Yeah, he'd steer it away from that.
Lord Frog. And like, if you keep pushing, and they're clearly not trying to hide things.
Right. He's not trying to be mean. He's just redirecting.
But when they talk about Downport, all of their references Downport are GDCO things, right? Like it's all this tourist restaurant. And somebody's like, oh, wait. Says this one person, I think there is a restaurant Downport that it's got like a whole decor, sort of like an old Marduk decor. There might be I think they have like a waiter who dresses up like a native. I don't know if he actually is a native. He might be. I don't know. But if you want to know what Marduk culture is like, there's this great restaurant in the Downport, the Starport town.
It was so great to talk to you.
And the thing that you're going to get is that there is almost no contact with locals whatsoever. And from what you might hear, some things like, oh, they're very superstitious, the natives, if they're even around.
Okay. And this is what he was getting from like the commercial people. He would definitely shift and go to like a security personnel person, like somebody from GDCO, and just say, hey, even if framing it like the native population, is it, where are they localized if I wanted to take a helicopter ride or whatever they would have down there to show, the local scenery. Is that safe? Is it safe to, because where are they? Where are the other, as he would almost vomit in his mouth saying it.
And there's like a lot of like initial confusion, which is like weird, right? And one of the security fellows is like, they are sort of like, they look sort of like probably they'd come at some point in time from the Imperium. And they're like, oh well, I'm sorry, but you probably won't ever find them. They are primitive, superstitious, violent. I mean, they just don't trust outsiders. If you even try to fly over with a shuttle, they just hide from you. I mean, they're very, very primitive. It's like whenever they see any kind of shuttle, all they do is hide. So being able to see them at all is very difficult. They're just like fairy tales, really. I've barely seen them. But what I've been told is that if anybody tries to approach them, they will probably just attack you on sight.
Where did you barely see them?
Oh, well, so there's the continent, Oh, they don't live there. I mean,
I've seen the
does.
outline.
Yes, nobody lives there. It's just abandoned. It's just destroyed. Nobody ever came back from that. But so that's not the only ones who live, who survive. They live on some islands, but they have this. They don't talk to it. They don't. It's kind of funny. They're so primitive that they can't even speak to each other. I mean, they can speak to each other if they live on the same island, but none of the islands even talk to each other. They're very isolated and very. Maybe you'd even give. I don't. Maybe if you talk to them, you'd give them some sort of illness or something. I mean, they're so remote. They don't even talk amongst the different tribes or groups, and really, most of the time, somebody I think tried to go see them, but it just sounded. But you know what you can see. There's a place called Neartown. It's on the edge, and Neartown is where we have. I will tell you. This is where there's a small village there. It's actually not that small, where there's a wonderful fishing village there. There's some mining that happens there in Neartown. There's a whole little, it's actually, it's not on our island. Did you know we built the island where Downport is? It's an artificial island that was built from the seabed by GD.
Fascinating.
Yes,
Right.
and
Cool.
if you wanted to leave Downport, which I don't know why you would, you could go to Neartown, which is really a great food basket. There's quite a lot of agriculture and mining. It's where a number of raw materials comes from. Hello and welcome back to the second half of episode 6. Our heroes, our protagonists, our antagonists, are assessing, and thank you for that moment. Now I'm gonna have to go and stitch these two halves together. It's always life, but it's always life. We had 2 recons, which is about what you can see, what you notice, from our Zodani. From our 2 sketchiest people, really, which I think is excellent. And I will just say this in terms of thank you all for being here, by the way. Oh, thank you indeed. Yes, Terica, Val. Yes. Hello, you 2.
The universe just wants you all to play each other's characters. That's
It's
like
true.
so bad.
Thank you for being here with that, with that tech situation. But it was break time anyway, so that was good. Thank you. So what I will say is, when you're looking at, when you're sort of seeing what you can see in this place, there are going to be a couple of things to note, both of you, and both of you have different kinds of things to look at. One of the things that you would notice, the Harlock, is that they have pretty decent security. They wouldn't be able to stand up against like a naval assault, but they could certainly handle pirates. Absolutely, they could. But if there are raids that happen quite a lot, which is what you've heard, raids could not really happen if this station did something about it, unless they were like massive raiding like forces. But what this sounds to you like is there are raids and this place doesn't care.
There are raids in the places where the station just won't do much about it.
Yeah.
To piggyback on that, and I don't know if this would be, yeah, I'll just throw it out there. So the person who asked us, well, who transmitted the message asking us about showing up and, I don't know, doing something about the raids, would not be someone necessarily who would have the capacity to have the station do something about the raids.
No, they would. It seems
They
like
would,
most
okay.
likely, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they would, right? So if the station wanted to, they could probably go and do a bunch of stuff. But they do
But they'd
have...
rather ask us to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
But also, like, they have defense ships that are bigger than yours, right?
But they could get scratched.
They could get scratched.
Oh, that would be a real travesty.
The implication being that maybe if there were things happening outside of their zone, then maybe you could do something, because it looks like they're not going to, right? But you also don't know if what they want is a show, like whether or not they really want you, because look, realistically, you're going to leave, right? So you're not staying. So it's not like seems very unlikely they're going to ask you to be a permanent security force. So it seems as if theoretically, if on your way out, you're guessing, right? If on your way out or in, you see some bad things, then you could maybe do something about it and then we could take credit. But it does not seem as if they have any interest in being vulnerable themselves, or really, yeah.
No, that seems all very clear.
Also, I would say the weaponry that they have, how do I put this? They have a lot of missiles, like a lot of missile racks on this station to protect from attacks. It's exactly right there. That's exactly it. Missiles are expensive. Are they really going to spend a lot of missiles to protect things that are not going to impact their bottom line? If people get stolen from the planet side and those people are not them, right?
How could anyone stop this activity that we are not necessarily trying to stop?
Yeah. So if anything, what you're thinking is this is probably some kind of way to do a kind of a PR thing that will allow them to have someone who might take care of the stuff outside of their zone in passing. They might also ask other ships. If you're thinking, you're probably going to guess they might ask a couple of ships to be like deputies, maybe, so they can say they have something going on without actually ever having to really
do anything
about it. Yeah.
Got it.
Which makes you also suspect that, because you rolled well, right?
That the station is being run by weenies.
More like, well, GDCO is also the starport on Ogma,
Mm-hmm.
where all the raiders are coming from. and they don't do anything to stop them from leaving Ogma, which they certainly could do because they have if they have a starport there, which is actually better than this one, they have pretty good security. So I suppose they could shoot down those raiders, but they don't because they clearly make money trading with Ogma. So tactically, right, looking at it, probably there's a deal. Right? You do not attack us, we will ignore you, right? As long as you do not interfere with our trade, then whatever. Yeah.
Yep. That seems about right.
Yeah. And that'd be a thing you would be thinking about. And for the Baron, in terms of affiliation and allegiance, how do I describe this?
The tension is killing me.
GDCO has a lot of propaganda. Yeah?
Yes.
But it's not necessarily untrue. I mean, also they clearly
Are really selling it.
They clearly are not stopping some things from happening unless it bothers them. So you can have some questions about how altruistic they are. But their presence has raised the quality of living for a number of planets, right? They have come in and they have built these starports, which allow trade to come in and out of places. Clearly, Marduk is tricky because it has been so devastated that the locals are not necessarily benefiting from this at all. But in a number of places, they will build that starport for you. Now, they will be taking a large percentage out of everything that comes in and out of that place. But they are clearly part of a process that is helping to rebuild the Reach, at least to a certain level. So when it comes to loyalty, it's not like it's about loyalty to the people who are coming around. It's not necessarily about loyalty to the Imperium. It is about, however, having planets that are strong enough to be a speed bump if the Hierate decided to invade the Reach.
Okay.
So there is material progress that has been made in this area through their works. Much of it is self-serving. That is true. Not just for them, but also for the Imperium. But it doesn't feel to you as if GDCO is really... I mean, they're an Imperial company, but they're here to make money. And raising the general wealth level of planets, especially if they get to own all the starports, is good for them. The more trade we can get running through planets is helpful. So they're most likely going to be people who are quite happy that GDCO is here, but GDCO is not the Empire.
Yeah.
And the Empire is not GDCO. You know what I mean? Like there's a little bit of a disconnect. Yep. There are probably places that are less happy for GDCO's presence, but generally speaking, they frame themselves as a company of the Reach, right? A company, and they, as far as you know, they are actually based in the Reach as well, right? Their headquarters are not necessarily in the Imperium, right? But they've got like a big headquarters here, so like they're framing themselves as like, what's the word? Like, you know, you're gonna do your, what do you call it? Like you're going to do a missionary trip. You know what I mean? You're going to go and help the disadvantaged place. And then people can be like, look, but we built like a bridge for you, right? And so people are not like, woo, 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 Empire, or like not, it's like it is just a thing. It's fashionable. It's kind of interesting. Some people are probably happy that at least there has been some kind of help. However, they're like extreme neutrality. And by neutrality, I mean loyalty to money means that they really don't care that Ogma's like enslaving people, right? You know what I mean? Like they just don't care as long as business keeps going through. So when it comes to sort of passing yourself as a baron, the other thing you would say about this is that will get you something, but you're not in the Empire, right? So like being a Baron in a
Yeah.
place that is basically lawless and unaligned
Isn't gonna get me far. It wouldn't
will
me
get
far.
you something. It'll like, oh, okay, like you're
Right.
fancy, right? Like that's like there's like a also you're not Aslan, right? People
Yeah.
associate the Aslan with like invaders, although there are Aslan here, right?
Yeah.
And so it will probably be helpful, right? In terms of people make people think positively of you in some sort of a way. But this is a place that is very independent, although very, very influenced and increasingly influenced by the Imperium. They have not invaded physically, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's plenty of information for me not to worry about being doing the old Baron impersonation.
I mean, you could, right?
I
But
could, but
it's
I'm
one of those
not
things
gonna
where
just go trounce around and do that.
in some ways it's like positive
Yeah.
and negative, right? In the sense that you can probably get some Baron, you won't get like full on Baron respect, but you also won't get full on Baron responsibility because you're
Yeah.
in a kind of a
In that
yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we sort of have taken the general social cues from our presence and how we've been here and what we do, I think as I grab the coffee and finish it as Wesley sort of shows up. So what do you
Hey,
all
there's a
plan
space
on?
kraken.
What?
I heard people talking.
Really?
Space
What-
Kraken?
What did they say?
They said there was a space kraken
Nearby?
and that it struck again.
How big is it? How big is the crack? Is it where we leaking?
Well,
Kraken, you know, like the thing with all the arms.
Yeah. That in deep
Or
space.
a pirate ship.
No, they actually meant a deep space creature. With
Oh, I thought you meant there was like a crack in the hull, and it was like okay.
no,
Oh,
they said. I don't think they were just messing with me either, but they said that there was a kraken, a space kraken, a giant space monster with lots of arms that can like eat a 500 displacement ton ship, and that it struck again
Again, where? Where did they say where?
Where?
in
You know what else?
space.
You know what else?
There's a lot of Wesley. Space is a big place.
Who are you talking to, Wesley? Point them out to me.
And like there's like a table of looks like merchants on leave, right? Sort of like a crew, like a on leave, and
Without
they're
having
drinking.
to roll without
Are
having to
they-
roll a carouse and a social
Are they
recon one more
laughing?
time.
Um,
Yeah, are they laughing?
Yes,
You're right, but they may or may not be because of this joke.
they're jovial, right?
Okay.
They're jovial. They seem to be in a good mood and in high spirits. You don't get the vibe that they were like making fun of Wesley. It seems like they maybe have heard a rumor, right? Like they're kind of like
They've heard from someone who believes it. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Wesley.
Yeah.
We have to know your surroundings here and the rumors that come. We are on a pretty hefty space station, and I'll get back to that in a moment. In Marduk. Marduk isn't known for its technology, and it's this station. One could see it as becoming. If I was on the planet of Marduk and I was looking up and I saw something in the sky that had multiple arms and could eat large ships, I would also propagate the story of a space kraken. But you do know and you do realize that when we docked into this space station, it has many arms and can also dock very large ships.
Oh,
So what
Oh.
you're hearing is probably reflected off of the people from the surface of this planet
oh,
echoing up here. You have to
oh,
think about the information and where it's coming from.
oh.
There is no space. We're talking about this place.
Harlock to probably to Val would just lean over. I bet there is a space kraken.
You don't have to lean over. You can just tell me if you
That's-
wanted to share it.
That's true. Brain link. I bet there is a space kraken.
And Wesley goes, but
100 credit scissor is not a space kraken.
But
The Harlock will slide, like, very slowly, just slide some credits onto the table.
but
He would match it.
they also said that there was a kraken here on
What are
the
you doing?
planet.
What are you doing?
Not a space
Planet
kraken, but a
kraken
sea
counts.
kraken. There was both.
Oh,
They said
Well,
they said
Where'd
that-
they say it was?
Oh, they said that you just have to watch out for the sea kraken because it like eats ships, like sailing ships, like the fishing boats will go out and then some of them will never come back because they'll be eaten by the sea kraken. So there's like a sea kraken and a space kraken. That's what they said.
Okay. Well,
It was
we don't have
ancient.
to worry about that.
Val's
going
gonna walk
towards-
over to the group.
Mm-hmm.
To the merchants.
There's like a merchant crew. There's about like 4 of them, right? And they're playing cards, and because it's a sci-fi game, their cards have the corners cut off, so they're kind of like octagonal.
Octagonal.
because
Right.
Mhm, they
That's-
have to be.
That's how sci-fi works,
Sitting around an
Yeah.
octagonal table.
Uh-huh.
right? And they're playing cards, and they're sort of like laughing with each other, and sort of like in good spirits.
Right. It's poker, but it's called plums. Like,
Yes,
you know, right,
absolutely.
right.
And there's also like crystal things, like crystal, you know, like,
Right, right.
It's
It's
always
also combined
crystal.
with 4D chess. And
yes, absolutely. Why we don't know. That's how sci-fi works, right? Like, it's like
Yo, if Val is going over there to find out more about this Kraken, Harl quickly gets up and walks over as well.
Tarika is absolutely not going to stay at the same table as Severance, so they're getting up as well.
Yeah, Val would simply go over and say, "Hey, next round's on me if you can tell me where on the planet the Kraken struck last."
Oh. Hey, buddy. What ship are you on?
Are you talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like a round of drinks for me to?
But what ship are you on? We're on the White Rabbit.
Are you?
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Where on the surface did you see the Kraken?
Oh, we
Or
didn't
was there
see it.
reports? Was there reports of the Kraken? Boats lost.
Yeah.
I'm writing a poem.
Oh. Look. We've got a job that I think we're gonna get, not you. So you might want to relax.
What job are we talking about? I simply wanted to know the
Look,
location of.
I know what you're doing here. You're trying to get the job.
That makes one of us.
Come on. We saw the call for the job, and I feel like we're a little bit more qualified than whoever you are to be stars, to be famous, to do this job. Come on.
Listen, you what's your name?
Me?
Yes, I'm looking right at you.
Red Taylor.
Oh,
In-
wonderful. Wonderful.
Harlock, in your mind, you would hear, "Please read Red Taylor's mind. I want to know what the hell he's thinking about because it should be."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I will need a roll for that one.
Oh, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
You're so much better at this than I am.
Mm-hmm.
You owe me.
Uh,
Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what I can just imagine, like, on Red Tail's my hair looks good, my clothes are crisp.
right. Fly.
Mhm.
Can I help with this at all? Can I like augment size stuff?
Mm. Nope.
Okay.
So that would be remind me, it's been a minute since I've done this. Rolling telepathy. I have skill level 4.
Mm-hmm.
What do I add to my roll?
So if you have a skill level 4, you're going to add 4 plus your psi bonus.
Okay. That's weird. I put it in my notebook. So
What's your
thus-
number and psi?
Yeah.
Because
oh, 8.
it's plus nothing.
Yeah, I think that's
Or-
plus something.
Yeah, I think you're right. So that would mean a 13.
Okay. Into this Red Taylor's mind, you see a couple of things.
Do I
You
need
see-
earmuffs for them? Oh,
You see images, right? You see Mm, uh, visuals, images, like this person's sort of thinking in a bit more of a visual
Mm-hmm.
way. And one of the things you see is a TV station. You see an interview. He's being interviewed by like a famous, like the equivalent of like an Oprah or something. You know what I mean? Maybe a Barbara Walters. He's being
A
interviewed,
little bit of both.
and you can't necessarily hear what he's saying because I don't think he's actually hearing words at this moment. But he's not alone. Like you're getting like bits of words, I suppose is the best way to put it. And what you're hearing is he's sitting next to a scientist who is sort of famous, like a famous scientist, like a Jacques Cousteau type. Do you know what I mean? Like somebody who is a scientist but also is a media personality.
Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yes.
Yeah. But what you're getting is like this sort of interview where this science guy is talking about how, yes, I did my expedition on Marduk and I was able to conclusively prove that what people think of as being a sea monster is actually and mythical is actually real. Right here, Red Taylor, who is the pilot of the White Rabbit, was one of my key members of my expedition. And really, look how handsome he is. He really should be famous. And like you here now, you're seeing that this is not an interview that has happened. This
Right,
is
yeah.
an interview that he's imagining happening. And as this sort of imagination is happening in his mind, where this famous scientist who has been on this amazing expedition on Marduk that would only have happened because of Red Taylor and his team, and they found this thing, you're then seeing his image sort of shift in his mind to a job call, like on the jobs board here on the high port, that you can see him standing there looking at it, and it's just out the way, like you pass by this board, and there's a call. It's not actual paper, it's like digital, like it's kind of like a terminal. And it's this call, right, for this looking for people who can for help for an expedition, right, that you get this sense that this person has been tracking rumors that, and like it's like little bits of because you know how words, this person is not the most linear thinking kind of person, right? And it's like you just hear, like you can hear the voice of somebody, like an official being like, oh, that's the second ship that's gone down this month, right? And you hear somebody else being like, oh, that's baloney. There's no such thing as a sea kraken, right? And you can hear, like, you kind of get this sense that you have these fishing vessels that are based here that go out, these big trawlers, and that sometimes they don't come back. And then you hear somebody else like, I'm sure it's just, Ogma raiders. There's no such thing as a sea kraken. And then what you're hearing, you think, are the conversation that happened probably at this table not that long ago that he's replaying in his mind about whether or not they should take this job or not. And you also do not get the sense they actually have contacted this guy at all, right? That's just like, like they heard about it and now they're talking, should they take it? And it's like these little bits of things like, yeah, but if we take it, like we have freight to move. And they're like, yeah, but if we do this job, we might become famous, and then we could like command all sorts of money for like talk show appearances, and that might get us more money or better passengers. Like if we're famous, we might get higher class passengers. So there seems to have been a conversation happening right before this moment about whether or not they should go and apply for this gig. That seems to be about this scientist who is convinced the sea monster is probably real, but not everybody, who's looking for people who would help on this expedition starting from Downport.
Okay, so at that point, Harlock would kind of just visibly just, Val, I told you that coming over here with the story of writing a poem just wouldn't work. I mean, clearly they don't want to talk, and we're not going to be able to write our story, and and the media is going to be very disappointed, though. so many people are really looking forward to seeing this expose, but it's fine. They clearly have nothing to share with us. Come on, let's head back to our table now.
And like you can see, like he's the pilot, right? Not the captain, or maybe he's also the captain. Doesn't want to lose the possibility of becoming famous.
I know.
And he's not quite. And you can see him like just like what?
I'm sorry. Do you have something to share? I mean, we are here to break a big story. We heard some rumors.
Who are you? Who are you working with? I mean, are you what story?
Well, you see, apparently, gonna get like kind of in close. Apparently, there's a scientist who believes that there is some sort of a sea monster. There's been a lot of ships disappearing and the like, but I mean, there are still some doubters, but I mean, we're trying to be on the forefront of the story. But since we work for such a, and looks over at Val, such a large and very, very well viewed network, it's not one that we can really bring up just yet. We'd have to have you sign some paperwork, which I'm sure,
Well, Barbara would have, I mean, whoever we work for would have to.
Well, yes, I should say, but.
And like in his mind, you can see, right, posters, and it's like Dr. Morris NR and Red Taylor, right? And then all of a sudden, like Barbara's there again, and all of a sudden now you both
getting an award.
You both are now in his mind, in the background, like, but you're all wearing like business suits with press badges, and like you are all like nodding and like he's just ported you in, giving him the like we did such a good job, right? Like you can just see it happening. Him just sort of like just building this new little fantasy, and he goes, so do you if you were interested in the story, we could, for some credits, just tell you what results happen when we come back from the expedition.
Well, I mean, I heard
we have that other person.
Morris, yes, had also, we spoke in brief, but I mean, apparently there are some others that are on their way, and I mean, it's such a dangerous trip. We'd be horrified.
That team from Blue was very nice.
Yes, that's true. They were very nice indeed.
We can sign an exclusive with you, where we would give you whatever information we discovered on the expedition once we get the job, and then you could work with us.
Well, I like the look of you. I really do. I find you very trustworthy, and that you're very sharp in that outfit, and that hair is very nice.
Thank you.
And I just, I wouldn't be against signing an exclusive. I mean, I think that you have to give us a little something to go on, just to whet the palate of our viewership, of course.
Right. Well, we, the scientist, I mean, Maris Inar. I mean, he's famous.
Yes, of course.
He's basically hired us as his team for an underwater expedition. He's planning on mounting.
Well, where are you headed? Because we've heard conflicting reports as to. We need to know who's the most reliable. I mean, don't we? And he'd look over as if he's deferring, which he is, to the Harlock.
Yes, that's very good. And plus, this sort of specificity on the information we would clearly not share until afterward. That you have our word. That comes along with signing the release, of course.
Right. Well, we're under an NDA. I mean, we've already signed the contracts with Dr. Inar, and
yes.
He knows the locations, but so we can't share the information he's divulged.
Yeah, of course.
Us. In your mind,
I was going to say he has to be thinking about these if he's thinking about not talking about them.
He's never spoken to Dr. Inar.
They have not even signed a thing.
Right.
Yeah, so he all he has is that there's a job call to go and talk to Dr. Inar, who's down in Downport, staying in Downport by the ports down there.
That's all we need.
And he's like is just being like, stay cool, stay cool, stay cool. Yeah, we will. We can't give you those locations at the moment.
Understood.
You know what? Yeah, no, it would be terrible.
What a professional.
But yeah, no, you know what? We will. This is wonderful. We will go ahead and forward you the exclusive rights and the contracts and everything, and we will have those right over to your White Rabbit, wasn't it?
The White Rabbit.
We'll have those sent right over to you, and you have my word as a journalist on my journalistic ethics that you will in fact.
God, your ethics.
Yes,
Barbara,
as a
right?
Journalist. Yes. Oh, yes, and no one else shall. We will break your story to everyone.
Hey.
All right. Well, it was so nice to meet you.
Yes, a round of drinks is promised.
Thank you.
Yes, very good. Okay, she's gonna turn and walk away like.
As they're walking off, he's going to turn loud enough for the table to hear. I am writing a poem. What rhymes with red? Dead, dread, dead. Yes. And then,
So let me ask. I'm going to need some things for you because you have a couple of days for all of this business before you'll have to sort of make your way. I'm going to need a bit of information from Severance first. Dear Severance, what is your broker skill?
Well, it is the little word on the page that I click.
What is your
not
skill
important.
level in broker?
It is a 4.
It is a 4, you say.
Mm-hmm.
Let me note this. Thank you. You are wanting to sell the pharmaceuticals, the legal pharmaceuticals?
Yes. Looks yes.
I'm just wanting to double check.
Yeah, me too.
You can get, for the legal pharmaceuticals, this is for you, you're spending 5 days trying to get this. You can get 120% of the base price. So you can get them for 120,000 a piece.
No, thank you. I'm just kidding. Okay, great.
If you would like that deal.
Sounds pretty good.
You
I'll take it.
You'll take it? Please do. You also had some spices, correct?
Yes.
You can get that for 125% base price. So you can get that 7,500 credits per unit.
Spices we worked pretty hard for. Is there a way I can convince them to haggle it a little bit higher?
That's what you can find. It takes you 5 days to find somebody will get you about that.
Okay, great.
Keep them to the next time, though, if you wanted to see if you can.
No, right. No, I didn't want to be someone was like, "Hey, I'll buy them for this much," and then I'm like, "Sold," because that sounds very piratey for them to be like, "Sold." Yep, that's great.
But that's because you have a very good broker score, is what you can get that
Okay.
for.
Okay, so for 120% and 100 and how much for the other one?
125. So 7,500 per unit for the spices.
And 120,000 per unit for the
per ton for the medicine. So that's
480,000.
400. You're gonna get 400.
That's just with the legal goods is 480,000, and then you said 750 per. I need a calculator.
I know where the hell's all my shit.
Take your broker fee out, right? Just get a 10% off of that.
What is it? I've got so many windows open. I love this game
No,
so much.
let me ask you this question. There are some things for sale if you wanted to buy stuff on spec, though.
What? Those things on sale?
People are selling stuff.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's going to take up space in your
The impulse
though.
buy, the worst for me in Severance. Mainly me.
630,000 credits, my friends. That's our
I'm just gonna
gross.
swipe my card, look at the card, and go, "Wow, that's a great amount of money." And then I look at the sales section.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
Severance
Look at
with
the
all the
clearance table.
money. Severance gets the money and then eventually comes back. Oh, so how much should we make?
50,000 credits.
Nothing,
So
but I
got
have
everybody
all of
40
these
Fondue
apples.
Pops. Yeah, exactly.
The best deal,
Sci-Fi
you
Max.
can get. You can get some raw materials like ore, some metals for only 60% of base price. You can get for 3,000 credits per ton. And there's a lot. There's like a lot. And that could also, help out with your ship as well. You could use that some to but I mean, you need a lot of it. But you can get a pretty good deal on some ore if you wanted. That's your
Yes.
You could get ore, and you can also get some rough textiles, which would also you can getting you could get also for about
Rough textiles?
some rough textiles.
Talking
Canvas, right? But for 300, that's also 60% of base price. But that's those things are really cheap. But you can get some raw materials for about $3,000 per ton.
I think I'm going to take it. We're going to Thebes. We're going to Thebes, and that's a tech level 7. That's one under Earth now. So they're probably going to be interested in raw materials and ores and stuff, and also textiles, because they are a blooming economy. And they can. And speaking of blooming, they'll use a bloomery for those raw ores.
But let me ask you this question, because this is an important situation. How much of your hold do you want to fill up?
A great question. Let me go take a look at the.
You might want to talk to Tarek about that one, because you have a hold.
Let me just switch over to the.
Because your hold's quite small.
Quartermaster thing.
Yeah,
Okay, so
we don't
we're
have.
selling.
We have
We
20
did just
tons.
get rid of 24 tons total, because we had 4 tons of legal pharmaceuticals and 20 tons of spices that we just offloaded. So we've got 24 tons of space.
Yeah.
You might have
Let me
25
know if you want to have a conversation.
If you use those raw materials, if you use those units, you have to repair the ship some.
That's true, because Tarek, I think that's what they're working on this whole time with Wesley. So actually 25. Good point.
Which was my question to you. What do you want to repair on that ship?
Terica, I'm just. I'm so. Are you decent?
Does it matter? Are you looking at me?
I could wait if you're busy or something.
Yes, I'm busy.
I'm actually at the broker's office right now. We just made several sales, pretty good in the fact that we have. Anyway, we made profit, which is wonderful considering all of the hard work we were doing. Thing is, we're heading towards Thebes, yes?
Yes.
I'm also thinking of picking
Accurate.
up the things on sale here. Well, at least I should say sale. It makes it sound like it's some sort of. Anyway, they have it on a reasonable price. They have ore as well as rough textiles, the canvas and the like. If we're heading towards Thebes, if I remember correctly, of course, of the data that we have, it seems that Thebes is roughly they would be interested in probably something like that. If they are the tech level beneath this, which is 5. They're a little bit above this planet area. But anyway, I think selling.
The textiles are super cheap, so it's not going to give you a huge amount of profit. You might get a large percentage, but the actual credit number won't be that big. I'm not really
looking for profit. I'm just looking to, offload. We're going there anyway. We got to resell. I'm thinking of picking up some stuff because we got to go and fill up anyway. Yes.
Well, yes, but with the things that we are doing on an absolutely legal basis, that I would just wonder how much of our hold we want to take up with textiles that may not be as profitable.
Right, but I feel like every job is not going to be exactly what we just did.
Most likely not. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I do think that I would, maybe if I were purchasing, I would leave I would leave at least half the hold. I'm just not sure that the amount of profit that we'll be able to get is. How much of a discount are you able to get on these items?
This
40%.
About 40%.
Oh. Yeah, so maybe only 10 tons.
Okay, 10 tons. Very well. 10 tons. I will just jot this down. 10 tons of what ore? I think ore.
Sorry, Ari, outside of which one is more well, I guess it's the same profitability ratio, but cost.
So.
Do you want 10 tons of goods that you spend 30,000 on, which you might make right, or 10 tons of goods that you spend 3,000 on?
3,000. Well, God.
I get more of a profit if it's bigger.
I mean, or you could
Yep,
take
good point.
take a. There are some other things here which you won't get as good of a discount, but are way more expensive, which means perhaps more of a profit margin. Well, I mean, you just make more raw money.
But what are they then?
What are they? Because they may not
Well,
even be. I'm trying to think about tech levels and stuff, and if it's
Yeah.
if we're going to bring a bunch of stuff that they don't necessarily need,
Mhm. I mean, it depends on how much you want to spend. There's a
Could
pretty
be
good-
stuff that they want though.
There's a pretty good deal on
we don't
some
know what they want. That's the
common
fun part.
manufactured goods. Like you could get, they've got like a bunch of tools, right? You could get that. Now that's a $15K per ton, and that's at a 75% base price.
Tools.
Remind me, how much is our ship cost? Because that's coming up
Yeah,
soon.
It is coming up soon.
I've already taken out we have 630 starting off because of his brokerage assistance.
Mhm.
Severance gets 10% right off the bat, right? Or do we pay 10%
You
or
have
how
to
does
pay
that work?
10%.
Okay, so the 10% out is 63,000, which takes us down to 567,000. Of that, we need to pay our monthly fees, which are 28,630, which takes us down to 538,370. And I'm going to continue to reduce that before I take the 10% out for Drinax.
There you go, because that was my next.
Because there's that also is there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe we just don't pick up anything then. We just maybe just keep the hull as is. Maybe.
Perhaps we look for passengers instead.
I will
Very well,
note.
yes.
Also could be worth seeing if maybe anybody passenger-wise has anything they would pay a little extra to have transported.
I will note, just for your thought, if you take some speculative trade, which you can do, maybe only taking up half may not be bad. But if you plan on robbing a ship wherever you go next, that is all. You would want hold space for it.
And
Yes.
we can always do a measure of what we have. If we find something that's better, we can dump the stuff.
That's
We don't
correct.
owe it to anybody. It's not freight.
That's
So
correct.
if we
Right,
buy
right.
some stuff, we can
That definitely occurred to
dump
me
it.
too, yeah.
So if you want to take
True.
that ore, it's like,
Or then, yes,
Mm.
because then that'll actually leave a signature if we need to dump it.
And it's legal
For
freight,
recovery
a legal
later.
tender. So if
Mhm.
somebody would board us, we have ore that we have paper for.
Yeah.
What kind of ore is it? Now I'm getting into them.
You've got some. What you've got here is iron.
Right.
You've got like bunches of iron.
I'll take it.
10 tons.
Yes.
Fair.
I'm still talking.
To Terrica. Yes.
I would like to know the next question, because this is what I need to know. Terrica, what repairs do you do on the ship? You have one. Where do you put that one technical and one structural unit?
Hang on, I had it written down what we have left to repair, and I'm
It's
just
in the,
looking for
it's in your-
it.
It's on the sheet as well.
Oh, it is on the sheet.
The initial
My notes
repairs.
may be incorrect.
Mhm.
Next time I'm just gonna write this stuff down and give it to Val. But Val, go meet this person. And here you go. Tell him you're with me.
And then I've got a thing for our other two. I'm so sad for you all. And like,
If we have a technical
I-
unit, we can pay off the debt completely for the repairs, the additional bonus repairs.
Yes, we do.
As a suggestion, because that saves us like 5,000 a pay.
Yeah,
roughly.
I definitely want to do that. And then can I do the structural? It doesn't look like I can do the structural, apply that toward the jump drive or the maneuver drive. Is that right?
You can. It just won't be fully repaired yet. And your
I
maneuver
mean,
drive. Your maneuver drive
I'm-
is repaired. Functionally it doesn't. It
Well-
needs some cosmetic stuff to make it better. But you can add another one to that jump drive. It'll get it.
And-
It'll get it there.
It'll
And
get
the
it a
bridge
little
needs some
closer.
stuff too, doesn't it?
Yeah,
What do the bridge repairs do? Because I was under the impression that was all like sort of
it is. But
nice
some
to
of that
haves.
it is nice to have, but some of that also needs some technical stuff as well. So that's like just a little bit extra that you would have.
We have the holographic interface and everything like that. So if you want to trick out the bridge, it won't be shiny because of the cosmetic stuff, but it'll be 100% functional.
I mean, I think I would rather get more, like get our jump drive a little better, our maneuverability drive a little better. Let's get places faster.
Yeah. Or you can also
Um,
like spin that structural to improve your hull.
Does that give us better defense then?
Yeah, because right now your hull, if it were fully repaired, would have 88 armor, and you currently only have
Yeah.
51.
Okay, well, let's pay down the debt, and then I think Tarika would also no, they would sorry guys, I think that Tarika would probably not talk to anybody and work on the jump drive.
Okay,
They would want to take care of the engines of the ship.
done.
I mean, I feel like everyone would probably leave that in Tarika's capable hands, to be honest.
So, Trooper, make sure my math is right on this. Our monthly expenditures for maintenance was 28,630, and that was with the 20% bonus, correct?
Yeah.
So if we take that off, that would take us down by 5,726 to 22,904. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, and it's actually right there on your ship as well.
I saw it, but I didn't know if that number was the raw number
That's
or the
the raw
number that
number.
was. Okay, so it should still be 28,630, just not the 20%. Okay, I didn't know if that was added or not. All right.
So I'm going to note one other thing in terms of spending money on stuff. You don't have any spare parts anymore. Spare parts, each one takes up a ton, but you use them for emergency repairs if you get hit in battle. And you don't currently have any, and I just, you could always buy some because they are available to buy.
Might not be a bad idea.
Well, let's pick some up.
Probably a good one. How expensive are they? Because there's this part of me that really just wants to reappropriate things from others' ships that they potentially don't need as much as I do.
That's the thing. You can also just take spare parts from other ships. Then they're free.
Oh. Yeah.
But that is stealing from. I mean, I'm just asking you.
Free is the best price of all.
They cost 100,000 credits per ton of spare parts.
Free is fantastic.
100,000 takes us down to 438,370.
Feel okay with that.
With
Just a
one,
reminder, free
with
is
one?
not. Stealing things is not free. It costs nothing.
Yes.
Free is
I
when it's a
mean-
consensual gift.
Yes. So we should
Consensual
say,
because we're
It's
so
volunteering their goods
Yeah.
to our needs because we're so wonderful.
I am a fan of encouraging folks to embrace their inner volunteership.
all right,
Whether they intend to or I do it for them, I don't frankly care.
all right, that is fair. So please note you have one tons of spare parts in your hold for emergency repairs in battle, in case that happens. And
How much does Wesley cost?
well, Wesley's basically a gunner, so I think he's 2K.
It's not for sale.
So that's his what it costs.
I want to be there when we give him the 2,000 credits. That's all I ask. That's all I demand is that when he gets paid, I want to see that and be present.
Oh,
for it.
we're gonna pay him. Don't be like that.
No. I know we're going to pay him. I want to see him receive 2,000 credits. That has to be like the most that this kid's ever received.
Now,
No, that would be fun. That would be fun.
about the passengers, I need to ask you a question that's important. You have some low berths, which means you can get some low berth people if they're wanting to go to Thebes, and you can make them unconscious, put them in suspended animation, and have them do their thing. You have, I believe, 8 low berth spots. That is a
Like you can make them unconscious, just wham.
Yep. But I will also note that you have, I'm going to remove the Pirate Queen because she's dead and put Tarika in that space. You have 3.
Oh, whoa. Wait, are you putting Tarika into one of the nice berths? Don't do that.
The nice one.
Okay.
I think Tarika specifically had Wesley go into the.
Oh no, he's hanging out. He's
Yeah.
not nice. He's that makes him nervous.
He can be in the berth next to mine, but no, Tarika would not take one of the staterooms.
I will be taking that one then. I'm moving across the hall.
So
And everything in here is mine.
These two ones are mine.
Mine.
Mine?
Everything I
Mine.
touch.
That's my office. This
I've
is my
licked
seat.
everything in these 2 rooms. It's all mine.
does that mean, Severance, that you're going to be taking the room right next to Harlock then?
Where is it?
Just,
Where is it? Let me find
just
it.
at night, Severance looks out the across the way out the door and just sees Harlock sitting there, just sharpening. Sharpening.
What the hell is going on? I am looking at the wrong ship. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
I would.
We're best
Oh,
friends,
no.
everyone.
Is that where that's where the queen was, right?
Yep.
She was in this one?
Yep.
And I was here?
Yep.
Yeah, never mind. I'm going back over here.
Okay.
What? No, we can
This one
stare at
has,
each other
this
all
one
night
has
long.
a
Great.
little bit more room.
It'll be great. We can just
Sure it does.
unlock,
It
like
does.
just unblinking.
So I need to
For
ask
whoever
you-
who's, I'm sorry, I was
need
going
to-
to say real quick, Trooper, whoever's looking for passengers, tell them that if they have a medical type of situation, yes, if you're looking for passengers, if somebody has a unique medical situation, they need care, they need something other than they can't go low berth because they have a heart condition or they have something, that you have a doctor on board that can take care of that. That should augment the possibilities of being able to get a higher caliber passenger.
Mm-hmm.
I need to
We'll
know
fix you up
something.
and then put you in low berth. It'll be fine.
Do we want low berths only? I thought we talked about low
That was
berths
the
only.
question I wanted to
I-
ask you.
My
It
my
depends on
personal
what they
answer to
offer
that-
you.
Here is
I
here's
hear that. I hear that. However, like if we're gonna be up to some
Mhm.
activities, if we're gonna be making new
Mhm.
friends
Mhm.
who want to
Mhm.
offer to volunteer.
And now I think friends
Parts
are
of their
a bit-
ship.
a bit hard because friends for me are actually contacts, and now you think you're seeing me in
Well,
target.
friends,
Are we
friends.
talking about friends or cousins?
Sport
or cousins
friends,
of friends?
sport friends that you jostle around with, chums. So if we're going to be meeting out with chums,
Good God.
then I would suggest we only have low berth, because anyone who happens to be snooping around could become problematic.
Because I have them snooping
Here,
around
here.
people right here if you want them.
Well, I don't want that.
Oh.
No,
I have
I would prefer non-snooping.
a proposition.
Also, you don't have the steward skill, so it'll be awkward, but go on.
Wait. You're right. But I am a jack of all trades.
That is true.
Could be a steward at any moment.
You
I
could.
could, be
Yep.
I could change my name to Stewart. And so I am Baron Stewart. My proposition is, and it still sort of stands, we don't need to pirate all the time. We could actually do a legitimate run from here to Thebes.
I hear
Bring
your
people-
words.
Right. The
Hold on.
right
Bring people
here.
in both high and low berth, make the profit, bring the people, and then have the options later.
with
unless
questionable cargo.
We see, well, the questionable cargo they don't need to know about. Unless we have people like snooping around and and then we just log, be like, you're not allowed to do that. That's
But
just a
again,
part of
it's going to be surrounded by huge boxes and crates of
Iron.
iron
Well, it's not-
ore.
yeah,
So,
right.
I mean,
Magnet
Well, also, it's not
and
like the.
iron
Hey,
ore.
listen, it's not like the questionable cargo has big stamps on it that says illegal.
Questionable
I'm hoping,
cargo.
right? I'm
Right.
hoping it doesn't have that on there.
What are these unmarked boxes? Don't look at them.
This is why pirates have
We stole
flags.
this.
yes.
Pirates used to carry flags for every country that sailed
Well,
the
we're not
seas.
going
They
to
would
put flags
only
on the
raise.
questionable cargo. That's such a
Right,
bad
but-
practice.
We only raise the Jolly Roger when we want a pirate privateer,
That's
and
what
we
I'm
can
saying.
be
Thank you.
legitimate.
I'm
It
just
could be
saying. I'm just
legitimate
saying
from
we
here
can.
to Thebes.
We're not
It's-
those scum like that Stone Jackal ship.
No,
No
listen.
way.
It's
Thank you.
fine. It's
Thank
listen.
you, Val.
Listen, we can absolutely play it safe for a little bit, but I'm just saying, if a really juicy target suddenly appears, it would be a shame if we have to turn it down, because there are little peeping eyes all over the place.
I will note,
Yes.
since you do not have the steward skill, you can only do basic passage. Like
Which
you
is
just
low berth.
no. Basic
What is
is
basic
basic. You can fit 2 people into a regular stateroom, so you can get.
We
Like
need to
2
hire a
basic-
steward.
Yeah, you need to.
We would be
you
able to
need-
fit
you need
2
to
into
hire a
each of these
steward.
rooms.
Yeah, you can get 2
If we
people.
had,
Yeah.
that's great. But and
We
low
can still
berth.
do low berth though without a
Oh,
steward.
absolutely. You can do low berth without a
They
steward.
don't-
You
they
can also
don't
do
need
basic
anything.
without a steward. But
So if
for
we-
like higher middle, you need a steward.
What if we
higher
found
middle? What is
one?
happening?
You also need a
those
stateroom
people?
too.
People who pay a lot.
Oh, we're looking up classes of people, not
Yes.
okay. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. I mean,
What
I'm
if
not
we were
necessarily
to
looking for-
find a steward?
Would
Just-
you like to
just-
hire a steward while you're here?
That's right, hold
Maybe
on.
I wouldn't mind looking and seeing what the options are.
These
I mean,
these
if
are
somebody
potential people we could hire them if they're good. Like if we take these basic people and we bring them on and we learn about them in our travels in our 10 days or 14 days it's going to be to get to Thebes. Maybe we hire a couple for crew. And
Are you saying that our passengers could become future NPCs, Myth?
Why wouldn't they?
Did we just become best friends?
Right. It's like why wouldn't they? That's like something like this is all a part of the story. We can totally that's still an option, and we can make money, and it's the option. I mean, it's the option of more role play. And two, there may be a job on the way, and if they're cool with it, then they're hired.
Well, and the thing is, for having other crew members, I think that's
And we've got letters of
fine,
marque.
but
That's really easy to convince people.
well, yeah, no, I'm just saying though, if
We're privateers.
if we
Yeah.
wanted to, it might be worth here looking for a steward, just if we wanted to, for those passengers that could perhaps later become part of the crew, have them pay us more. I'm
We
just
have a
saying.
steward. His name's Sue, right? Sue does that.
Sue can't do that. It's a social thing. Sue can
Oh.
only do ed and
Steward.
intellect.
Sue's lacking in the social graces,
You
unfortunately.
do
I mean,
need to hire a steward if you want to go in, because you have an empty room that's all super fancy. If you want to do that, you're going to have to hire a steward.
I would be willing to look around and see what the options here are. Just if there's a good option here, we can hire them and then have everyone pay us a lot more to ride the Starlight Express. And then, if there's not, we can just have them ride.
Nice.
Here's my I don't know if this is in character or out of character. Here's my argument to that is if we get these mid or high grade class buyers and people, are they going to be cool with us pirating? Are they going to be easy to convince if a juicy target goes by?
Let's
Well,
dip
that's
our
why we have to
toes
spend
into the
time-
passenger pool.
That's why we learn
Yeah,
about them.
let's dip our toes in
for
the
2
weirdos.
weeks.
What worst comes to worst is a couple more dead bodies.
Oh,
say-
yes, that's going to go over so well.
Right. That's where you got space.
Maybe don't pirate with them there. Would be my
Right.
Yeah, no,
but
I mean, I think
maybe,
regardless, like lower
depending,
class or
we
higher
could.
class, like
I'm not thinking we should, but if a juicy target goes by and we have to, for whatever reason,
I think we could-
convince the cool
the thing
people
is,
that
though,
we're
I think-
hiring.
I think we can probably manage to make Rocket outside of Harlock. I think we could probably manage to make one jump without pirating, and then drop them off, and then
Yeah, if we're doing one job, we're just going to Thebes to refuel anyway. If we're going to
we
Thebes,
drop them off,
we
and then
have
we
to
can do
anyway,
whatever
so
we
we
want to
might as
do.
well while we're there.
In which case,
Right.
we can have the higher paying passengers.
Right.
Greg out of character would say absolutely to all that. And I think we should start with the lower berth people because they are more likely to be desperate in the fact that they would want a job. And if they, and the higher people, they obviously don't give a
It's their
shit.
place to be.
They probably treat us like shit too.
Right.
So let's.
It's only one jump though.
Yeah, that's a
Because people
week.
here are going to be real desperate to get off, especially the people who have the money, because no one else can get them off of this planet.
Val could probably kill somebody in a week. What? I mean, yeah.
I feel like odds are after this conversation, I worry for our passengers.
We
That's
can
all.
fill-
That's
No,
So
We
hang
could
on.
fill the banks. We could fill the cargo with all of our metal. With all the
Question. Trooper
then fill it
question.
with- people.
absolutely.
Scoot it.
I want you
How-
to have a
what-
list of passengers right here.
So,
Right here.
okay, here's my real question.
Mhm.
What exactly, like, financially are we talking about? What is the difference between regular, like, base class and, like, first class?
Ooh.
Like, if we had a steward, how much more would we make potentially?
A lot.
and how much does a steward cost?
We hire them.
Not
they
much. Yeah.
Come and hang out.
Okay.
We pay them in food and love.
No, you pay them in credits.
People
No,
love
come on.
Yes, because we are such a loving crew. This is
They would-
exposure. We could pay them in exposure. We have a mark.
Oh, I love exposure. It's
Yeah.
my favorite way to pay rent.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you do it. So like a steward's like it's like 2,000 credits. Like a
And how much more would we make? Like, I know it's a lot, but like just ballparking
let me get
an
you your number.
average.
Let me get you your number if you do not mind.
I think it's a
Oh,
couple
you
hundred
guys.
for a low berth and then like upwards of like 15,000 for,
Yeah.
and that's depending upon the distance.
Yeah.
The distance is,
Yeah.
if it's one jump or two jumps or
Mm-hmm. You're looking at. Let me see where are my passengers right here.
It's gonna be worth it to have some.
You're looking at the chatters
Chat
and the,
is like cracking me up
Yeah.
so bad right now.
So let's say
Chad has very little faith in us being able to keep
No,
these
this will be
people
fine. This will be
alive.
fine. We will do so well at this. It's gonna be.
we happen to be pirates.
so like a
No,
two
no,
We
jump,
no,
happen
it'll
to
be
have
fine,
a letter
it'll
of
be fine.
marque. but
Like
we
a
don't
two
always
jump-
have to.
Privateers.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
But
We'll
don't
two
try.
always have
parsec
to be
jump a
privateers.
person on. I also note that you're going to have storage. You have to keep some of your storage open for their.
But
Yeah,
if
for
we're
their
not
stuff.
stealing anything in
You
this
know, but like
moment,
if you
it'll be
get
fine.
like people who are high passage demand a certain amount of tons of space on the cargo hold for their stuff.
I'm bringing my.
But how
truck.
much are they going to pay us?
Well,
Trooper, can I say something real quick?
Please.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
Please.
Chad had a great idea. Volp said something about, sounds like something to spend channel points on. I'm going to throw this out here.
mhm.
Spending channel points,
Mhm.
and you could fly on the Gambler as a
Mhm.
passenger.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mhm.
I love it.
I
I love it.
love it.
Yes, I love it too.
Done.
I
Does
love
that
Done.
mean they
I love that.
yes.
Because I see
Mhm.
the costs right there. By the way,
No promises, by the way, if you survive, Chad.
Listen, that is
No
you're taking on the risk.
promises.
You take
Don't
on the risk
cross
yourself.
me.
You come on this ship with us.
As
Very
long as
worried
they're
for
cool,
you.
Chad. You cool with this pirating stuff? Because then that's easy. Perfect.
a low passenger for two jumps
Mhm.
is 1,300 credits.
Okay.
A low berth, right? They're
Low
all
birth.
unconscious.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
High passage 14,000.
14,000.
Mhm.
We could have people pay us 14,000 if we get through. I'm gonna look around. Listen, let me just take a little peek. Let me
Please
just
note,
peek
That's
around.
half of our monthly expenses right there.
Let me just peek around and see
Please
if
note
there's any
that
steward
high passage people
worthy.
might be Paris Hilton. They want a nice ride. I will also. You have not spent a lot of money on the.
We don't have the cosmetics up in the ship.
Our
That's
ship
the problem.
is retro,
You don't, have a, you
and
don't have a designer dog berth.
But you might.
Yes.
I just want a functioning jump drive. That is what I want. A
we could get
functioning
like
jump drive.
so many though if we take on these
It looked,
annoying rich
by
passengers.
the way, there happens to be
One jumping.
for those of you who are watching, who are in the audience. Oh, did I? I don't know if I actually put that link yet in the Discord. We have a Discord, and there are a couple of really great resources that I like to use that are really cool if you're going to be GMing Traveler. And this one here is a Traveler Tools, and you can sort of click what planet they're on and what planet they're going to, and they will give you a list of passengers who will be going from that planet to the next.
Hey,
And there are some. There are only two, but there are two high passengers who are on Marduk Station who would like to go to Thebes.
Amazing. The
Mhm.
system and the community
Mhm.
that's
oh
built
my
around is
God,
amazing.
that's so cool. That is so cool.
That is
Mhm.
awesome.
So
So-
there are two.
Is there anything we can see about them?
Well,
Wait, hold on. Did you just
Well,
tell
just
me
us
more.
the whole thing about the live map and there are people there?
it's amazing. You would
That
have
is
to go
wild.
to like that area where people are looking. People have put things up.
Mhm.
There are two people. If you're looking, like you have like 8 low berth spots. There are in this place. By the way, how many people arrive kind of depends on like what kind of starport you're at. So like there's
Mhm,
some place
mhm.
you might not get folks, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 people looking for low berth right now.
Okay,
Uh,
but we can take 8 of them.
you could take 8 of them.
One will just have to wait.
And there are a number of people who want basic and also middle and high. But the 2 high people, there is a woman named Ethel Griffiths.
Go on.
And there is another woman named Vera Hawkins. These are people who've put up requests for.
Are they like old timey
high
sisters?
No, they don't. They do not know each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you can see like a little bit of like, because it's all digital, you can go right and you can see their profiles. And Ethel Griffiths,
Swiping through.
she looks like she's in her 50s.
Okay.
She is a little scrawny.
Won't put up a fight. I like it.
She's wearing a floral tunic that's a little bit flowy. It's a little bit like
Okay.
a little bit like fit in the top, but then like from like an empire waist down, it's very flowy. And she's got like a very large hat with like a gauzy sort of like a scarf, but it's wrapped around the hat. She has got a purse with plastic flowers on it.
Don't you
I
dare,
love-
Rocket! Don't you? This is the problem. This is the Paris Hilton.
But she can't be Paris Hilton
something
because she's in her
juicy.
50s, and she's got a little purse dog inside the purse with the
Paris
plastic
Hilton's in her
flowers.
40s, buddy.
Oh my God, don't say that. That's upsetting me.
And she has got
And a purse with plastic flowers.
a lot
Okay.
of luggage.
Fabulous.
That's
Until-
Wait, what is
So that
what
was
is a
Ethel.
lot?
a lot.
Like tons,
Tons,
or
Yes.
good God.
So that's Ethel.
Oh,
That's
going crazy.
Ethel.
Tell us about Vera.
And in her profile, you see her, and you see her smiling, and you see her smiling in front of the Mr. Frog restaurant Downport. And you see her, and she's wearing, she's smiling. It's clearly some kind of like a selfie photo in front of this Mr. Frog restaurant, which is the restaurant, by the way, that is very authentic to what the Marduk is like. And you see
Good.
her in front of this restaurant, and she's got this, she's taken her hat off. She's wearing a different hat that's kind of got beaded fringe. This is clearly some kind of like native hat, and you can see her wearing it, and she's smiling.
My God.
But I don't want to just go because, unlike most people, she has multiple photographs in her profile
Oh.
because that's important. And so there's another photograph of her, and that's her standing by the docks, the maritime docks Downport, and you see her smiling, and she's standing next to like somebody who looks like a dock worker who seems to be not smiling, but they're taking a selfie together. There's also another photograph of her where the dock worker is holding her purse with the dog, and she's smiling and the dock worker is
Same.
not.
Is there a
Oh.
picture of a plate of food?
Yes. There's a
No,
picture of
there's
Plate of Food.
out.
Oh no, I have a question though. I have a
Yes.
very important question.
Mhm.
In these photos,
Mhm.
is the dog wearing a matching hat?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I do have to say,
Do not do this.
as much as I'm like, red flags here with this entire job, this is Harlock's planet. She's the registered captain. So do whatever, and I'm here for it. If you want to do it, go for it.
See, the thing is,
This is
could-
not the button I thought we'd be pressing
See,
on
this-
this
the
episode.
problem though is that iRocket without even a second of hesitation would be like, yes, you are coming on board. I don't know that Harlock would though, because I think Harlock would
Alright.
see this and be like, ooh.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know if I would know about this stuff. You just show up with them and they're like, they're coming with us, and I go, huh?
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
I
If that was to happen.
Rocket is so excited, but I think Harlock is as much as Rocket is excited. I think Harlock is the inverse excited.
Completely up to you and Harlock. I'm
Wait,
down
wait.
for
So,
whatever.
so what about this other passenger? This,
Oh.
this.
The one who does not have the plastic flowers? on
Yes, the
Mhm.
non-plastic flowers,
Right.
The human.
plastic coffins.
Yeah. So that's Vera. Vera seems to be early 20s, late teens. And requested, to put in your request a high passage.
Mhm.
She has her photograph is a little bit poorly lit, so you cannot see her face particularly well. It just looks like bad lighting, and she's sort of like wearing like a coat with the collar up. She's got like a small hat, so you can't actually see her particularly well.
Suspicious.
I mean, it just looks like bad lighting. I'm sure it's not suspicious, and she's in no way trying to make her identity seem less obvious. Except that,
Except that she totally is.
except that she
You know
totally
what?
is.
I think, as far as Harlock is concerned, would look at Ethel and be like, look through the pictures. Ugh. And then
And then there's a picture of Ethel having a bite of fish, like that.
I think it would take about two pictures before Harlock would just very slowly push it away. But seeing the one picture of a barely visible Vera, I think Harlock would be like, yes. And that would be the one.
Mhm.
We have to find a steward first, though. Where would one go to hire?
Here, you're gonna have to go and search in this space, and if you can get your steward, then you can have Vera Hawkins
Well, let's look around.
So let me ask you this. It's going to take a bit. You've got a couple of days to sort of put this out. You're probably going to put up a call on this board.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, it is that time. I know that our doc is going to sort of want to go down there in this 5-day period. Although maybe also helping to find a steward because medics and stewards tend to work together since they're both kind of passenger folks. So maybe perhaps you are spending some time trying to work to also find this steward. But I do know that you're planning to go down there. And I will tell you what, when you get down there, well, it's a little bit tricky. I imagine you're probably going to actually spending most of your time up here trying to find this steward. But
he's going down to talk to that professor or whoever, the Enos, or what was that, the cat's name?
Enar.
Enar.
Well,
I want to know about that too.
I will say this. There will be a moment where you're going to have to go down there, and I would like to have you on that shuttle. I would like you all to be on this shuttle so I can tell you what it looks like when you start heading down there. Because you do have a meeting.
Sure.
This is the meeting we're going to.
You have a meeting, and you can also sort of try to find this scientist, right? Down there. So may I put you on the shuttle?
Yes.
Thank you. This shuttle.
Is Wesley with us? I assume so.
I don't know. Would you like to bring Wesley with you?
Let's let Wesley stay with the ship. Would that be?
Sure.
I feel good about that personally.
You might also have
I
Wesley.
We fed him today.
Wait, can we do this real quick? Can we
Anyone walk him? Do we know where he is?
No, at the ship, I would turn since Severance is the one that actually brokered this whole deal. It's time for Wesley's payment.
Oh, because Wesley does not know it's coming.
Right.
Wesley, I imagine, is working really hard to clean up the ship if they're going to get passengers.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Leave him back to kind of security-esque and just to make sure that
you
cleaning up
also,
the ship.
by the way, before you pay him,
Sue's back there too. A variation of Sue is back there. So
I do need to ask this because I need to know how much trouble I get to put you in. I'm sorry, how much excitement you get to have as well. Before you go, because I imagine Wes is going to have to deal with this a little bit. If you take that really nice room and give that to Vera Hawkins, you do have 2 more staterooms. And if you have a steward you can take care of, you can fill those staterooms, those other rooms, those side rooms as well. If you wanted basic, you could fill that in with 4 people if you wanted.
Not bad.
If you'd like.
Make up for not bringing along Ethel and her dog.
Interesting. Would you like 2 middle or 4 basic?
Any
I put
thoughts?
basic.
I only hear money, Trooper. What's the money for 4 basic?
The money.
Hang role play basic.
I feel like, it just seems like you only care about money. Basic would be 3,000, while middle would be 10,000 per.
10,000 a piece.
Yeah.
They are going to Thebes.
Yeah.
Middle.
So 20 versus 12.
Yeah.
He seems, and I'm no mathematician, higher.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah.
If our
Less
theory-
people to try and keep track of.
Middle.
If our theory
Which
holds
is-
true, though, the lower the person, the more likely they might be a crew member, right?
That's
Is that
true,
what we're
that's
going
true.
with? I don't
That's what
know.
I'm thinking.
They're
Well,
passengers.
maybe like, listen, there's all sorts of, we have somebody
And-
among us now who was born a noble. Like, anybody could.
I'm thinking.
And I interrupted Ari. I'm
We
sorry.
don't need to talk about that.
Well, I'm just saying people of who knows, even this strange, mysterious Vera, maybe trying to get away from something, maybe has a shift to
Maybe.
your side,
Maybe.
maybe a criminal
What if
past.
True. What if we do like 1 middle and then we do 2 of the, like, what if we split the difference
I love
so that
it.
we've got 2 of the lower guys and then we've got 1 of the expensive people?
16K then.
Middle. Would you like Ellie Collins profiles?
Just God almighty.
60,
Oh my
63?
63. Okay, what's she look like?
Actually, they are
Ooh.
wearing very, very expensive imperial clothing with a lot of embroidery and a crest. But they did put up for middle passage rather than high.
Okay. Who else do we
God.
have?
Uh,
Who else
They're
do we
really gonna be
have?
cool.
Reuben Powlett,
Reuben.
1819.
Okay.
Um,
Impressionable age.
Dressed pretty well. Looking a bit frazzled in their photograph.
May not expect the nicest of things. I like it. Go on.
Ernest Howlett, mid-40s.
Okay.
Seems like some sort of professional, but doesn't seem like a business person.
So professional, like in what? Maybe.
You know how business people like wear like boring suits with ties? They're wearing a suit, but like corduroy. You know what I mean? Like they've got like a
So a fun professional, kind of like a professor or something.
like something like that. Probably not like a banker, right? Maybe something more along those lines. Absolutely.
Okay.
Harlock. I'm just finishing up selling some things here. You are trying to see if we can get some low berths and things filled, yes?
Something along those lines.
Okay, and you are going through their profiles as if we are to bring them from one place to another and not dating them, yes?
Swipe right, swipe left.
I'm not really
alright,
sure.
yes,
I've been looking at these things anyway, so.
Okay. I was just I'm almost ready there. I think we may have a couple tons for space.
Oh, good. Well, there's only a limited amount of. It's fine. We'll cross that bridge later.
Tell me about them. Ooh, impressionable. Okay. Like it's like
Hey, no, but somebody who's young and impressionable may not care. Okay, maybe they're looking for a job. Maybe they're looking for a job that's not legal. I don't know. That's legal in some places and not others.
There's a late 50s
smoochable
naval
passengers.
admiral.
Their skin looks so soft. I'm sorry, what?
An imperial naval admiral who
Oh
needs
no,
passage.
no, that's
You could right there. There's right there.
Dislike.
Admiral Wilson. Would you
I do not like Admiral Wilson.
A pirate hunting admiral.
You know what they say about your enemies, but no, let's.
But I mean, maybe having an admiral who you impress could be positive.
It could be if we were in a place to impress an admiral. The Reuben. Reuben was the younger one, and then what was the name of the professor?
The professor is Ernest Howlett.
Ernest. Reuben and Ernest, I think, are two good middle ones who seem like they wouldn't be too high maintenance or getting into our stuff.
You have Reuben, Ernest, and Vera.
And then what do we have for the
low
basic?
berths? Well, no, if you take both
the low berths.
Ernest, then your rooms are full.
Yeah. So what do we have for the low berths then?
Now, these are people you're going to put under.
That's fine. I want to know who they are.
And I just feel like you might want to confer with your doc about some of these things. You've got a 43-year-old named Virgil Sine. Photograph looks fine. A young femme-presenting person called Clara Spencer, who seems...
Who's 21?
No, it's got like a leather jacket, sunglasses, seems kind of cool.
Oh, okay.
You've got a late 60s woman named Sophie Wallace, who looks kind of like a grandma, maybe a librarian. Alex Gregory, sort of early 50s. He has got a very bad haircut and a cheap suit. But kind of muscular. Linda Fitchett, who is 14, a kid, and is wearing very expensive clothing, but...
Who's going low berth?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
But flashy. Leopold Cause, late 40s it looks like, who looks like a bureaucrat. Dennis Oliver, early 60s. They are boring looking, but with a scar on their forehead. Boring looking in terms of like everything about their clothing looks quite boring.
Someone purposefully trying to
Perhaps
look normal, I see.
Perhaps.
Although, like, we're not really gonna have to deal with them too much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious.
Josepha Hudson, 30s, early 30s, looks restless. And then Mabel Chavez, who late 50s, looks a bit sallow, complected, like they've had a hard life. They look divorced.
So, in talking to the doctor about these folk, would it be more, does anyone look like they're going to have trouble?
I need a medicine roll. And it's going to be a 10 because you're trying to diagnose via photographs.
Okay.
From our doc.
I have nothing I can help you with.
I'm assuming that I can use my equipment just as far as, okay. And we're doing this on ship, correct?
Well, no, you're doing this by looking through the terminal of people looking for a
Yeah,
passage.
there's all their
so you can't
profiles
diagnose
are
them
up.
actual selves. You're looking at their photographs, basically.
12.
Okay.
Whew.
Mabel Chavez, she's not healthy. Like, you don't, like, she'll be harder to get out in and out of low birth than others.
Is her situation desperate in that she is going to be traveling as soon as she gets somebody that will allow her on board the boat?
Absolutely.
I'm going to take her.
Leopold, who looked like a bureaucrat.
We're going to have a talk before what's her name's comes on, because I'm going to say, if you're going to go with somebody else, I can keep you alive. I'm going to try, but I mean, this could be, there's a chance, you know?
Yeah. And Leopold the bureaucrat, you think probably not the most healthy, right? So those are the two you would say are the highest risk when it comes to sort of like their healthiness, sort of being able to come in and out of low birth. The other thing that you would note would be the 14-year-old. She looks, from your assessment, to be very healthy. So she probably has the best chance of coming in and out of low birth.
We can take everyone except for one. We have enough
Basically,
space.
yes.
So, I mean, if you're really wanting to take
The bureaucrat. No,
the
take the
lady- I was gonna
bureaucrat out,
say,
and then let me
leave
give
the
me the,
bureaucrat.
yep,
Okay.
give me the older lady.
The bureaucrat is out.
Catch another ride, you.
Get your rat.
So, Wesley's going to be dealing with passengers while you all have your meetings down port.
Good luck, Wesley.
I'd like...
We give him 2,000 credits, though.
What?
Here's your payment for the month. Severance was able to secure us your payment, your wages for this month.
What? That's a lot of... That's
You thought
your
you were
wages?
Would you think you were working for free?
No, I just thought I'd get like 100 credits or something.
100 credits.
Welcome to the universe, young man.
100 credits. I can't
Okay.
imagine.
I have to do research. And like, he takes the money and he takes off his boot and he puts it like inside inside the boot, and he puts his boot back on.
Harlock is
Don't
going to.
we have?
You have a safe.
Don't we have
We have a
like
safe, yeah.
like yeah?
You do.
Harlock is going to put a hand
Absolutely.
on Wesley's shoulder and lean and be like, if you feel most comfortable with your money on your foot, that's fine, but we're going to have to speak more about financial security and where you could put it that may be a little more secure.
Oh. Okay.
Not on your foot.
Put it wherever you'd like.
Okay.
It's yours.
But we do have other places that aren't your foot that we could put it.
Oh. Like, okay, but
It would
where?
still be yours. You could.
Oh,
You could.
okay.
Sue, show him where to put his money, and if it's someplace secret, don't tell me.
All right. And like Wesley sort of walks and sort of limps a bit because there's a lump in his boot that is not comfortable.
It's $2,000 or 2,000 credit size lump in the boot.
Before we leave,
This kid.
Val's gonna take Wesley's shoulder and just sort of whisper into his ear, your story's beginning.
Not yet. I need to save more money first. Like a lot more, I think.
My friend, this is your once upon a time.
Okay.
Start writing.
Okay. 20,000 credits. That's what they said. That's what I need. 20,000 credits.
Let's put a pin in that. I'm heading down to the surface, but
I have so many questions.
And Wesley limps along following Sue to find a place that will not ruin his life. Yeah. So my friends, you leave Wesley with these. The passengers have not yet arrived, but they've gotten their, because a lot of this happens like via computer. They will be coming, and
we're not having them show up with just Wesley there, though. There has to be a time frame for them to birth.
Well, we're gonna have to
Hi,
get we're gonna have to make sure we get a
welcome,
steward first.
Yes, like, but you've booked
Like they
them.
can't just.
You just have to get that.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll.
Sure. You have the only way down, which is a shuttle, and this shuttle is serviceable, right? It's a nice shuttle. It's kind of like it's got like airplane seating, and it sits quite a few people. This shuttle, and it costs 50 credits, but you have a meeting with one of the officials of GDCO, so they have comped. They have comped your passage. They've also, by the way, comped you a very nice suite in one of the hotels Downport, so that you can enjoy yourself Downport as well, if you like. I mean, you know. But the shuttle itself, it's like when you come in, you can get 2 rows of seats on both sides, like I'd say 3 and 3. It would probably hold around like 50 passengers, but there are not 50 passengers on this shuttle. There are you all and 3. Because again, not the most bustling place ever, right? And when you come in, there are no stewards at all, because this is more of like it's a quick shuttle. Well, quick enough. There's a small cargo hold, but it is locked. That is so you're not going to like have a lot of things going around. Like you always lock that, like with a Greyhound bus. Mm-hmm. The door to where the pilots are is also locked, so you've got it's like a nice little space. There's a snack machine with a lot of like beverages and also snacks that you could get if you wanted to for like like a credit or so, if you were interested. There are seat belts, but the vibe is that people just don't tend to necessarily use them. You can if you want to, but it's not really. It's like a little shuttle situation. But there are 3 other people here on this shuttle besides you all. There is a Varger in a gray business suit with a very loud tie, and the Varger are sort of they actually are uplifted wolves. Rumor has it there's a planet, what's it called? It's called, I think the people from that planet call it Earth, I think. It's off in the Sol system out.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's kind of out, it's kind of backwater place. But apparently the story from the Varger, they say that they're these ancient aliens that sort of uplifted them and gave them sentience and turned them into like bipedal beings.
Goodest boys.
I don't know if that's true.
That sounds like some sort of fable. I don't know.
Yeah. But they're sort of like wolf jackal people, and this person's wearing a kind of a nice business suit with a kind of a garish tie, and is has got like has got a very nice cup of coffee from the machine and is sitting sort of very sort of calm. There's also a human, early 50s, a man, and he is sitting and has his seatbelt on. He seems to be very fidgety. He doesn't seem to be very excited about taking a shuttle at all. Like there's like a lot of like looking out the window, gripping the seat handles, kind of like a real, a little bit of a nervousness about it. Sort of pudgy, this fellow, wearing like brown slacks and like a light blue shirt that doesn't really fit particularly well. The shoes are kind of worn and not particularly fancy, so maybe not the most well-off person. Seems a bit, doesn't seem like not the most fancy person. And then there's a woman there as well who is youngish, does not look like much that you've seen before. Terica, though. No, you wouldn't have seen. You know, the Harlock. Do you remember your best friend, Ethel? The passenger that you decided not to take?
I do remember my best friend.
Do you remember when she was
Hard to
taking
forget.
photographs at the Mr. Frog restaurant?
Yes.
It's like the authentic Marduk experience.
Yes.
There were people who were waitstaff, and they were wearing some kind of colorful native outfits. This woman is not wearing that. Those things are garish and cheap and from a costume store. But this woman is wearing something that evokes that. She's wearing a tunic that has only one sleeve, right? So one sleeve is long and one sleeve is cut off, and one glove, which seems to be kind of like fashion of the space, wearing this pair of pants wherein halfway between the knee and the ankle, there's like a cuff and there's like kind of like beaded strings, which kind of matches that hat that you remember from the photograph. And this person is holding a shoulder bag. It's not a purse because it's too big. It's a bit canvas and a little bit rough. And she is holding it close to her. And she is not seated anywhere near the rest of you all. She sort of kept herself a little bit distant from the rest of you. And she looks not like a business person, and that looks maybe like an overnight bag, perhaps, right? Like she looks like a commuter, I suppose is the best way to put it.
Can I read her mind?
Oh.
I would need a roll for that one and spend some of your psi points.
Sure. What's my roll for that? Psi?
Psi and your telepathy, and you need an 8. Mm-hmm.
There's my 8 plus my psi is 1 because I have a 9. And that's it. So 9.
You can hear her thoughts, but you do not understand them. The words you don't understand is she's thinking in a language that you do not know.
She's native.
You see images, though. You see images of this restaurant. You see her putting on a uniform to work. You see somebody like holding onto her like elbow, like a customer, and like speaking. And how do I put this? What the customer is saying you do not understand, but you do understand that it's speaking Galak, your language. But in a way that her understanding of it is like, it's like a wah, 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 right? Like she understands what they're saying, but like it is clearly just like loud and ugly sounding, right? In this sort of memory of it. And like you see like drunk tourists, like you see her working through this restaurant. and then you see her thinking about going back to work, basically, right, in this space. And there's a little flash of her back up on the high port. It looks to you like she was only there, like she was shopping, right? Like she was up there to sort of get some goods, and then coming back down. And you can see her in her memory, which is what she's thinking about, looking out of the high port at the stars. And like you can see her remembering standing at the big sort of like picture window of the high port, watching ships coming in, and you can see her seeing your ship come in. Not that she was stalking, but she just happened to see it come in and sort of be marveled at this sort of amazing looking ship. And then it goes back to her having to pick up, right, these tables.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Trooper, but I can project into her mind as soon as I have a link, correct? I can. Then what I would like to do is I would like to give her images of some of Val's greatest successes. And most of these would be done in the poorer sections of the city, delivering babies, saving people that had been grievously wounded. And then he's going to show a picture of the gambler. And he's going to, without being able to express, he's talking in complete imagery here, his profession as a healer. And show her the same star field that she was watching, show her the gambler, show her my face, and then I'm going to turn around and look at her.
When it first happens, she kind of freaks a little bit, right? Because she doesn't know what's happening, because many people do not have psychic contact, right? And she is like a bit startled, and she looks around to see where this is coming from. And she looks and she sees you, who was the person in her mind. And you can see that she finds this a bit alarming, having psychic contact, but the images were not hostile. So you can see her being a little bit uncertain. And then you get the sense of this might be secret, right? Like, because that was a psychic contact. She's heard things about psychic people, that they are dangerous. And so she doesn't know if this was a secret connection, right? So it's like there's that startle, that sort of reaction. She sees you. She doesn't seem to quite know how to respond to that. And then she kind of acts like she plays cool, like she doesn't want to give you away, like that if she had said something that might expose you in some way. So she kind of just sits, not looking at you, but you can tell she's noting where you are now, right? That she's keeping an eye out for you, but not in a hostile way or in a wary way, but more, I mean, she's always wary, but in the sense that like, this is a person that I'm going to have to talk to, right? Like, it's clear like that she wants to sort of like, if you were to get up to leave the shuttle because you had landed, you imagine that she would get up and leave at the same time so that she wouldn't lose you, but she doesn't want to expose whatever that is in front of strangers. Does that make any sense?
What's her name? Can I read that?
No. You would have to ask her.
Fine.
Because she doesn't think of her own name. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. As you're riding this shuttle, you hear, hello, this is your captain speaking. Welcome to the shuttle, down to the starport. We are happy to have you here. The General Development Corporation is happy to have you here. This will be a 2 hours and 45-minute shuttle ride down to the surface. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your trip. There is refreshments, and this will be a lovely moment. Please enjoy the scenery. You can look at our route downwards involves concentric, slower and lower orbital patterns, and so we'll be passing by the entire planet. And on your left and right, you can see the beauty, the natural beauty of Marduk. It takes a while, right? This is going to be a long, long trip where you're going from high orbit down lower and lower to this place. And this is almost 3 hours, and apparently it takes longer going back up because the space station moves, and so there's no it's not a direct route. But as you are moving, breaking through this atmosphere slowly and slowly, moving through the clouds, you come to see, as you break, Marduk. And Marduk is oceans. And as you're passing through, you see this continent that is all brown, and it seems vast. There's some clearly vegetation. It seems like there's but you don't see any evidence of you're still kind of high, but you don't see evidence of skyscrapers or anything like that, just sort of unending broken land and huge continent and many, many islands sort of spread out all over as you're sort of moving through this place, as you're sort of heading down. You don't see, and as you know, as you're traveling from light to dark, so the time shifts. You don't see lights. You don't see the lights of, when you go to most places, there'll be lights of a city. Maybe it's more like Drinax where that's not happening, where you don't have the lights of a city in a place because that's not happening on this planet. But you get the kind of these vast vistas. And the Vargur turns to you all and goes, so, what brings you down to Downport? Excuse me, my name is Evan Gaharsvan Sanderson. Gaharsvan is the name everyone calls me, but to you as a human, you can call me Evan or Mr. Sanderson. What brings you down to Marduk Downport?
Seeing what the station has to offer. It's a very nice tie you have.
Oh, it is loud. It is a loud, garish tie, super vibrant, almost neon.
I envision a neon version of Three Wolf Moon.
Yes. Vargur don't have the same range of color recognition, right?
Right.
That humans do, so they tend to go
You
for...
can't tell, right?
But they actually tend to go for really bright things so they can see them, right? So their color range is a little bit more narrow, so they tend to go bright.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. That's what happens when you have dog eyes, right?
I like it.
Slightly brighter colors.
I like it.
So for
His name is Vargson.
Evan.
Evan Garharsvan.
Gaharvson. Well, Val would say, well met, Gaharvson, and he would say it in, I believe it's Veg.
Yes.
Is their language?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're going to see Downport. Well, I hope you'll have a good time. There's something, are you tourists? And the human man is just every time the shuttle rocks a little bit, he just he's clearly stressed out about this trip. And then the woman is just not looking at any of you, except for the corner of her eyes, right? She will not turn her head to make it obvious, but you can tell now she's listening to everything, right? To see who are these people, right? What are they on about?
We're just here to help.
So you're not here to go and have all of that, the bottomless Marduk hurricane from the Mr. Frog restaurant, I see.
No, is that what's bringing you down?
No. I have business Downport. I try to. There's business up above some of the big things, but if you're looking for, there's some very nice deals you can make on rare seafood and fish, and I happen to be myself personally a wholesaler of trader of seafoods. They can make some very good deals here, take them back up and take them off to other systems. one moment. And he pulls out a card, a business card. It's got a little digital holographic, and he hands it out, one to each one of you. Yes, if you, I do trading myself, if you are interested. Pardon me. And he bows to the Harlock, and he bows to Severance, and then he bows to the doctor, then he bows to Terica.
No, that's fine. Thank you, though.
I'll take hers.
Evan.
Out of me.
So, Evan, I wonder. So you seem very familiar with the sea life of this planet.
Oh yeah, yes.
What have you heard any? And Harlock's going to lean forward. Have you heard anything about a kraken?
Oh.
Or a sea monster of any kind?
Well, yes, of course, but I mean, nobody believes that's true. I mean, yes, it is a bit of a tricky situation because it has an impact on insurance rates, of course.
Does it?
Oh, yes. Ships get lost, not irregularly. I think that it's probably, well, here's the thing. Some people will say that they think it's Ogham Raiders, but if they were Ogham Raiders, they'd have to jump into the system and they would be noted. Even if I mean, usually there's like an alarm that will go off letting you know that raiders have arrived. Usually they don't. I wouldn't worry, though. And he says that because the man like pokes up like raiders, right? Like, oh, and he's like, I wouldn't worry. They never come this way. They never hit the island. But usually we get a bit of an alert letting know that people are there. But, you know, you can't come into system without you can't hear without people knowing about it. It's just that, you know, so I've not heard alerts for Ogham Raiders when the ship goes down. So maybe there's just some sort of strange sea anomaly or something that, you know, takes the trawlers like a storm or something.
Is that what you think?
Well, really, it's quite... Look, there are storms that happen, although ships have gone missing when there weren't storms, so that's strange. Maybe there's just some sort of, you know, maybe there's just some sort of radiation or something. It's just strange because the ships never come back. No one's ever found them. But there's no such thing as sea monsters, so that can't be it. It's probably some, I don't know, pressure system or something. And then
pressure system.
The other man goes, pressure system? Like, he says it too, like, but he doesn't say it like, oh, interesting. He says like, pressure system, like, oh no. And like, you can see him like worrying about the integrity of the shuttle.
Kind of toward the end, that Harlock would look at Val and kind of just like pull out just a little corner of 100 credits. Disappearing even when there are no storms, you say? Well, that is very suspicious indeed.
Well, you know, look. It's bad for business, of course, because usually the ships that go are, well, it's not just, to be honest, it's the ones that do the deep trawling that go to the deepest part, where the best and rarest seafood is. Because here's the thing I will tell you. Oh, excuse me. He gets up and he goes to the vending machine and he pulls out, and he gets the most expensive Danish, one each for everyone here on the shuttle.
And I'm giving myself a credit back because I was kind of buying some
Danishes to everyone.
I love him.
So please eat up. And you can see it's like he gives you these Danishes and they're the most expensive ones, but it doesn't seem like he's like, I'm so rich that I'm going to, you know, that I don't care about money, but more like
the Danish is on me.
Yeah, kind of like a here's like a respectful thing because we're all here together on the shuttle for like the next 3 hours.
We're sharing in a meal.
Right, he's sharing in a meal, and he's kind of like, you can tell he would love to just pull up these chairs, but the chairs don't move because they're bolted in, right? So he tries to like turn himself around to sort of try to make it seem like a circle in a way as he hands out these Danishes.
Is the Vargear still? Is the Vargear still?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait until they start eating.
And he goes up and he sort of takes it, and like as he goes to eat, it's he's very well put together, and he's got a really lovely parquet square that's also quite garish, and he's got this big Danish, and he like sits there and he like opens his maw and he like and like it's like he's trying to keep the Danish in his mouth, and like, you know, and he's like there's like a lot of keeping it in with your hands, right? It's a little messy because he's a wolf person, and like then out comes his handkerchief, and he like makes sure he cleans all the crumbs off.
Evan, where are you headed after this?
Oh, well, I'm going down here. I'll be here for a week or so. I hope nothing too. I hear there's that crank scientist is down here trying to do some sort of special or something like this. I hope he doesn't disrupt trade too badly. Although, to be honest, I don't think it's going to happen because he doesn't even have his own crew. He needs someone to go and he's got some sort of submersible, I think, like a submarine. He wants to go and prove.
It seems like he's been trying to hire a crew from what we've seen up above.
He's been here for the last I seen. Well, let's see. I was out for a week and then back, so I've been away for the last 3 weeks. He was here last month. He was here. He didn't find a crew, and I saw his stick back on the board. He still hasn't found anyone to go and do it. Nobody's.
Well, I think there may be a few news suckers on their station than there were last time you were around.
Look, he's not paying a lot. He says he's paying some for people to go. He's wanting to get like a pilot and all sorts of people to navigate his submersible. But he's saying that that if you are part of this great discovery, that'll give you all sorts of an in to all sorts of people and fame and influence and all of that. But here's the thing. I don't think he's going to have a lot of good luck because whatever it is going to take at least a week or two, maybe longer than a week. And most crews here, they're not going to sit around and waste time and money because time is money. If you're on a ship, every time you're not making money, you're losing money from your hold. So I can't imagine he's going to get a lot of traders to come through and take him up on his offer. For what? For nothing. There's no such thing as a sea monster.
Flavor in this Danish.
Yeah.
Barley.
Barley.
Evan, you seem to be very good with people.
Oh, you can't be a good businessman without being good with people.
Indeed. I might wonder, have you ever thought about,
I'm so sorry. I hate to be rude. I'm sorry. And he points to you, Severance. What is your name?
Baron Severance.
Baron Severance. Are you not enjoying your Danish?
It's great. It's just dry. But I mean, it's got a crunch.
I can get a round of coffees for everyone. Yes. He gets up and he goes over to the vending machine and he gets a round of coffees.
Very kind.
And he goes up to Tarika first and he hands them the coffee. Your name?
Tarika. Thank you. It is a pleasure to meet you and to listen to the conversation, and for all of these.
Let me eat it first.
And then
Alpha has to eat it first. Yes.
How was your Danish?
Oh, it was interesting. I haven't had those flavors mesh together, but I found it delightful in its own way.
I see you have a very refined palate. I like that.
Thank you again.
They seem to know their Danishes, and then hands the Baron a cup of coffee. Goes over to the doctor.
What is this, a pup cup?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Val will take it, and if he has one himself, he'll kind of click it off of him. But look at the Harlock.
Yo, the Harlock is already there. And as soon as so Evan, I was curious, have you ever considered expanding the adventure in your life? You're so good with people and you're so generous, and you're really quite charming.
Oh, thank you. What do you mean? What?
Well, as it happens, our crew right now is looking to expand, and if I may be so bold, you seem to have the absolute perfect fit for what we might be looking for.
I'm a wholesaler for seafood. I don't know. The life of a free trader is inconsistent in its income.
But what if you were to take on a job where you would be guaranteed a consistent income?
Well, what sort of ship are you on? Are you what sort of ship is this? And are you wanting me to do trading?
One of a
Well,
kind, my friend.
it is, as far as the ship itself goes, I don't think anyone would be able to really paint quite as clear a picture than our very own Terica here.
It is an excellent ship. I would ask you to imagine the most beautiful and sleek ship you have ever seen in your life, embedded with history and the veins of culture flowing through every section of the ship. And then imagine the speed of a ship, the sleekness that it can slip between the stars, and that is our ship. She's amazing.
Piloted by among the very best, and Halk would gesture to Terica.
I have to ask, so is this a 100-ton, 200-ton free trader? What sort of, what trade routes are you following? I'd have to sort of know.
Yes, well.
200 tons.
Oh, that's not bad, how much cargo space? And are you able to, do you have the room to have, like, do you have like an aqua tank? So if we had like living fish, like what sort of?
Well, we could definitely.
Not today.
Yeah, we could get one though. It's we would definitely.
Water on the Gambler.
We could discuss the possibilities at some point.
What sort of trading do you do?
All sorts. And Alec is going to look to Val. Right now, we are taking some passengers over to Thebes, and we, as free traders, yes, as so free traders, we are quite flexible in the things that we do.
Sleek. Are you armed? Do you do mail deliveries as well?
We are armed. We have not picked up any mail as it stands yet, but we are not adverse to the possibility.
It would have to be something interesting. I don't know. Let me think about it.
Well, absolutely. We would want you to think about it for sure. But I will say, if you are looking for something interesting and adventurous, surely you will not find an opportunity quite like this.
Well, I don't go into business with people I don't know particularly well.
Me neither.
Well, here's a thought.
But we have broken bread, and I believe that is the first step to knowing.
This is true. Let me make you an offer.
A generous term.
How about when we get down to the Downport, Star Town, how about we have dinner on me? By the time we arrive, it should be evening. And we shouldn't go to Mr. Frog. That's a terrible place. It's just for tourists. It's cheap. And the woman up in the corner has a reaction to it, right, to that sort of comment. There's much better food down there that's not full of drunk tourists.
Yes.
Drunk tourists who would come here rather than somewhere else. So I know a pretty decent place with it's on the docks, best seafood possible.
I think that sounds wonderful. He kind of looks around at everyone else, trying to
Oh yeah. I mean, we have a meeting though.
Yes, of course. Well, yes, but we'll not want to go to the meeting on an empty stomach. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Now, let me ask you a question right about now, because we're right in an exciting moment for me. I need to know if any of you took weapons with you. Remember, you're not allowed to have heavy weapons, only personal sidearms.
But we can have the rapiers.
Yes.
We have pistols.
Then yes.
Yes.
And of course, my medical equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. Harlock has
a couple grenades in it. What?
Yeah. Harlock has a cutlass that is her own that she takes with her, and she has her special gun.
Let me ask, would you try to sneak grenades into your medical pack because they would search your stuff.
They're not grenades as much as they are flashbangs. So it's and smoke, and it's
Grenades?
not
Who said grenades? That's not anything.
right. I mean, it's not explosives by any
Such an
stretch of the
excessive
imagination.
word.
Right. These are signal flares. Is
Signal
what they
flares.
clearly say on the
If there's
outside
a
of the case.
raid, we'll need to clearly,
deception.
as people who were asked to help.
I need a deception.
I brought my
Oh,
entire
God.
array.
Well, I'm not trying to deceive anybody. So.
That is going to be with me. I did not bring a rapier.
Deception is int, so I get to have a bonus.
The sheath is on my hip, but there is no blade in it.
8.
You need.
I have these
10.
weapons.
They would confiscate
Oh,
those and
God.
give them back to you later.
Okay, well, I will then use 2 luck
All right,
to
then.
make
What
them.
Okay.
What about my drugs? I should probably sneak those too.
Oh my God.
If those drugs are your drugs,
Maybe you have a condition that you just need to have them on you for.
I'm gonna need a
But
deception
that
again.
was
Ah!
that was once a thing. Yes.
I need a
Can I
deception.
assist with this
Yes, you
because it's
can.
drugs?
Yes, you
Okay.
can.
So do I need to roll to see what he gets?
No, you
Doctor
have your
will
deception
definitely be able
first.
to help with that.
What am I rolling? Deception.
Yes, please.
10.
Mhm.
Yo,
You will get a +1
Hey.
from our good doctor. And the guards will be like, "What?" They're like, "What is this? What is this?
Luck. What is this?
What is this?"
What is
stuff.
And they're pointing to the your kit.
my kid? Oh, I'm diabetic.
Have you taken your meds?
Not yet. I was about to. I need to check.
Oh.
My
I was about to. land
God,
my
take your
finger.
meds.
I
We've
would,
just
but
come
I-
from orbit, for God's sakes.
Well, you have Danishes on this
You,
shuttle,
you
right?
do not want this man to pass out. This will be on you.
You have sweets on the shuttle?
And
I'm going to be getting a snack.
Get him some juice as he's like pulling down his eye and like.
What are you doing? Ow, ow.
You will have your drugs and you will have your signal flares. But they looked through everything, right? They were very conscientious before you got onto the shuttle. And
Kareem, the rapier doesn't count, right?
no, rapiers and
Cool.
pistols are fine. They just don't want things like grenades, rifles,
Grenade launcher.
grenade launchers.
Ion cannons.
I
you know.
know they don't want big
Hell,
things. They want to keep things not violent.
Boarding guns.
Well, I guess
no.
I'll have to leave my brain somewhere else
Oh,
then,
oh.
won't I?
I guess I'm going to have to put these hands back.
Your other fellow, he doesn't.
Stressed one?
Evan?
The stressed one.
Oh,
He doesn't
this guy.
talk to you all, but you can hear him mumbling.
I do want to approach him, though.
Yes.
Can we hear what he's mumbling?
Oh, it's mumbling things like, okay, that was just one bump. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. Okay, is that turbulence? Is that a thing? But like, if it's like,
What are you counting, my friend?
He's too anxious to be a criminal.
he seems to be really stressed out that like any bump might be
Right.
like, and then like you can hear him. He's like, did I hear the shuttle? Was that metal bending? Was it metal bending? Was it metal bending? No.
Because I'm
yes,
like-
no. Like he is
Holding myself between the aisles, like bending down over
Yeah.
towards him. Are you all right?
What? Yes.
You seem
yes.
very agitated and stressed.
No.
Because I probably have an orange juice box.
It's just that shuttles are so unreliable. I mean, they crash all the time, you know?
Well, I mean, you don't have to worry. I think everyone here is believes in it enough.
I mean, there are statistics that show that riding shuttles is one of the most dangerous things you can do, especially when you're going from orbit in through the atmosphere. Like, have we finished passing the atmosphere yet? Because at any moment...
You mind if I sit down?
Oh, no, please.
It's pretty bumpy. I sit down next to him. Let me tell you something. This is this is what helps me. Someone once told me that everyone is a little bit. It's okay. That's fine. Everyone is a little bit psychic.
Really?
Everyone.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
I will prove it. Have you seen this vessel? It's huge. It's made of metal. Why would this thing fly?
Magic, space magic.
Well, it can be kind of. It's because everyone here believes in it. All right? So you don't have to worry. Oh,
God.
Someone stopped believing for a moment. All right, so just keep that in mind. Have a good flight.
What if they can't fly? And like, you see him just
leave him with that moment. And then I make my way back to everybody else.
Oh my God! Okay? I can't. I don't think Harlock could help themselves. This was a conversation that everyone would have been privy to.
I mean, I just sort of snuck off at some point, but yeah, probably.
So, Harlock wants to just a little, just a wee little bit, just give a slight jostle to the shuttle, just a little one.
You're gonna do it.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I was like,
Just a very, just a very slight jostle.
Head onto the turbulence.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Severance comes and sits back down, Harlock will be like, and turn to Severance, be like, I think that one stopped believing for a second.
Exactly, yes.
He gets up.
Very dangerous.
He moves very quickly to the back of the shuttle, to the restrooms.
Okay.
He goes into the restrooms. You hear some... He seems to be not having a very good time there for a moment.
Yikes.
That's a shame.
Oh my God.
He'll never make it in space.
I don't think so.
Mm.
What were we? And is Evan still nearby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just sort of enjoying our.
Yes, he has clearly taken this shuttle many times, and is having a pretty good time. But I feel like we need this one maybe.
Because we're being such turds to this poor kid.
No, that's not why.
Oh no. I had to try.
So as you're having this sort of lovely time and you are sort of making your way down lower, and it's been like an hour and a half on this shuttle, perhaps. And this man comes back with a little, seems to not have been done so well. And he sort of makes his way, and he says, and he looks at Tarika. He looks at them and he says, you said that, they said you seemed like a pilot. Are they good? Is our ship going to fall apart? Is the shuttle, did I hear, like I heard a creaking sound. Is the shuttle okay? Is it going to be okay? Are they good enough to fly this thing? Are we going to die?
I've been on quite a few shuttles, and I will say that turbulence when descending through the atmosphere is quite common. It's a result of the molecules heating up and heating against the ship and then hitting the ice as we go through, as well as the atmospheric conditions. They can be a large contributor. And the reality is, the wings are intentionally built to flex like that. They're supposed to bend a little bit on the side so that, that's why they're doing that. It's see that right there? See that wiggle? That's so that it doesn't break off. And so
it would otherwise snap off like a twig, just like that.
Yes, exactly. So really, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing in this moment. We're supposed to experience these jumps and these jolts because if it was an entirely smooth ride, frankly, I would be far more worried. I would think that we were just dropping out of the sky completely, but we're not, we're bumping our way down exactly the way that we should be.
Okay. So we're fine.
For now.
Yes, for now. I mean, the reality is things can change at any minute. You can be
You never know what
flying
might
along
happen.
in the universe,
Okay.
and then you can end up in the middle of a war. And
Like,
anyway,
you
the
know what?
point
It's if that's really things seem to be okay right now,
Okay.
though. I think you should
So we're
probably put your
safe.
seatbelt on.
Oh, okay.
You would hate for you to
Yes.
slip.
So he moves back towards his seat. And as he's passing by Evan just kind of like pats him on the shoulder to try to make him feel better, because he seems to be a little stressed. That is when you hear it. The alarm. A blaring klaxon sound. Like a
He'll love this.
like maybe there's something wrong. And he's not hit his seat yet. He's walking down the aisle as you hear this like woo, woo, woo. And as you hear it, the shuttle, you know how when you have that kind of turbulence where like it just feels like the shuttle drops, like you're in a plane, it just like kind of like just drops a foot. It's not like that. It's more like the nose tips downward and it starts doing this massive dive as if it's something not okay has happened. It's going in. I need an athletics roll from everyone is what I need. If you don't mind.
How dare you?
I need an athletics roll of 8 for everyone.
Do I have athletics? Oh, I do have athletics. Look at that.
What if you don't have athletics?
Terica made a 9. A 4 from our doc.
Can I try to catch the guy who was walking down who was trying to get back to his seat?
Let's get everyone else's
willing
roll
to
and we'll have
use
that discussion.
That's a nice 4 for a Harlock.
A 4 for a Harlock.
Every -1 instead of a -3.
All right. So let's have a discussion about this. Oh, excuse me for one moment. Let me just see how this is going to go for some people.
Oh no.
Okay.
Why are you rolling? That's bad.
Because there are 3 other passengers here.
Oh, right. Okay.
Pretty sure Harlock just fell out the window.
No, that is not what happened. However, the shuttle with the alarm going off takes this quick dive. And when I say it makes a quick dive, a steep, steep dive, as if it's just falling like a rock out of the sky. Coffee cups go flying. Danish is moving. It's like it is the whole thing jolts and moves in this way that is not natural and not okay. We have 2 of us, the doc and Harlock, did not make their roll. The woman
above an 8.
Severance made it, right? Severance made it.
Need
The
above an
Harlock
8?
and the doc did not.
Is 8 our number?
8 is your number.
I had a 7.
Oh,
Terica would try to help.
Who?
Would try to help Val for sure.
Because right now a bunch of people did not make that roll. The Evan who's seated is fine. He's like sort of grabs on.
Yeah.
The woman who is sitting by the window because she likes to look out. She just like immediately like very fast reflexes. She is able to like steel herself very, very quickly. So she is all right. Terica, you're all right. Nobody else is.
Cool. I like that.
You have one person you might be able to try to help. Who would you like that to be?
It would be Val. It would be their ride or die.
Give me a roll.
And the doctor. Okay, and also the doctor.
Also the doctor. Also good reason, but that's not the reason that Val does it. So let's be real. Is it another athletics check?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm in the wrong window. Oh, hey, look at that.
Okay. I'm going to make some rolls right now. And then I'm going to want you to describe some things for me. Let's start with Severance.
I could use
Take 1
my
point
luck,
of damage.
but I won't. Perfect.
As you are thrown off out of your seat right? And across. And I want you to tell me about how much that goes. Harlock, 1 point of damage, which is absorbed by your skin.
Love that skin.
Because you have all over body, all over subdermal armor.
That's true.
But you too are thrown off of your feet. Doc.
Our damage goes into
your endurance.
Into our, thank you.
It starts with your endurance.
Oh, God.
I need to know how our dear... Well, let me just roll how much damage you would have taken, Doc. 3 points of damage. It would have been 3 points of damage had Terika not saved you. As you go flying across the shuttle, I need to know what happens. I want to know from each one of you what happens as the shuttle violently rocks and it starts moving in this, and it is not stopping. This dive is still continuing to go on as the alert is blaring.
It's like a crazy spin wacky dive that's happening here.
Yeah.
And did it feel like we were hit or jostled, or does it feel like something just broke?
That's
you know what I mean?
Very
like,
good question. It looks to you perhaps as if the pilots are maneuvering.
Okay, so
don't
we
like that.
jostled in one direction.
We might be attacked.
Okay. So
perhaps a little evasive maneuvers, but kind of very aggressive
evasive maneuvers. So it's
very
not like
aggressive.
We were attacked or jostled or crashed midair or something. It's definitely
it is
like a
very
missile.
erratic because it looks like they're trying to avoid something.
And feels like that, I think too.
Yes, it
because
does.
Cool. We don't see what that is, obviously, probably right now. So I think as it's sort of doing this aggressive, evasive maneuvers, I don't think it would be jostly, of course, but I also don't think that Severance is going to wear a seatbelt. I don't think he ever does. And that's just who he is. And I think that in this moment, there's probably that aggressive swoop or a dive to try to, if they're being attacked or whatever it is, evade whatever it is that is attacking them. And I think that is probably going to involve, I'm picturing aisles, but I remember you also said you pulled a chair over.
No, he couldn't. He wanted to. If he could have, he would have.
He could.
So
he
just
would have.
like
Okay.
turned himself.
Right. So he did that like turny side across the aisles thing. Okay, great. So yeah, I think whoever's next to me, I don't know who it is. I probably just flail toward the window. I feel like I would be in the aisle seat. And flailed toward the window and just smash my head, not smash, it seems like pretty violent, but smack my head pretty hard on the window as I just sort of fall back in my place. As I just take a large clock to the face. I probably have a bloody nose as I sort of fall back. And whoever's there, I don't know who it is, but I just made a really awkward flail at your body with my body and smashed it against the window next to you. With a huge and weird bonk. And then I sort of tried to fight my way back to the seat, and now I'm bleeding.
The nervous man, is just pitched forward, and he flies across the shuttle right to, like, smashes right into the concession machine, and he gets this really ugly looking cut right across his forehead as he just smashes right into it. And so and now, of course, I would say he claps on the ground, which he does, but the shuttle is still doing evasive maneuvers, so he's still jostling about.
He would, but it was like that weird zero-G body.
Just spinning around in the middle.
But I imagine you take a really nasty bump, but you're fine. Right?
Yeah. So Harlock would had, for the most of the ride, been wearing a seatbelt because that is the safe thing to do, but not at this moment. And so gets kind of pitched out of the seat, like slams up against the other side, but again, subdermal armor. So then like real quick grabs the seat and like pulls down into it and then buckles in right next to new favorite person, Evan.
Who's like,
it's my buddy.
Everybody's okay. I need to know from the doc and from Terika how this happens, because the doc would have taken 3 points of damage to his endurance. What is your endurance, doc?
It's not great.
Hmm.
My endurance is a 7.
Wow. That would have been awful for you, huh?
Oof.
How does this would have been a really nasty sort of bit of damage. How do you stop this from happening?
I mean, I think like Tarika would have been strapped in, but the way that I see this going is they had that, right before a ship is about to like jerk and drop, you could hear that whine of the like the flaps need to go down.
Yeah.
And I think Tarika heard that whine.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have enough time to check their seatbelt, but it was already on because they're a pilot. But they did have enough time to fling an arm across Val and to like like stay down sort of effect.
Hold the mom arm.
The mom arm.
Mom arm.
Yeah.
I would think that too.
What do you think?
That at that connection, as Val would get ripped out of his seat because he wasn't strapped in, he would grab hold of Tarika's arm and pull towards them. As I'm assuming, Tarika would be pulling towards Val. And with one of the whips and kind of whipsaws, he would crash into them as they would probably be like in the same seat for a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that's, Tarika pulling him down. And if there was music at this moment, Baba O'Reilly would be playing. And what color eyes does Tarika have?
Tarika has like bright green eyes, super green.
Val has green eyes too, but they're not bright green. And so reflected in both of those twin orbs of green, as he would kind of come to rest, knowing what could have happened to him, as he looks at them, sees himself, sees that fear that he never has in their eyes. Tarika might see something in his eyes that they've never seen before. And he would simply say, I dreamed this.
Strap in.
For those
And then
of you-
they'll like
Mhm.
be trying to like hold on to you as like the ship is doing its thing.
There are some people who are not strapped in right now. There are some people who might need, I need an athletics roll. This is a difficulty 10, Dex Athletics, to get into your seat and strap in while this place is pitching the way it does.
Can I help Val's roll?
You have gotten Val in, so we just have 3 people.
Can you
Never
Okay.
mind.
Your Baron is having some trouble getting into their seat.
Can we do the chain here? Everybody cue up Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah.
Can Tarika to Val
Just
to...
like-
Okay.
Yeah, is there any way to
Get your hands
read?
on me.
Yeah, can we help him?
I would
would
need
love
an
to
athletics
help.
dex check from those people who are strapped in, which right now is Val and the Doc. But I will please note both. Before you roll that, can I get Harlock to roll?
Harlock strapped in after the
You're good?
first. Yeah,
Okay.
after the first thump, like immediately grabbed and strapped down.
There are 2 people right now who are not strapped in. It is our nervous guy, whose name you do not know, and also Severance. Neither one of them made their roll. Who would you like to help?
It's Severance.
Yeah, we're
So very
Yes.
kind of you.
Okay.
I didn't know for a second.
Oh, actually, I don't know that Tarika would.
There you go.
But there's multiples of us
Sorry.
that are strapped in.
There are
Tarika
also
wouldn't.
multiples of
Tarika would
me.
not be
Mhm.
helping.
Mhm.
Rocket, I thought for sure you were going to say there are multiples of him. It's okay.
That's also true.
No, I meant there's enough of us we can help more than one.
Mhm. That is true. Val, would you like to try to help our Baron? Or
Yep.
is that the Harlock who'd like to try to help our Baron? I want to know.
The Harlock does not have athletics, so
All right, then.
the Harlock can try, but I don't think it's going to be successful.
You need a 10.
Man. Do you have to have the athletics to assist?
Yeah.
I don't have athletics as a skill.
I mean, you can roll it, but then you're at a -3, which means
I could hurt him.
yes, you could.
As opposed to, I can make us roll worse.
I'm not gonna. I'm probably gonna hurt him.
Doctor.
Oh my God, I feel
Baron?
like such a dick, but Tarika wouldn't do that. I'm so sorry, man.
Don't be sorry. This is
Baron,
great. My character's
you
a
can
dick.
spend 3 luck.
he deserves it.
Do you have the luck to spend?
Me? Who?
Yeah, Baron, do you have the luck to spend?
Yeah, I do. So I'm flapping around like a rag doll in an aggressive maneuver thing.
I have 2 luck, Myth. Do you want me to try? If I roll shitty,
It'll just be worse.
I think Val would
You know my
try.
answer.
Okay.
I know. I'm gonna try.
Mhm,
Because Val would definitely try.
mhm.
This is the kind of behavior that's going to get Val abducted.
Creatively, narratively, put my seatbelt on at any time, and I didn't. So,
This is. I know, but
What's your luck?
Woo! My luck
Alright.
takes it to a 9,
It's not enough.
It's got to be a 10, right?
but it's a help. I don't have to pass, right?
That
I
is
just
true,
have to
that is
add it.
correct. That is correct. Which will give you a plus
oh
1.
God.
Lord have mercy.
So our fingers like touch.
See, I've got a really weird thing I want to do here because of all this wackiness that's happening and like the sort of the subtle theme that's going on in the shuttle. And you're helping me right after you said I dreamed this.
Yeah.
I would like to use teleportation.
All right. That's going to spend some psi powers.
I don't know if he means to. I think he just is. And I think just because of the, like I said, like the subconscious theme of the shuttle ride has sort of been going on. So I don't know what to do. I roll psionic stuff.
Yes, please.
I have no psionic strength. I have +1 because of
What is your psi skill?
is 0. Oh, my psi rating is 2. Mod is -10. I rolled that one. Am I rolling psionic strength?
Yes, please. You're at minuses though. Because, it is not great. Let me get my teleportation up here right now. Pop, 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 pop.
Oh, I copy and pasted telepathy, but it's just teleportation. I was like, mind-to-mind contact. That doesn't make any sense.
You need an 8+.
I need an 8+ on this one.
But remember, you're at a -2 or 3 already because of your...
He gets +1 though, right? Because okay.
I'm a jack of all trades.
And yes. Well, no, it's just because of your psionic skill is so low. You have a negative to that.
Oh, balls, you're right. Yeah, it's like it's a stat, not a skill. Yeah.
So I think that is going to be like what a minus. Well, your score's a 2, right?
It's a -3, right? It's a -2 already, but I have a 1.
Where's my cheat
I'm
sheet?
trying to just think of anything else.
You're going to get a +1 from your pal because your pal is helping. You're going to get a +1 from your actual skill.
Okay, how many people are clapping in the audience?
So that's a +2.
Right.
And it's a -2. So even.
Not so bad.
Even.
And I need an 8.
You need an 8. That didn't do it. That's not a roll.
I don't know what that is. Sonic strength 2.
You can just roll 2d6.
So,
right? Did that give that in there?
I don't know what's happening.
Let's see what that roll is.
You want that one instead? All right.
Spend 2 of your psi points. You only had 2, I believe, right?
Yeah. I spent 2 of my side points.
That, my friend, is a critical fail. Nice.
Yes.
I do appreciate that.
No, I appreciate it. This is great. This is sort of what I
My
wanted to
dude,
happen
no.
anyway.
Oh my God.
The last time this happened.
Can I just disappear like out
Somebody
of the,
got murdered.
out of the moving?
See,
I disappear. It's still flying. And now I'm just...
And reappears in the same spot it was.
Right.
Moments before. No,
God.
my guy.
It's okay.
No,
I'll
no,
grab onto...
no.
I was going to buy a squirrel suit, too, and this would have been...
Let's just hold on to
You
that.
You
right,
were.
As I asked the question of Tarika, Tarika,
Yeah.
do you want to help our nervous guy or no?
Yeah, they would try to help the nervous guy.
Please roll your athletics. Dex athletics,
Okay.
that's 10 you need.
Let me just open up that sheet one more time.
You need a 10.
I'll use one of my points of luck to get there.
Okay, that's good because he failed terribly on that roll. He goes flying, right? And he goes flying back the other direction, and he's going to go all the way across and hit that wall really badly. I need you to tell me what happens.
I think as he's flying across, Tarika would try to do the mom arm on the other side. But I think as they reach across, it's probably not quite as effective. It's probably more, it ends up being one of those like this sort of thing, you know? And then they're just sort of hanging on as they both the arms like slap against the seat in front of them.
You are lovely and you get him in there. So here's the thing about not being particularly skilled in teleportation.
Oh,
You need
God.
a lot of training to be able to move your body through space. There's momentum issues. There are other issues. And you are not
Quantum
trained and skilled in that way.
Yeah, not at all.
But you do teleport. That is a true thing that happens. What happens is you can imagine floating, right? It's like I'm going to ask you a question. I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you. Have you ever
Teleport a couple times.
No, have you ever been to the beach, like at an ocean, where they have actual waves? Like not like phony waves, but actual waves.
Sure.
Have you ever been maybe walking back out of the ocean, perhaps?
Yeah,
and the next thing you know, you're like floating in the middle of water. And then, of course, you get slammed on the ground because a wave has taken you. And the next thing you know, you're being dragged along the bottom of the ocean as the riptide is pulling you out. I don't know if you've ever had that experience. I have. It was great.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah, and it's like that, where you are just sort of like floating for a moment. You don't know exactly where you are floating, and it's that floating is that sort of space in between something. And the next thing you know, you... please take 4 points of damage to your endurance as you have, because momentum is conserved and you are moving very fast right now inside the shuttle. And as you move yourself, you port yourself. And what happens is you feel your body slam against the roof of this shuttle. And you have this other feeling. It's the feeling of all of your clothing pushing through your body, phasing through your body and out through the shuttle. Everything that you have on you, because you have not practiced well enough to move your clothing and equipment, is outside of the shuttle as it moves through your body. You feel it. You feel like your belt, all of those things just like phase through your body and out the shuttle. And then you slam right back down onto the ground.
I can't wait to try to explain that to literally anybody.
Naked.
Hey.
Without anything.
Okay.
On the plus side, you're under you're under the seats.
Ooh, is it gooey?
All right. No, it's not gooey.
Europe goes under seats.
Oh, under the seats?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. I don't know, maybe.
I mean,
like the experience.
And at this moment, it's been long enough that the shuttle sort of it straightens itself out. I would like you to describe the wounds you have.
Just flailing about the cabin. It's just naked man.
Also, side note, what is your endurance? I'm just curious.
I have 2 left.
Nice. Sweet.
Yeah, 7 was my total. I think what it looks like is it looks just like rashes, but I think over time it's going to start being those bruises and like those people who have been in collisions and there are either airbag burns or also the giant strap of seatbelt,
And also your clothing.
because I don't wear a seatbelt. But yeah, it's the clothing that did it.
Yeah.
It's not a seatbelt burn or anything like that. It is just the clothing sort of ripping off of me. So the clothes aren't just somewhere in the ship. They're now out there.
You have no clothes.
Nope.
They're gone. They're gone.
And
Oh,
equipment,
oh my
too.
God.
Anything was on you is because
Wow.
Said specifically you didn't bring your rapier, though.
Drugs. Yeah,
it
where am I gonna
says
keep
At
the
least
rapier?
there's that.
teleportation is a talent that allows effectively instantaneous movement from one point to another point without regard to intervening matter. Psionic teleportation is limited to the movement of the teleported traveler's body and, for highly skilled teleports, their clothing and equipment. So
All
the
right.
clothing and equipment did not go with you. It went through you. But the shuttle evens itself out, right? You can tell that they seem to have gotten through whatever it was that was the problem. And then everybody's strapped in, wondering that pause. It takes a sharp turn. It begins to dive again, but in a more controlled manner, as if they're less surprised. And all of a sudden you hear it. The starport's under attack. There are many, many ships. Maybe from Ogma? Strap in. We'll get you down safe. Wait, what is that? No, strap in now! Missile attack, missile! And it goes, it just goes silent. And all of a sudden, the shuttle starts making very intense evasive maneuvers as it's trying to outrun a missile attack. And you know how dangerous those things are.
Perica looks like sheet white. Like if they were piloting this thing, they would be way calmer than they are right now. And I think after now that everyone's strapped in, they're just like hands clenching the seat, just utter terror.
Can I get a piloting roll from you?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I mean, if I
you have
Go
it.
up front, knock the other pilots out, and just take over.
I 110% would like to do that. May I?
Well, the thing is, you'd have to get through the door, which is locked, which means you'd have to unstrap in the middle of all this madness.
Is this an M drive pilot or just regular pilot?
This would actually be like a M drive, if you have it.
Okay.
It's a small shuttle.
I do have M drive.
So here's the thing. They're not bad pilots. You can tell by the way they're flying. They're not bad, but they're not military pilots.
It's
They're not
great.
me.
They're definitely not you. They feel to you like freight haulers who have taken an easier job, which is flying a shuttle up and down. And this shuttle itself is not a very good shuttle. By that I mean it's a good shuttle, but it's a low performance vehicle, right? Like it is not. This is not a combat vehicle. It's not made to maneuver. It's not made to. They're doing as best they can with not a great ship, and them not being the most talented. They're not bad pilots, but they're super average pilots. You know what I mean? And this is not an average situation. And you see out your window missiles, 3 of them, incoming. These will destroy you all if they hit, and you will all die. That is how missiles are. And you see this little glimpse of a shuttle, and the first one comes in, And they the first one, they dodge it, and they do a pretty good job. You all are jostled. The second one, well, let's go with that third one. They actually do a pretty good job of like just zooping right around it. It might be okay. You might be okay. You might be okay. You might be okay. It's the third one, though. That third one's coming, and it doesn't look like they're on the right path to avoid that one. It looks like you're going to be hit by this missile.
Can I scream something at the top of my lungs like juke left or drop now or
Please give me a piloting roll.
okay. Anything.
Okay. You yell.
Yeah.
You yell loud. Juke left. They can't hear you. They can't hear you. What are your psychic powers?
Oh, I do actually have those.
You have teleportation, I believe. Do you have anything else?
And awareness.
Okay.
My goes back.
You yell this. There's a door between you and them. They probably should not be able to hear you. Val dreamed this, though. There's a moment's hesitation, and then you see them juke left. And the missile moves right in, and where the shuttle was, where they would have been had you not said something, that is not where it is anymore. The missile detonates before it hits the shuttle. It does not hit the shuttle. However, the shrapnel hits the shuttle.
Real quick, is
Yes.
there any way if it would we be able to see this happening? I don't know what the window situation is.
Mm-hmm.
As it goes off back there, would it be possible for someone to do, oh, I don't know, telekinesis with those, former pieces of
Well,
It's a lot. And there's also the impact wave, right?
Sure.
The shockwave.
The shockwave, thank you. But the shuttle rocks. The shuttle rocks violently. And then it goes quiet. Not the scary music. When I say it goes quiet, I mean the engine. The engine goes quiet. And everything is calm for that one moment. And then the lights flicker off as the power fails. And the ship glides with no power. And it levels out. You can see the flaps on the wings being maneuvered. You know the pilots up front are probably spending quite a lot of effort to manually force these flaps, to force this shuttle to glide. There is straining in some way that you can't imagine. If you look out the window, you're over the ocean. You're losing height fast. There's a landmass ahead. It's not the glittering island, but it's something. And you can see the shuttle try to glide and bank towards that landmass to get some kind of emergency landing. And you can see, as you are moving fast, darkness, it's like you are flying into the night, right? You're going from evening into darkness as you move across this planet's surface, down and down. And you can just hear on comms, attack! There's so many of them! There's so many! They jumped out of nowhere! And you don't get much, and that's not the pilots. That's like the comms, probably from the station. Just little bits of Mayday. And as you keep going, you can hear High Port. Bring out the boat. What's happening? And as it's going, you can hear the pilots being like, Mayday, Mayday, can you hear me? And you can't hear, the station doesn't respond. They're just putting out their alert. And the pilots are calling out their Mayday and they don't hear anything back. And as you're moving, the signal gets weaker and weaker and you can no longer hear the High Port as you get out of range. And then you can hear your communication signal from the shuttle fall apart and just move into static and then nothing. And then that gliding just moves closer and closer to the earth and you hear it. You hear the strain of the metal and you hear something crack, something that you can't see. And you feel almost like you're floating as you come faster and faster towards the earth. And the pilots up front seem to be doing their very best. And then there's a shuttle, like a shutter, and a bit of a adjustment. And you see trees, you see fields, you see bushes, brambles. You don't see too much more because it's dark. And as you move into the darkness and towards this earth, you don't see much of anything else. But it seems as if you're coming into land, and you will probably land safely, maybe, if they can make it. And then you hear, not on the comms, but over the voice, "Oh shit!" And then you hit it. You couldn't see in the dark, but a rocky outcropping, like a tower of stone that the shuttle hits. And you're stopped on the ground at a strange angle. Like you'd have to climb upwards to get out to the door. And it's silent. There was a terrible crunching sound when you landed nose first into this rock tower. And the emergency lights are on. And then and the doors are blown off as the emergency exit triggers. And this plastic slide deploys, but the doors are on the upside. You're sort of tilted, so this plastic slide just sort of hits, flying out, and you can see the wind blowing this plastic slide about, and rain starts coming in through the open doors, and it's cold. It's quite cold. For some people who are naked more than others, it's quite chilly.
It's cold. It's cold out here.
And you are nowhere near that lovely tourist island. You are somewhere deep in that continent. And you're in a ship that was crash landed. And here you are. As the rain spatters on the Baron's naked body. I would ask you what you do.
Val would pull out emergency clothing from his med pack. He has part of the med supply kit is emergency ponchos and things, and just immediately hand them to Severance. And he has enough for everybody in the crew, so he would just start throwing them out to everyone. Actually, no, I have 6 total, so that's everybody
But one person.
Yeah. He'll give them away, won't take one himself.
I'm gonna grab
Tarika
one.
would unstrap and try to slide down to the pilot and like start knocking on the door like incessantly.
There's no answer.
Does it look like there's some way I can pick the lock?
I would need you to do that.
Cool.
Or some
I don't think I
mechanic.
have any of those skills.
Would it be possible to blow the door open with something that may not have been taken by security people?
What about electronics?
These are all ways to get in through that lock. That is absolutely correct. There are many ways. You could blow it open. You could use electronics or mechanic. There's a lot of ways to get through that door. Unlike D&D, where it's only a lockpicking skill, and then if you fail, everything ends. There are many ways through that door.
I'm going to try and like get it open with electronics. They're going to like pull open the panel and try and zippity zappity zippity.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Please do. You pull open that panel, get in there, and you hear it click. The problem is the door, the power is sort of a little bit out, but you're able to get a little, like you're able to basically get a little bit of the last power that's on this ship to get that door open, and it does. There are 2 pilots, pilot and co-pilot, and they're sitting at their seats. You can see them in front of you, right? You see the high back seats, and you can't see them, but you can see their arms on the panels. And you see the window of the shuttle. And there is no window. It's all broken. And the front of the shuttle is crushed and crumpled. But they're sitting there. You don't see them because you're behind them, but they're sitting there sort of calm. There are a couple bottles of water in here. There's a bottle of whiskey sort of tossed to the side. If you look up, there's a shotgun, like in a holder right above, for like if somebody tried to attack them, right? They'd have a shotgun they could take. But you could go and see how they're doing if you like.
Yeah, Tarika would do that. Well, yeah, I think they'd do that because they would recognize that like the shuttle power's off, the window's cracked. They're not going to try it. They wouldn't focus on the shuttle first, but only because of that. Let's be real.
When you come around, they are there seated in their seats, strapped in. Strap still there. And the pilot has got a large chunk of metal just impaling him right through his chest. And the other pilot, the co-pilot, they don't have a head at all. There's just blood.
Oh.
Just blood.
That's
Seeping.
does it look like the pilot with the metal through his chest can be saved at all? Okay.
It's not a little bit of metal.
It's a lot of metal. This isn't fix it in the middle of the okay.
But they got the ship down.
Are they still alive?
No.
Okay. Then Tarika will grab the shotgun and they'll start looking for the shotgun in the water and like anything else that like if there's like flashlights or first aid kits, flare guns, comms that might still be working. Like this is what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm. What about the rest of you all? Before we call it a night.
Harlock would undo the buckle and was the vending machine near the door?
Mm-hmm.
Wherever it is, Harlock would
Yep.
get to that and then like take out her gun and use the back of it to like bash the glass and start just taking stuff out of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Danishes, coffees, snacks, water.
Mm-hmm. There's a small med kit in the bridge, also like a little survival kit. You're taking all that food. What else are the rest of you all doing?
I'm gonna be quick.
The woman is looking out the doors up into the sky. Evan is trying to search to see if there's like, well, actually sort of checking to see if everybody's okay, right? To see how everyone is. The nervous guy is very calm. He's just sitting in his seat, just very calm. The seat is no longer like it's all tipped, and he's just sitting there.
He's in shock.
Severance may have put on, I think, put on the jumpsuit, and as he did, maybe he when you stand up too fast. I think he was working and zipped it up, and as he did, he just sort of passes out mid putting on the jumpsuit, and that's
Val would have caught him because Val's right on Severance. As he would kind of grab his friend as he's falling over, his watch would pop open and all the hypodermic needles that he has on it would begin to spin. And if anybody could actually read the small print, it would go past the drugs that he would use for anyone else. And there's one in particular that says Severance. And he would hit it as the needle would shoot out of his hand, and he would jam it into his friend's back. And I rolled my medicine, which is a 14. So that should be 2 endurance back for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Dope.
And as a very specially formulated drug is injected into Severance, and the man who's nervous is like, everything will be fine. I wonder when we'll get there. We'll get there soon. And Evan is trying to make sure, is looking, and Evan goes, hey, look what I found. And there's a shuttle survival kit. It's pretty big, like it's like you'd have to like haul it, right? But it looks like a big canvas cube, right? That
I will take it.
Right, that it looks like it's got like a bunch of stuff in it, pretty heavy. And the woman, she looks up in the sky and she says, they will come.
And I think on here that Harlock would turn in loud enough for everyone. And we better make sure we're not here when they arrive.
They'll come soon. And that's where we're
Tarika
gonna
will
end it.
climb up out of the cockpit.
Mm-hmm. Right, climb up out of the cockpit, right? You're climate emerging.
Yeah, just like.
And maybe far in the distance, a searchlight. Well off into the atmosphere. The Ogma Raiders want technology. But I will tell you this this is not 1 or 2 ships. If they attacked the starport, that's not good.
This is what happens, GDCO. This is what happens.
Well, well. But that is where we're going to call it for tonight.
Oh my gosh. And we were worried about kidnapping.
You might still get kidnapped.
That's
Yeah,
true.
we can experience all of it.
There's still hope.
Why limit ourselves?
That was a lovely, lovely situation. So, my friends,
Lovely situation.
I would like to go
Those are
around
some words.
and say some words. First off, I want to thank all of you all for staying a little late. Thank you very much. We had to get to our moment. Next week will be you guys hanging out by the ship, just waiting for rescue, I think. Just sort of sitting around, waiting for rescue.
Yeah, it'll be nice.
Yeah, right?
Like a campfire episode.
Yeah.
Those are always nice.
I only see that going very well.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So if we could, I would love you all to go around, say who you are, where we can find you, and tell me, how does your welcome to Marduk, everyone. Welcome to Marduk.
Thank you so much.
I remember Greg said, just want to let you know, Greg said, hey, I'd like to go and see Marduk, where the locals are, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks,
happy.
Greg.
I don't
This is the
Greg.
best.
I don't want to hang
Thanks
out
for
in
coming with me.
tourist places. And I just wanted to make sure that
Should've stayed at
y'all
the
could
ship.
get away from the tourist spots. So you're welcome. And
So kind.
tell us who you are, where we can find you, give some love to somebody else, and then tell me how you plan to make it through. What is your character's first plan in this next moment? Like, what is their instinct? Like, what is your instinct? Instinct 1 from person whose name you still never got is to think that everything is fine in a very being shocked way. Also, he's quite damaged. So you have some damaged people who are bleeding, and also, let's start with Ari. They're playing our pilot, who was not in the pilot seat, but that role did save you from a direct hit, which would have been real bad. Real bad.
Yay. I
Yeah.
was really worried.
It would have been
There was a little Ari terror in there and a lot of Terraka terror, for sure. Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Mastodon, all the things. You can also see me live at Unexpected Productions here in Seattle.
What are you doing?
And well, it depends. I get cast each week, but this Saturday I will be judging theater sports with my judgy little cards and putting a number on comedy. It will be great.
I know that they were live streaming stuff. Will they be live streaming any of this nowadays?
I don't think they're live streaming. I'll find out.
Okay.
I think, I don't think it's being live streamed anymore.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Terraka's, their first thought is like they're in scavenger mode right now. Like the last time their ship got shot was very bad. So there is a lot of that in their head right now, and their one mode is survive. And that's very much where they are right now. This is not great for the stuff that's happened in their past. It's kind of bringing up some of that again.
Yeah.
And I think
She
I'm
crash landed
curious
before,
to see. Yeah,
Yeah.
it isn't good. It's
Yeah.
very bad. So
Yeah.
that's fun. That's fun. And this time they weren't in the pilot seat. So
No.
that's also fun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so they're very much in survival mode. And now they've got a shotgun. So that's good.
Shotgun. Everybody's got one. And give your love.
Oh, right. Oh my gosh. Okay. So much love. From that very, very colorful character of Evan. Just such a delight. Like colorful both in like the way he was dressed, but also the way he connected with people, and just very delightful. I think I said this in like our conversations also, but just like Myth, your critical fails like never cease. Like I love what it's such magic, like what happens as a result of those. And I have never wanted people to get critical fails so much as like it is a delight to see how you react when you get them, man.
Thank you so much.
Also love how you said your critical fails, they never cease.
They never cease.
Sithel was like,
Keep 'em
so
coming.
many psychics. And I was like, so Sithel, to find out your psychic, you need to be tested, but we have a Zodani who can test people and so has tested. And like everybody has some level of psychic potential, but the problem is they were not caught early, so many of their psychic powers is like 2-1. So they're like very, very, very
Doesn't
mild
mean you need to
and
be teleporting out of your clothes.
untrained.
And now I know.
You have to think about that some, because that's look.
I mean, if those other rules worked, then I would have just used my luck, and it would have been cool. But they didn't.
But this is better
Yeah.
for me.
So I think like that's part of it is those pieces that happen. There's also like the moment of like I dreamed this, and whatever that emotion was that Val had, Ari is very curious. I like mysteries like that hanging in the air. And then of course like the Harlock freaking having the whole conversation with the Red Tailor and being like, yeah, we're totally on the up and up. Like that was so delightful. Just the whole like, oh, maybe, well, we'll have to get you an exclusive. Anyway, just so much love, you guys. It's such a delight.
Speaking of delights, I feel like we should go to Myth.
Hi everyone, I'm Mythomatic. I'm also Cord. I don't know. You can find me on this stuff, Twitter or anything Mythomatic. I roleplay, voice act, produce. I do a lot of stuff. Blacksmith as well, which I may do tomorrow. I'm doing a lot of things. Check me out. I don't know what I'm doing when I'm doing it, but you should check me out to know and figure out what it is and what I'm doing when I'm doing it. Hi. I also perform in tabletop shows and stuff, and am available. Also, this is great. I really loved all of this. Severance is such a karma character, I feel, because he's been such an ass today. Yeah. And so it was really good for that to happen. And now he is an ass today. So, and for the rest of the evening, and while we wait for rescue or whatever it may be, man, I was excited for maybe spacing myself and then flying around and landing and maybe dying, whatever. I was not expecting my clothes to just go.
It's right there in the book.
Yeah, it was
Have
great.
to expect the unexpected when you're playing here.
I was like, here we go. So yeah, anyway, it was wow. I don't really know what this will do to Severance, but it will do something. I mean, that's really embarrassing for him. Especially just like him being a proud, cocky shit the entire time, and then telling that guy, "You got to believe," ha ha ha, and like making fun of psionics, and then for it to, and then for that to happen, it was just really great. So thank you for doing that. I now get to figure out what that is. As far as what Severance is doing for the next, or what his plans are, he is in shock as much as I am. I don't know. I don't think he. If he had his drugs, he would probably use them to try to calm down. With whatever, if it's like slow or whatever the regulating drug that he probably has.
I got you.
thank you. Oh, wow, never mind. Never mind. I know what I'm doing. No, and but as like I was looking at a lot of stuff when I was during the break, finally putting the stuff down that
some of it might still be on the ship though, because you probably didn't want to take all sorts of stuff with you on this.
Oh yeah, don't you worry. The contacts are on the ship. The Heart of the Stars is on the ship. The rapier is on the ship.
That's right, you didn't take it with you.
Yep, and I don't know what else.
I wonder where all your stuff went.
Yep, no idea.
I'm sure it'll be falling down on our heads any moment.
Yeah, I was hoping that like we cut to the missile and then like there's clothes just like on the like just flapping on the nose of the missile and steering it in the wrong direction. But it was awesome. Really loved everything about today. We took so much time role playing and it was so cool and just such great scenes, and I really appreciate all of it. As far as the love today, I don't know what you were doing, Greg, with I dreamed this, but like with that mystery, awesome. And then also the just I think the entire last scene was amazing, one by everybody, but also just like the descriptor trooper was amazing. Just that bringing everything down and just sort of gently laying this dark news and just gently playing through what's happening was really well done and amazingly paced. As far as just that subconscious psychic scene, I really liked too, where that scene wouldn't have gone the way it did if psychics or we didn't lean into all of us leaning one way or another into just this psychic scene on the shuttle. It was super dope. So just thank you everybody for bringing such amazing offers, letting my character be an amazing shitlord, and thank you all of you. It was great. It was just so much fun.
You've got customers coming, by the way. You've got passengers coming. Just
Oh, that's good.
If they're alive.
Do we have a ship still?
You'd have to find
that's
because I mean,
but we do know the meta that the customers are alive.
Good news.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe.
All right, great.
Maybe.
All right, so there's hope
most
for
of
us.
them.
Nope, can't go back now.
I mean,
all right, perfect.
I mean,
nope.
You might have lost. You might have to get purse dog lady.
Wesley back.
I mean,
Ethel.
you might have just maybe Vera died and you just have to have Ethel now. That just I don't know.
Oh no, what a travesty.
Yeah, no.
Rocket.
Not that conflict. But thank you so much. It was great. Loved it.
Rocket. Who are you?
Me?
Where can we find you? Give some love. What is your character going to do next? Wait,
yes.
Myth didn't say. What's Severance going to do next?
What Severance doing next? I did. He was he is
panicked. Taking drugs. He would
probably. I have no idea. He would have taken drugs, but he's sort of in shock, I think.
Yeah.
Hyperventilating.
Yeah.
Probably is what he's actively doing.
Rocket.
Yes, so hello. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person, and you can find me in all the places where Rocket Foxes can be found, including but not limited to Instagram, sometimes my own Twitch channel, but more often than not over with Cybernation Uncensored, who I am partnered with now. And yeah, I've got a couple shows over there that I am producing, and I'm actually in the works of a new podcast. So going to be doing that as well as catching up with my old one, because, you can't have too many podcasts.
They're like
and
chips, right?
You're right. You have one podcast and it's like cracking open the bag. Yeah, and then for anyone who is curious, I have put more things into my shop. So if you want to see things with my fancy illustrations or jewelry made of bones and such like that, you can check out my shop. It's at my website. It's rocketfox.com. Bam. Yeah, as far as love first always. When it comes to love in tonight's episode, I cannot say enough about Evan. I Rocket am going to marry him. There, I said it.
It's fair.
Whatever the Harlock ends up doing, who knows? But I only have eyes for Evan. And so all of my wolfiest dreams have now come true.
A little bit more about Rocket.
I will note that while he was not super inclined to give up his very safe and good normal trade route, doing, seafood from Marduk to Ogim, right, and out and back, which is like a little short, little like 3-hop thing, right? Pretty.
Well, he may have a different opinion of how safe it is now, but
he might have a different opinion. He might have a different opinion now. We'll see. We'll see if he survives.
Listen, nothing is more dangerous than where this whole shuttle business. So, and I would like to think that he was moved by my Harlock's genuine love for his tie. Because I imagine somebody who is like really high in psionics really likes visually impactful things.
Yeah.
Loud might be a word. So I love that. I love, because I gotta go around. I can't just give a little bit of love. I don't wish bad things on anyone. I really don't. But
what about Judiko?
Except for Judiko. But it is an absolute treat to see what unfolds when these just reverse crits befall someone in our midst, and maybe they end up naked under a chair. And I love also the sassiness. Every sassiness up to that point, and just how this is brought across, I think is just absolutely clutch, and I love it so much. I feel like I'm gonna say the same thing, but I mean it individually. Like Terika, the way like this character just the mom arm, but like also interacting, just how everyone's interacting when we're in the midst of these conversations is so, I can see all of it and all of everybody's kind of conversation together, and how we're all kind of like talking over each other a little bit, but also saying the same things. When we're talking about like murder and we're like, oh yeah, murder is fine. Well, I mean, stabbing's not okay, but like it just, it works. I can just picture this group so clearly. And I also am going to really need to know what this dream was about that Val brought up. Like, that's a can of worms that I fear, but am also weirdly intrigued by. A can of worms that just like jumps out into your face, and like they're earworms. So yeah. I think in terms of what Harlock would be doing next, Harlock has worked as a soldier / agent for a good number of years. So I think at this point, like this would not be the first of this sort of scenario that she's been through. And so I think immediately would kind of just go into, because she did have a command over some people at some point. So at this point, she would probably go into, okay, you're doing this, you pick up this, we're going here, we're getting far away, we're going to find somewhere that's has a good view, but out of sight, like immediately going into like survival, but like survival tactical mode, and just like have understanding that a couple people are in actual shock, and being like, okay, step by step, this is what you're doing, pick this up, follow this person, walk in this direction. Like, so that's going to be kind of the things that start to happen.
Because you may not want to be here when the Ogma Raiders
show up. We are going to be very not here when that happens. Whether or not like people have to be physically picked up and carried away.
Although like, Dr. Val might want to hang out and say hi. Speaking of, Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Tell me about I love your shirt. Give some love. And what is your doc thinking about right about now?
Hi, everybody. Greg Grimjack 21502 playing Dr. Valentine Morrissey. He's right where he needs to be. Just kind of an interesting way to get there. I had an absolute blast. I am working with one headphone, one went out. So if I just all of a sudden go silent, I'll let everybody know.
We start speaking in circles.
Right. Um, this cast is amazing, and I'm sorry if I did talk over anybody. I think I did a couple times. I think I was having a delay because of whatever the hell's happening with my headphones. So I apologize. I hope I didn't irritate anybody. I irritate myself when I do that.
I didn't notice it.
Okay. Well, good. You all are awesome. I was going to say a lot of my things have been stolen, but the pacing at the end with the rain coming in was absolutely fucking atmospheric and immersive, and it was just the best. So great, Trooper. Amazing moment. My favorite moment so far in this campaign. It was just the best. The NPCs that were built in the shuttle, I didn't even put this in chat. I'm like, we're gonna fucking crash, because this is like, we are building out these characters. I'm like, we're fucking going down. I knew it. So when the klaxon went off, I went, and there it is.
There it is. Yeah.
And I loved it. I loved it so much. Chat was on fucking point tonight. I love listening along with the community here. They're just the best. Just the best. And to my fantastic friends who play this great game, you all have some of my favorite, quickly becoming some of my favorite characters I've ever played with, and I've played with quite a few. Let me start with Ari, with Tarika. I've said this before about like the passion and the heart, but this time it was something different. This time it was a choice that was made that I fucking loved. And that was when Ari said, Tarika, no, they're not going to help him. They're not going to help Severance. And I was like, that is fucking dope. That's like, yeah, I don't really like him that much.
Uh-huh.
I loved it because that's the chapter 2 moment that makes the chapter 8 moment a payoff. If that happens, who knows? If that happens.
I will note that if Tarika had decided to save the person whose name you still have not gotten yet, that would have been really bad for them, because I rolled really badly for them. They're not the most athletic, is what I'm trying to say. They were already injured, and that would have been real bad. And then you would have somebody really injured in this situation. Really
but what if
injured.
they tried to save me?
I mean,
What about the other
Also
person who
would have
shall
been
not be
bad.
named?
Right, yeah, right. Exactly. Well, it would also be really bad because it was a critical failure.
Yeah. I'm just gonna note that
Now we're both naked. Oh boy.
many of the things that you did changed the situation you're at right now quite a lot, and it could have been really, really bad.
I'd like to know how many other Drinaxian playthroughs saw the same outcome.
Could have been really, really bad. Go ahead, continue on. I just want to give that context. Go ahead.
Roller, great to see you too. Some on fire moments in chat, brought to you by Roller 300, everybody. And then, of course, the Harlock is absolutely Val's touchstone as far as being able to bounce things off of, but the whole approaching the frat boys, like the young Turks that were there to like do their shit. And I just loved that whole play off of everything as far as being, reporters and getting the stuff that they need from them. But then, I mean, somebody said it, I don't know if it was one of us or in chat, the swiping right of the passenger list. That shit was dope. That was so fucking funny, because that's the Harlock literally judging people.
Nope.
No.
All right, maybe. No.
Is there a hat on the dog? Yes. Okay. That shit was great. That was fucking fantastic. And then last but certainly not least, my buddy Myth. Everybody, and it's been said many times whenever you play RPGs that failures are just as great as crit successes. Yes, because there's a lot of story to be told in a failure. I dare say more so than in a great success. But everyone go back, and when those nat ones were boxed together and the smile on Myth's face was, there it is. That's the roll. That's the roll you want, right? Okay, there we go. What's happening? I was like, you know what? Because I get so possessive of my characters. I'm like, I got to save them. And I realize that the failures have the story. But in the moment, it's very hard for me because I'm just so fucking protective and I get heated and I don't want this to happen. Myth is a surfer. And when it crash or hang in tan, Myth rides that fucking wave. And I'm standing in awe and admiration, my friend. It is just the best because you take everything in stride, make a great story out of it. Of course, working with our fantastic GM to do so. And I loved it. You lost all your shit. You're naked and you were like, "Do you believe this?" And big smile. That's the fucking best, bud. Anyway, buddy, everybody, just an amazing time. I love this cast, this crew. I think about the Gambler, and I think about our travels in the stars. Anytime that I'm not doing my regular job, and even when I am. So I think about it all the time. Love it. I can't wait to play again. And you all are the best, the happiest of seasons.
I just want to say that you all had a very successful trading day. You made a whole bunch of money, like a huge amount of money. You have decided, you filled up like half of your cargo. You're like, we'll fill up half our cargo with a pretty good deal. You got some spare parts in case your ship gets attacked or damaged. You decided to, but you're like, we don't have one yet, but we're going to get a steward and we're going to have some passengers and we're going to make money off of them.
No, I believe we do have one. Yeah. That's my understanding.
You might. So it
we
seems
will.
like it was like all positive, all positive. Just one thing. I mean, of course, there was this, right? I mean, that. But I will say, could have been much worse. But Myth.
Yeah.
You know when you were floating in that suspended moment? You know how that is? As you were moving your body or instinctually, and you used the word instinctually, which I think is interesting. I wonder whose instinct it was. So as you were floating, you could see a garden. Like in the sun. Like you were looking through a window, you know? Or to describe it how it was when I was taken by the Pacific Ocean and just ripped out to sea as a small child, it's like you're looking at a window when somebody's spraying a hose at it, right? So it's like you're looking at a window with just like water cascading down it because you're inside of a wave. But like when you looked through it, you could see like a garden in the sunlight. But that did not last very long. And then you were... That's the present that I want to give you.
Ooh, thank you. That's exciting.
Because we're going to go on break.
Right.
Ari, the present I want to give you is this shuttle's not going anywhere. It is not salvageable, and you know it. Well, it's not going to be flyable again. You know that. But depending on what you do, it is certainly there are certainly things that could be salvaged from it. That, however, does take time. But this is not a new shuttle. It's kind of old. And the Gambler is hundreds of years old. But if you can get older ships, sometimes you can find things that you can be helpful. This is like a piece of crap shuttle, but you never know. Sometimes there are wires, like little bits of things that are just in a slightly older sort of like standard than before. If you had time, maybe you could salvage something from it if you look through it, because it's kind of a podunky old thing, which you never know. Sometimes those are the things you find useful things in, and you had that sense that maybe, but there's some troubles. That's your Christmas present, because we're not running on the 23rd, the next Friday, because of the holidays, Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, all that goodness. But I want to give everybody a present. Greg, I'm giving you a present because your earphones are dying. You had a dream about this. Can I ask you a question, Greg? Did you catch my 2 Easter eggs today?
I'm not sure. I caught a few things, but
Did you catch the name of the ship? The White Rabbit?
Oh yeah,
Which
absolutely
was the name of the bar.
From the hologram, yeah.
And also the wait staff. There's
the 50s apron. I got it.
50s apron. There's something that feels like an echo.
It certainly does.
Like
Or like a dream.
like a dream. There's something, like maybe that dream that went weird when the Harlock was giving you all training. Maybe it wasn't, like, you don't know what part of your subconscious was being hooked into there, but something was there. Because you
love it.
And Rocket, my dearest, the Harlock.
Me?
Yes. Gotta give you love for immediately being like, there is a concession thing and we may need food later. Let us get that immediately. There was like an immediate moment of like, this is what we need to do.
Hey, I've watched a lot of Man vs. Wild. Like I'm there. I'm ready.
You might need it, is what I'm gonna say.
We may have to pee on someone's hat.
You might.
I don't have a hat anymore.
Yeah.
Well, you're in luck then, this time.
Perfect. I guess, yeah,
Oh my
fortunate for me.
It'll be fine. But I will say this, dearest Harlock. You have indeed been in these situations before, and this is not a good situation to be in. Could be worse. You've got some people who are wounded, and that's not great. You know it's probably going to get cold. That's not great. But I will tell you this. If you can get to a place, if you can get to the right spot, not only could you can probably find a way to get some kind of signal out. Now you're in the middle of nowhere, right? So that's not great, but you might be able to figure out a way to let people know where you are, because you are trained for this in a psychic way, because this is what you do. You might be able to figure out a way to do it, but there are possibilities. There are possibilities because, I will say this, you are the only one here who has psychic training. For real. Something was weird about the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like there was like somewhere on the shuttle, after everything went bad, when somebody was shouting to the crew, the pilot, to juke left, when there were all these things that happened, you don't necessarily think that happened on accident. There's an itchiness under your fingers and under your skin that feels like it's like you can kind of taste something in the air that you think there might be something here in this abandoned continent that feels there's something psionic in this space. You don't know what it is. Do you know what I mean? But there's something here that has triggered something, right? In this space. Something is
maybe something worth finding out what that something is.
Perhaps.
Especially if it's triggering off everyone's Oh my god, nope. I think I just saw work Kraken.
I'm just saying, this is what you do, and something
psionic Kraken. Oh my god.
Something's different here. That's what I will tell you. My friends.
Perfect.
And that is the presents I'm giving them for the holidays. And I want to first shout out those who have given us tips and bits. And I want to thank all of you for being here. Thank you. Draftier tipped $25, but did not leave a message. Volpez cheered us 300 bits with the message, "The future's so bright, I have to mirror shade my eyes." Absolutely. Void Smoker, who is going to be doing our art, by the way, has tipped $25 and said, hopefully enough for a low birth until next episode. Yeah, we're gonna be having births for y'all, by the way. Hawkeye cheered 100 bits and said, "Another outstanding show, thank you." Will NTW, our note taker, who, by the way, is ace, you do not even know. Both Hawkeye and Will NTW are one of our sponsors. Cheered 100 bits with the message, "Such a gripping end. Thanks all." Thank you. And Rissa, who is one of our amazing mods, along with Jer, and Jer's our emote maker, tipped $20 and said, "Happy holidays, intrepid adventurers." So thank you, everybody. Thank you for our special sponsors, Avita Amoeba, Hawkeye, and also Will and TW. I want to thank all of you for watching us. Thank you for being here for this a little bit slightly extra long because we're going to be off next week, but I will be streaming some kind of RPG next week. You don't know what it is yet because I don't know what it is yet, but I have a suspicion that it might be Showdown with Lindy, where we try to murder each other because who does not want that? And but the rest of this Christmas, taking a little bit of a vacay and time off. And this was amazing. We have 6 episodes left. We're halfway through, and they're going to take a vacation on Marduk. There were some suggestions for titles as I'm vamping us out, and I think one of them was "Welcome to Beautiful Downtown Marduk," which I thought was beautiful. And I want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you so much for supporting us. Please follow these wonderful people. You can you can join us on Discord if you like, and you can hang out and chat with us. And I will put the tool that generates trade. There's a really great trade generation tool that if any of you are GMs and you want it, then you can have it. It's pretty cool. You put in the player's score because our Severance has a very nice broker score, which got them very good deals. And you get like Vera, and a lot of greatness there. So if that's a resource you want, I will put that in there for you. And have a great time. Have a lovely moment. And you know what? We will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.